Description novel summary. Others who crossed Hogwarts were soul-wearing babies and were well prepared, but Marks sadly urged Marks to cross directly to the venue of the sorting ceremony. What? I have learned black magic before? Home in a dark magic shop in Knockoff Alley? There is an evil dark wizard. Just as Marks was worried that he would be exposed to his identity when returning home in the future, or that he would be skinned and boned, he gained the ability to fuse the blood of a magical creature. Why did the Dumbledore family get help from the Phoenix so often? Why did the fat dwarf Peter run away in the middle of the night in tears? What is the truth behind Voldemort's snake-like face, the shadow of the unicorn that transforms from reality to reality, the pupil of the petrified basilisk, the power of the phoenix that controls flames? In the process of collecting blood, a different magical world has been revealed in front of Marks. Description from Unknown Details. Chapter 1 Sorting Ceremony. Susan Pence. Hufflepuff. Justin Finley. Hufflepuff. In the large and beautifully decorated exhibition hall, a wrinkled hat with a big mouth that splits from the edge, twisting restlessly while singing, and occasionally being squeezed by a few undaunted little wizards. The brim of the hat gave out bursts of weird laughter as the names of the students and the colleges assigned to them were spoken from the sorting cap. The little wizards clapped their hands warmly or perfunctorily on the seats below. At least in this orientation party, even Gryffindor and Slytherin, who are displeased with each other, will maintain this relatively harmonious scene. The little wizards waiting for the distribution academy in the audience were nervous or expectant, watching other people put on the sorting hat, and then walked to the corresponding academy seat in the funny tone of the hat. However, among the new students, there is a thin boy who is out of place. He is looking blankly at the gorgeous and retro decorations and candles suspended in midair. The bright lights of the hall are illuminating the auditorium. It was bright, and translucent ghosts could be seen flying through the air all around. Everything made the boy a little bit adaptable for a while, and it took a long time before he muttered to himself, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Strange. Am I dying in the hospital bed?" Just as the boy felt familiar and unfamiliar with everything around him, a loud female voice resounded in the large exhibition hall. Marks McClown. Professor Minerva McGonagall stood at the four-corner table where the sorting cap was placed, looking at the parchment scroll in her hand, but waited for a long time and did not see the new students come up. So she frowned and said loudly again, "Marks McClown. I haven't seen any movement in the freshmen for a long time," and now even Dumbledore cast a suspicious look, and the old students from the major colleges talked in private. Who's Marks? So courageous? It's not going the wrong way. You missed the sorting ceremony, right? This is interesting. At this time, the remaining freshmen, under the gaze of many professors and seniors, moved a few steps behind them. Only the boy with blonde hair and black pupils who had not figured out his condition remained standing still, looking very conspicuous. "Mr. Marks McClown, please come to the stage here." Professor McGonagall repeated it again. "Me?" Marks pointed to himself in a dazed manner, and suddenly felt that this scene was a bit strange but unexpectedly familiar. "Yes, please come up as soon as possible, just like others have done. There are other children who need to be sorted out." Perhaps because Marks is a freshman, although Professor McGonagall spoke for the fourth time when I asked, I didn't mean to be angry at all, but I felt that the new student might be a little nervous. Before Marks could react, he felt that he was nudged slightly. And then the freshmen in the front row also unexpectedly pushed Marks onto the stage one by one with tacit understanding. "Okay, kid, come over here soon." Professor McGonagall stepped forward, put Marks's shoulders on the chair, and picked up the sorting hat and pressed it on Marks's head. The sorting hat twisted his body restlessly on Marks's head, and said strangely, "Hey, boy, don't be too shy. You are not the first person to feel nervous in such a place. Trust me, it's over with closed eyes. It doesn't hurt at all." Marks rolled his eyes. After staying in the new place for a while, he also had some guesses about the current situation, but he still felt a little unbelievable. But, Is this really Hogwarts? That magical place where magic is taught? But that's not. Marx couldn't help thinking about it, but the voice of the Sorting Hat rang in Marx's ears. Yes, of course, this is Hogwarts. You are not dreaming. I am 100% sure. I guess you must come from a mole family, right? Every few years, there are always a few new little wizards who don't believe that magic is real. They say it's all tricks and they want to get it out of my body. Here comes a rabbit with long ears ... I told them there was nothing in the hat, but they didn't believe it. The Sorting Hat was making a silly joke, and the split mouth almost extended to the brim of the hat. The ability of the Sorting Hat to read memories made Marx not daring to think too much, so he quickly condensed his mind. But perhaps because of the influence of the Sorting Hat, Marx's mind was like a slideshow, flashing through sections of strange memories. The scattered Marx couldn't piece it together. It seemed that a witch was teaching her own magic. The witch in my memory is about 30, with beautiful long blonde hair, and talking with her mouth open. Then Marx only felt a panic of fear hit her heart. The Sorting Hat is also the first time I have seen such a messy little wizard. But I am also surprised that Marx is not from a mole family. How can children from a wizard family not know Hogwarts? A cold sweat appeared on Marx's forehead. Although the various thoughts and memories read by the Sorting Hat belonged to the original owner, he didn't know if this hat would read any important secrets. Fan can only try to force himself to think about something insignificant. Ahem. Seeing that the Sorting Hat seemed to have an endless posture, Professor McGonagall had to cough slightly to remind the Sorting Hat on the stage to do business quickly. The Sorting Hat stopped talking, and Marx was finally relieved, but he was also a little curious about which college he would be assigned to. Well, let me see. Optimistic. Smart and like crazy thinking. The Sorting Hat dragged a long tone, suddenly lowered his voice and said, "And a little bit of black magic." "I can black magic?" Marx was confused and remembered the memory just now. "Oh, yes, an ancient and rare black magic." The Sorting Hat whispered and chatted with Marx, as if whispering something. "Of course, in my opinion this is also an interesting black magic." You reading www.uukanzu.com always allows people to see things they don't want to see. Someone has used it to prank, maybe you can do it too. Dry. Although Dumbledore definitely doesn't want anyone to do it again. The Sorting Hat complained to himself. Where should I go? Slytherin? Marx was a little curious about how he could black magic. But the most important thing now was the issue of sorting. After dividing the courtyard, he can take off this hat that can read memories. In the 4 colleges of Hogwarts, entering Gryffindor requires enough bravery or reckless. What Ravenclaw wants is wisdom or a desire for knowledge. Slytherin corresponds to a cunning and insidious character and outstanding magic talent. As for Hufflepuff, Marx feels that Hufflepuff Academy is usually responsible for accepting the remaining students. The Sorting Hat said that learning dark magic is very much in line with the standards of Slytherin College. Of course, it is also possible that he was assigned to Ravenclaw because of his optimism and intelligence. Marx thinks a little narcissistically. No, neither. The Sorting Hat's tone suddenly became humorous. Although it will make you a little sad to say that, Slytherin usually only chooses some talented little wizards. So, Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat changed the soft whisper when whispering with Marx, and the loud voice resounded throughout the hall. Gryffindor. Marx took the Sorting Hat off the top of his head, a little surprised, and even too late to complain about the Sorting Hat's evaluation of his talent. Yes, you should go there. The Sorting Hat vividly said, "I have never missed it. You have the corresponding quality." Chapter 2 Academy Legend. Marx was still ready to ask again. The cheerful applause from the audience had already sounded. Marx had to press down on his stomach full of questions, put the Sorting Hat on the 4-corner table, and walk down the steps. Seeing Marx coming down, several senior students moved aside in Gryffindor's seat to make room. A pair of twin brothers with the same appearance and fiery red hair pressed Marx to the space in the middle, and one of them spoke with an exaggerated tone. "Gosh, I bet you dare not give Professor McGonagall face so much in the freshman sorting ceremony. You are definitely the first one. This is really. What is it really? Marks asked in confusion. It's so brave. The other of the twin brothers took the conversation. You are destined to become a legend in the academy. The two looked at each other and said in unison. Hearing the answers from the two, Marks almost didn't pick it up in one breath. The brain circuits of the two brothers were so strange that he couldn't understand it. Well, thank you. Marks politely thanked the twin brothers for their blessing, and then asked, My name is Marks McClown, how about you? I'm George Weasley, and that's Fred over there. One of the twin brothers spoke first, blinking at Marks. You'd better remember. Don't admit your mistakes next time you meet. Fred hates people calling him wrong. Okay, George. I don't think I will admit that I am wrong. Marks is clear about the trick of the two brothers swapping identities. Naturally he will not be fooled, and turned to the other of the twin brothers. Are you right, Fred? Fred, who was thinking about playing with his brother as a newbie, was stunned, and George, who had spoken to Marks before, was also taken aback for a while before asking, Wait, how do you know I am George's? This is easy to guess, isn't it? Who in the freshman doesn't know that your Weasley brothers like pranks? Of course, Marks couldn't say that he saw it from a book, but could only make a temporary excuse to fool it. Gosh. Are we so famous already? Even the freshmen know it. George and Fred said in surprise, feeling that so many years of fighting against the Hogwarts school rules finally came to fruition. Puff Ron, who was feasting and eating, almost squirted out the food in his mouth. When did his two brothers become so famous among the freshmen at Hogwarts? Why doesn't he know? George and Fred were a little curious that Marks whispered to the sorting hat on stage. It was the first time they saw someone chatting with that hat for so long. Marks fooled the past half-truth. After all, knowing black magic in Gryffindor Academy is not something to show off. By the way, Marks took the opportunity to turn the topic to George and Fred's adventure career at Hogwarts School, and inquired about the location and information of the secret passages in Hogwarts. Marks, who has read the original, naturally knows that George and Fred have a magic map that can show most of the hidden passages of Hogwarts and mark the names of people inside. With it, you can travel freely in this magic castle without worrying about being discovered by professors and administrators. Although Marks has read the original in his previous life and knows many secrets of Hogwarts, after all, he can't remember it. This map is still very useful. And the Weasley brothers, facing Marks, who is like a little fan, naturally revealed a lot of information unguardedly, and even wanted to win Marks into the great cause of pranks. However, there is no disclosure about the magic map. Marks was not surprised. After all, it was the first time I met. No matter how good the conversation, it is impossible to reveal such an important secret. Marks just wants to gain some good impressions to pave the way for the future. But at this moment, an inexplicable voice suddenly rang in Marks's mind. Ding! The host gets secret information. The task is being generated. Mission objective: explore Hogwarts. Current progress, 2100. Task introduction: the curiosity to explore the unknown is something every little wizard should possess. The 1,000-year-old castle contains countless secrets. Please explore and understand them. When the exploration progress reaches a certain level, it will be given a certain level based on performance. Rewards. Marks, who received the news suddenly, couldn't help being stunned, and the conversation with the Weasley brothers was also interrupted. Goldfinger? Marks quickly reacted, followed by ecstasy. I traveled to Hogwarts inexplicably before. Although Marks had the joy and fortunate to live again, but there was also a sense of anxiety about suddenly arriving in an unfamiliar environment, just because I had to pretend to be forced down by Marks. But now I feel much more relieved. Marks casually dismissed the Weasley brothers who were still about to continue talking about their adventures. He sank his heart and focused his attention on groping for this newly emerged golden finger. After the method, a series of information finally appeared before Marks's eyes. Marks McClown. Occupation: wizard. Magic bar, Fear Curse Level 1 3200. Knowledge Theory, Magic Item Making Level 0 435,500. Magic Items, Magic Wand U Wood, Unicorn Hair, 11 inches and 3/4 long. Magic, Medium, Fit, 72.5%. Academic Points, none. The information column that appeared in front of me was as expected by Marks. You were reading www.uukansu. The com is only part of the content in the information column, which is a bit beyond Marks's expectations. Fear Curse, Magic Item Production. Marks slowly muttered to himself. As a little wizard who has just crossed over and hasn't even fully figured out the situation, he will naturally not bring these two abilities. Thinking of the memory that had appeared in his mind when he was on stage just now, Marks suddenly understood that he should be in possession of it. This little wizard named Marks McClown had learned magic before entering school. This situation is not uncommon among little wizards. It is important to know that even Hermione Granger, who was born in a mole family, can master some simple magic through self-study before entering school, let alone those who were born in the little wizard of the wizard family. But the magic of fear, Marks thought for a long time but had no impression. It seemed that it was not the magic that appeared in the original book. Marks is not surprised. After all, Harry Potter is just a novel, and it is only a corner of the magic world. It is impossible to show all the magic in every aspect, and the black magic in the original text is even rarer. A real black wizard can't only have so few black magic. After all, just the restricted book zone of Hogwarts, I don't know how many black magic books there are. Of course, what Marks is more curious or worried about is the family situation of the original owner. A family that can teach their children dark magic before school is obviously not good. Marks is very worried about his safety. If someone finds out that Marks McClown, a little wizard, is occupied by a soul from another world, God knows what kind of dark magic is waiting for him. Chapter 3 Broken Memory. A piercing heart to meet, still burned to death with fierce fire. Marks couldn't help but shudder thinking about the tragic experience that might happen, trying hard to retrieve the memory of the original body. Didn't know if it was because of the crossing, these memories seemed to be shattered and hidden in the depths. Letting Marks want to break his head was nothing. Damn it, if only I could remember more memories. Marks muttered to himself with a headache. It seems that before the end of the semester, he must learn to contemplate the mind, and then find a way to use the meditation basin in the principal's office to sort it out. Memory, otherwise it is very likely to wear help. In other words, Marks doesn't even know where his home is now. There is no one who can mix with him. Harry Potter. Just as Marks's head was thinking about how to get into the Forbidden Book area and learn to take the mind, Professor McGonagall's high voice drew Marks's attention back to the sorting ceremony. It's not just Marks. At this moment, all the little wizards and professors turned their eyes to the stage, like a repeat of Marks when he took the stage. But obviously Marks's little speciality is naturally incomparable with the prestige of the Savior. As a thin and cramped little wizard with glasses came onto the stage, there was a warm applause from below, and the second-year Gryffindors next to Marks were all red with their palms, staring fiercely. Looking at the forehead that was covered by a little hair, he seemed to expect to see the lightning-like scar. Harry Potter? Is she talking about Harry Potter? My mother said he defeated the mysterious man when he was born. I wish he could be assigned to Gryffindor. Marks also followed the crowd applauded to welcome, otherwise it would be too maverick in this seat. Of course, Marks also thinks this is the glory that Harry deserves. After all, Harry's miserable life of being bullied in childhood stems from the death of his parents. Had it not been for the protection magic that Lily Potter launched at the expense of her life that caused the mighty Voldemort to lose his power, the magic world would not know how many people would die. When they heard that Harry Potter was about to enter Gryffindor, the little wizards in the seats were even more mad. The Weasley twins hugged each other in excitement and shouted, "Potter! We have Potter!" The applause from Slytherin was much lighter, especially the Slytherin chief who was leaning on the front row. After hearing the Sorting Hat say that Harry had refused to enter Slytherin, his complexion was a bit unpleasant. Marks silently saw everything in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth chuckled, knowing that it was because Harry's savior's aura was still there. After a while, everyone discovered that apart from the title, Harry Potter also when I was just an ordinary little wizard, I'm afraid I wouldn't care so much. Marks murmured in his heart, but raised his eyes and glanced at Dumbledore, who was looking at Harry with a smile, and suddenly felt that the prefect Slytherin's concern was right. After all, the principal helped the savior to open up, and the others didn't say anything. At least the College Cup Slytherin these semesters is not to think about. Seeing Harry walking down the stage, Gryffindor's prefect Percy Weasley could not wait to shake hands with Harry almost the moment Harry stepped off the stage. Most people have also vacated their positions next to each other one after another, seemingly wishing to have a good chat with the savior. Even George and Fred ran to join in the fun, and Mark's side suddenly became empty. Marks didn't mean to join in the fun. He was enjoying the big meal in front of him without regard to his own. They all said that the food of the Rotten Country was authentic black cuisine, but the food at Hogwarts was unexpectedly good. Marks thinks this may be related to the Hogwarts food is house elves, rather than British wizards. Vaguely, Marks seemed to feel someone staring at him, and when he looked up, he saw Dumbledore staring at him with his bright silver eyes. Marks didn't have the slightest stage fright, and after smiling at Dumbledore pretending to be well-behaved and shy, he put a large piece of cake into his mouth in one bite, and swallowed it in threes or twos. Maybe it's because Marks is full of food, or Dumbledore was just on a whim. After smiling back, the greatest white wizard turned his gaze to other places. After the sorting ceremony was over, there was still plenty of time for the little wizards to eat. Marks ate enough to no longer hold it, and Dumbledore waved his wand to remove the leftovers. The food filled with food disappeared without a trace, just as it suddenly appeared before. The magic of magic, for the upper-grade little wizard who has seen it many times, has long been familiar, but for Marks, who has really experienced magic for the first time, it is still very new. Dumbledore stood up slowly at this time. You were reading www. The eyes of UUCanZoo.com also focused on the stage following Dumbledore's actions. Since we are all fed and drunk, let me say a few more words. I am going to post a few announcements of the school start now. Dumbledore's voice echoed in the hall. His eyes swept over the new students standing under the stage, and then he looked at Brother Weasley. New students should pay special attention. The woods on the playground are strictly prohibited for students to enter. I think this point should also be kept in mind by senior students. Our administrator, Mr. Filch, wants me to remind you that you are not allowed to use magic in the hallway between classes. The Quidditch player test will be conducted in the second week. After briefly emphasizing the rules that exist in each semester, Dumbledore paused briefly and raised his tone again. Finally, I must warn you that people who do not want to die tragically should not go to the third-floor corridor on the right within this year. Marks couldn't help but complain about Dumbledore's fishing remarks after listening. Gwen said how dangerous it was, but didn't reveal other news, or even why you couldn't go there, with a mysterious look. How could this make some little wizards who are full of curiosity bear it? Sure enough, Dumbledore's stern warning didn't seem to have had its due effect. A few freshmen even laughed indifferently, but the senior students showed serious expressions. Of course, this does not include the two Weasley brothers with serious faces. The two are discussing something secretly. Marks guessed that they might go to the corridor that could make people tragic to take a look. It's just that Marks felt that before that, Dumbledore would talk to them in person in advance, or let Administrator Filch focus on them, lest they do something. Chapter 4 Hello Hogwarts. After emphasizing the precautions for this semester, Dumbledore seemed to have become the kind of a little incongruous headmaster, wearing a slightly crooked wizard hat on his head, and said loudly, before going to bed, "Let us sing the school song together." As Dumbledore's voice fell, Marks clearly saw the faces of the professors on the stage changed. and several senior students were also constipated. And Dumbledore was waving his wand on his own, and a long golden ribbon floated out of the wand, turning into words like a snake. The wand is like a baton. Under the guidance of Dumbledore, the Hogwarts school song sung by the whole school resounded in the hall. Hogwarts, 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 please teach us, whether it is old or bald, or a young man with idiotic legs. Our heads can be filled with novelty, something interesting. Various versions and various tunes were put together in a jumbled manner, and the Weasley brothers, who tried to mislead everyone in the mix, Marks also sang a few words along with them. After singing, I unexpectedly felt that this was mixed the tone. It seems pretty good. Marks couldn't help but wondered if there was a problem with his music aesthetic. Fortunately, there is also the Principal Dumbledore who has the same feeling. The respected white wizard was moved to tears under the influence of music. It took a long time to break free from the melody. He wiped his tears while reminding all levels. Long can go back. Marks followed Gryffindor's freshman flow along the spiral staircase to the highest floor. At the end of the corridor, Percy stopped on a wall with a portrait of a fat woman. Before the new students could ask, everyone saw the fat woman move, changed her posture, and said solemnly, "What is the password?" "Dragon scum," Percy replied. The fat woman nodded, stepped aside, revealing a round hole in the wall, and Marks knew that this was Gryffindor's common room inside. After entered, Marks realized that this place was much bigger than he thought. The red lion flag representing Gryffindor is hung in the air. There are several long tables neatly placed in the wide lounge. Under the long tables are comfortable chairs. The dark brown fireplace is against the left wall. The burning flame illuminates the cold at the same time. Gryffindor's bedroom is for 5 people. There are 5 four-poster beds in the spacious room. Underneath are their respective luggage, neatly stacked aside. As there is no corresponding memory, Marks can't even recognize his suitcase and bed. Just as Marks was waiting for his roommate to choose a bed first, a grey-white owl suddenly flew from the top of the railing on the west side to Marks' shoulder, and pecked Marks' face intimately. "Macca?" Marks was taken aback for a moment, and then he remembered the name for no apparent reason. "Cuckoo," the grey-white owl replied, "whether it is or not, I will call you Macca from now on." Marks stretched out his hand and scratched the owl's neck. Macca narrowed his eyes comfortably. With Macca's guidance, Marks quickly confirmed that the bed on the west side against the wall was his own. There were very few things around, except for bedding and pillows, but some clothes, daily necessities, and a few books to bring. The textbook. It is worth mentioning that Marks found a small sign next to his bed with the words Marks McClown intimately engraved on it. Other beds also have similar brands, but Marks didn't notice it just now. Not long after Marks stayed alone in the dormitory, there was a sound of pushing the door outside, followed by a slightly familiar voice. Unexpectedly, "The sorting house is just wearing a hat. I thought I was going to fight against the giant monsters." I knew I shouldn't believe George's nonsense. Pushing through the door was a little wizard with fiery red hair and freckles on the bridge of his nose. His mouth was babbling and talking, while the little boy behind him was wearing spectacles and looked a little thin. "Harry? Ron?" Marks was somewhat surprised. It was a coincidence that he was in the same bedroom as the savior Harry. "Hello, I am Marks McClown." Marks stepped forward and said hello. "Hey, this is Ron Weasley." Ron also noticed the existence of Marks. "Hello, this is Harry Potter." Harry also stretched out his hand at this time. Marks first shook hands with Harry, then looked at Ron and smiled. "Just now at the meeting, your brother George and Fred mentioned you to me." "Oh, damn, I don't believe they would say anything good about me." Ron thought about the way George and Fred play tricks on himself, and he was angry. Harry was a little pleased with Mark's attitude, different from other people. After all, since he entered the wizarding world, every time he encountered other wizards, He was either making a fuss or wanting to see the lightning scar on his head. I have to say that Harry thinks this behavior is really stupid. You are reading www.uucanonzoo.com. The friendship between the little wizards can sometimes be established in a short time. What's more, Marx, who has read the original book, knows the two of them, and deliberately caters to them, so naturally they quickly become friends. Harry talked about the unfair treatment he received before he came to the wizarding world in the dormitory, while Ron was talking about one or two funny things that were teased by the Weasley twins. Not long after, Neville and another little wizard who shared the same dormitory they also joined together, and they talked until late before going to bed and resting. The successive changes throughout the night made Marx really tired. Almost immediately after touching the bed, his body weakened and he couldn't get up again. Even the originally planned exploration system plan was forgotten. Vaguely, only the sound of Ron scrambling the mice could be heard. Marx raised his eyes and looked at it, then put the quilt over his head, and his lips moved silently. Hello, Hogwarts. Early the next morning, Marx woke up from his dream and looked around blankly. It took him a long time to realize what was about to go to class. Suddenly he was about to be transferred from the hospital bed to the classroom, and for a while, Marx was still a little bit unable to adapt. However, in the first class at Hogwarts, Marx did not intend to be late. Although it was still early, Marx felt that he had set off earlier, considering the awkward stairs in Hogwarts. Great. Of course, before leaving, I didn't forget to call Ron and Harry, who were still lying in bed. I don't know whether it was the influence of Harry's savior's halo or Marx's bad luck. When he went downstairs, he encountered two steps that disappeared. Poor Ron even hit the wall disguised as a door. Fortunately, it was because of Ron's personal demonstration that Marx and Harry were spared. Chapter 5. Does this keep ordinary wizards from living? The 3-person team finally stepped into the classroom before class. I bet those stairs must be deliberately aimed at us, trying to make us late. Ron rubbed his still red nose, stepped into the classroom first, and glanced at the empty podium. It was a sigh of relief. It seems that we are not too late. The professor hasn't arrived yet. Harry also gave Marx a somewhat grateful look at this time. Fortunately, he got up early today, otherwise he would definitely be late. No, I think the professor has arrived. Marx ignored the words of the two, but glanced at the brindle cat on the podium, and then quickly returned to his seat. Harry and Ron were confused. But after they sat down, they saw the brindle cat on the podium suddenly jumped off the stage, distorted and deformed, and when they landed, they had become a middleman. The young witch is Professor McGonagall. Harry and Ron were stunned. They understood what Marx was talking about. They just didn't understand how Marx knew that Professor McGonagall changed the cat. Also surprised is Professor McGonagall. She used the form of animagus to observe the situation of the little wizards in this class, and also to use the transformation of animagus as this transformation technique. At the beginning of the class, I didn't expect to be recognized by a student. Chong Yifan nodded with a slight approval, and Professor McGonagall started the teaching content of the first transformation class. Before starting the class, I want to remind you that transfiguration is arguably one of the most complex and dangerous spells you will learn in Hogwarts School. Whoever wants to be in my class, if you are mischievous, get out immediately and never come back. Professor McGonagall waved his staff and turned the podium in front of him into a pig. Amid the exclamation of many little wizards, he changed the podium back. Marx sat in the front position, seeing the whole process of transformation clearly. Accurate, fast, flawless. Being able to transform a wooden podium into a creature with consciousness is tantamount to directly changing the structure of matter, and even temporarily endowing the dead with intelligence. The mystery and power of magic are undoubtedly revealed at this moment. The magic of the wizarding world may be slightly inferior in destructive power, but it has its own uniqueness in other aspects, and it is comprehensive and complete. Professor McGonagall's demonstration immediately aroused the interest of the little wizards. After explaining the methods and techniques for the release of the transfiguration curse, he distributed a match to all the students. The goal was to turn the match into a silver needle. When Professor McGonagall started to explain the Transfiguration curse, a reminder rang through Mark's mind. Ding! You listened carefully to the professor's explanation, and found that the content was a bit obscure, and the proficiency of the Transfiguration mantra was slightly improved. Marks called up the information bar and took a look, and there was an extra line of information in the magic bar. Transfiguration curse level 06100. Seeing that the content was as expected, Marks was a little delighted, which means that no matter what kind of magic it is, you only need to repeat the practice to increase your proficiency and you can quickly learn it. But after Marks repeated the practice for half a class, he realized that it seemed not as simple as he thought. Marks McClown. Mr. McClown. The stern and loud voice echoed in the closed classroom, attracting the attention of the little wizards in the front and rear rows. Professor McGonagall, who had not spoken until then, turned his head abruptly, and the little wizards turned their heads angrily, or waved their wands over and over again at the match in front of them in distress or entanglement, trying to make it happen even a little bit. The change. Professor McGonagall looked around for a week, and saw that the matches on the table of a little witch with tousled hair had changed significantly, with more or less the appearance of needles, and then loosened her tight lips, revealing a trace of satisfaction. Look! After warning the little wizards who were still fishing with his eyes, Professor McGonagall was able to turn his gaze to the stupefied boy in front of him, and said sternly, Mr. McClown, I think I should have reminded you before that the release of the spell is very dangerous, and you should stay focused before releasing the magic. In addition, repeating mechanical exercises does not provide much help. I think you should be more attentive, focused, and imagine what the silver needle looks like. Yes, Professor McGonagall, I will pay attention. Marks McClown nodded politely, condensed his mind under the witch's gaze, and the wand in his hand was nearly 12 inches high in the air with a strange frequency wave. On the black grey wooden table, a match seemed to be driven by some kind of force out of thin air, twisted and deformed, slowly changing its shape under the action of magic. However, when the match was slowly deformed, it seemed to have been disturbed, and it changed back to its original state in an instant. This situation did not seem to be beyond what Professor McGonagall expected. After seeing this situation, he just nodded and left a sentence for more practice, then turned his head and left. After all, most of the little wizards who just started school are also like this. That's all. The disciples left Marks McClown muttering a low sigh. It seems that accumulating proficiency is not so easy. After trying most of the class, Marks has long lost the excitement he had before, because the growth rate of proficiency has slowed down after the previous surge, and it is not possible to increase proficiency every time. After a period of exploration, Marks feels that this is not so much practice to increase the proficiency of skills, but rather to present his own level in the form of proficiency. After most of the class time, Marks couldn't even do a stable transformation spell for a long time. Just as Marks McClown was driving in a transfiguration class, he was suddenly poked a few times with his finger. Marks turned his head, only to realize that Harry, who was excited, was pointing at the two pointed, faintly shiny unidentified objects on the table in front of him and shouting loudly, Hey, Marks! Look, I did it, I did it. Well, yes, Harry, you are amazing and talented. Marks glanced at the unknown objects on the table and nodded. The first class of transfiguration can make the matches change significantly. Fixed form for a long time, is already the upper level among the little wizards, at least, much more powerful than him. Right? I didn't expect that, my uncle. They are all muggles. Before entering school, I always wondered if I could release magic. Was affirmed by Marks, and Harry also gushed out his previous worries and worries. Before entering the magical world, Harry was nothing more than an ordinary 11-year-old boy. He suddenly became the savior in the eyes of everyone. Although he received unimaginable attention and glory, he also accepted the difficulty, the pressure of imagination. Harry even thought about the embarrassing scene where he could not learn magic, but fortunately the situation has not changed so badly. Marx was not surprised by Harry's rapid learning of magic. After all, the Sorting Hat made it clear when he assigned the academy to be brave, kind, and extremely talented. The Sorting Hat even suggested that Harry go to Slytherin Academy. In the 3rd grade, he used the Guardian who had just learned it to destroy or drive away hundreds of Dementors. Had it not been for Hogwarts' free education to be overly happy, it is estimated that the talented savior before graduation would have the ability to be a professor at last. Regarding this, Marx said that he did not envy. Not envy at all. There are only a few talented little wizards after all. Marx took a peek left and right and found that most of the little wizards were of this level. He sighed a little bit of relief, without expecting it. I heard Professor McGonagall's high voice again. Very well, Miss Granger. You can see, Miss Granger successfully transformed the match into a silver needle. Gryffindor adds 5 points. In the aisle not a few steps away from Marx's seat, Professor McGonagall was holding a silver needle aloft, and gestured to the little wizards around him. Miss Granger sitting upright, with grey and brown hair scattered randomly on her shoulders, proudly raising her small head, accepting the surprised or unexpected gazes of the little wizards around her. Marx stared at the silver needle blankly, and the mentality he had just adjusted exploded in an instant. Does this still allow ordinary wizards like them to live? Damn it, it's a bit worse. If I practice for a while, Professor McGonagall should praise me. Ron poked the table with his wand and stared at Hermione depressed. It seems to be annoyed with the glory that he was taken away. Marx glanced at Ron's table because he lost his magic power and turned back into an unknown object of matches again. He felt that Ron would not be able to reach Hermione's current level even after a few more lessons. Although he is not much better, he even said it was even worse. Marx sighed a little helplessly. What about the talent report after he said that after crossing? It is said that soul integration will lead to a substantial increase in mental power. The common routines in various novels did not show the slightest expression in Marx's body. Only then can I understand how pertinent the Sorting Hat's evaluation of his talent is. Of course, transfiguration has been unable to stabilize. Marx guessed that in addition to talent, another part should be caused by the sharp drop in the wand fit caused by the soul replacement. If magic power is equal to electricity, and a magic wand is equivalent to a plug and wiring, then the spell is all kinds of electrical appliances. Nowadays, the wires have short-circuit problems from time to time, and the lights are naturally not working properly. However, Marx has not been able to solve the problem of the magic wand in a short time. I am afraid that this magic wand will be used for the last semester. After fighting with the match again for a while, the first class of transformation finally came to an end, and until the end, Marx did not stabilize the shape of the match after being deformed. On the contrary, I found a little trick that is not very useful. That is, after condensing the magic power through the magic wand in a disorderly manner, it can form a slender magic beam. The only function is to return the unstable transformation technique to its original shape. This was accidentally discovered by Marx when he almost exploded the match after he failed to release the transfiguration spell for the nth time. It was of no use other than to play tricks on Ron in the transfiguration class. Just as Professor McGonagall announced the end of Get Out of Class on stage, another voice resounded in Marx' ding. After the host's unremitting efforts, the transformation teaching class is over. Please continue to work hard. This comprehensive class evaluation, medium, evaluator, Minerva McGonagall. Reward, academic points 5. Looking at the information that suddenly appeared in his mind, Marx had never thought of it before. Can I get rewards for class? Marx was a little surprised, especially when he saw the 3 words academic achievement point. He even complained about it. How could it be the same as when he was in college before? Apparently, it is evaluated by the professors of each subject. What about the final exam? If the exam is good or bad, there will be corresponding rewards and punishments, right? Of course, Tucow returns to Tucow. Marx is still very happy to be able to discover a function of the system again. but I don't know what this grade point can be used for. After triggering the system panel, Marks noticed the grade point. Maybe it's because I haven't gotten it before, and related functions have not been turned on. After this time, it didn't take long for Marks to find the new redemption option in the panel. Marks was slightly disappointed that there was only one solitary HogWarts experience card in the entire redemption column. The exchange required 100 academic points. The effect was to greatly improve the efficiency of learning within an hour. Marks had never imagined to exchange powerful magic or forbidden curse before. Is this the rhythm of learning to the end? Marks glanced at the 5 grade points that he had obtained after studying one class, and suddenly became a little desperate. HogWarts was only 3 to 5 class hours a day, according to the 5-point grade point for each class. Wouldn't it take 5 days of accumulation to redeem the HogWarts experience card? This is too bad, right? What can you learn in 1 hour? But this is the end of the matter. Marks has nothing to do with you reading www.uukanzu.com. Apart from this exchange, Marks has no other way to improve this inefficient learning efficiency. What else can I do? Study well. The Transfiguration class is over, and the boring history of magic is next. Professor Binns, who teaches, is a stale ghost. The entire class is spent talking and teaching, ignoring the children. The situation of the wizards. This makes Marks a little uncomfortable. The achievement of grade points is obviously related to the evaluation of his class by the professor, and the teaching method of the history of magic. Marks does not even have the opportunity to improve the evaluation. After a whole class, Marks once again received a middle evaluation and 5 grade points. But soon, Marks understood the benefits of the magic history class, because in the next magic spell class, I will learn how to apply magic power to the object smoothly and affect the object, which is the basis for learning the floating spell. Due to the interference of the magic wand, Marks spent a whole lesson. It was a success. During the period, the props used to cast the spell were blown up 3 times. The grades are a little better than Neville, and the fastest Miss Granger, only released 3 times and achieved success. For this reason, Yifan got a bad review in the class evaluation without exception, and only 2 grade points. The only good news is that after a few days of wandering around, the progress of the Explore HogWarts task in the task tree has reached 30%, with an average of 2 grade points for every additional percentage point. Got a total of 60 grade points, which is much faster than the reward for class every day. Also finally let Marks see the hope of collecting 100 academic points and redeeming a HogWarts experience card. Chapter 6 Library. Marks, when we finish eating, how about we go back to the dormitory to play the wizard flag? Ron, who had finished the last class on Wednesday afternoon, gnawed on chicken legs in the lounge and asked vaguely, Marks. Marks slowly put the last piece of cattle into his mouth, and after a little thought, he still shook his head and refused. No, I have to go to the library later. Let's play with Harry. Harry's chess moves are really stinky. They are not challenging at all. Ron shook his head disappointed first, and then as if he suddenly noticed Marks's words, the chicken legs in his hand fell on the ground. My God. The library? I thought only one person would go there for the whole year. Hermione? Marks thought for a while, and the little wizard who ran to the library every day should be a know-it-all lady only a few days after school started. Yeah, who else is there except her? Ron said exaggeratedly. Harry on the side suddenly pulled Ron's shoulders. Ron realized that Hermione, who was holding a pile of books, was also in the lounge. He lowered his voice and said in front of everyone how much Hermione likes to preach and what a defiant person. Fortunately, perhaps because of the long distance, Hermione didn't move much, and probably didn't hear Ron's words. Harry also listened in place with an embarrassed look. He didn't like this kind of secretly speaking bad things, but the other little wizards were very interested. I have to say that Miss Granger became famous in the gossip circle of little wizards by virtue of her preaching temperament within a few days of the beginning of school. Marks did not participate in the discussion of Hermione, but was not surprised by this situation either. After all, They are all 11 or 12-year-old little wizards. No one likes to be preached in person, especially the preaching is a little wizard of the same age. Marks, what are you doing in the library? Harry asked curiously. Brothers are not fun anymore. Bah, are the brothers not fun enough? Or the wizard flag is not fun anymore? Although Ron didn't speak, it was obvious in his eyes. It's like an appointment with you guys who play games after school every day, and suddenly one day they say that they will go to the library to study hard after school. Marks's mouth twitched. He didn't want to play the wizard flag. He just made some attempts to see if there were other ways to get grade points. It's not because the wizard flag is novel and fun. Don't you think the assignments given by the professors are getting harder and harder? If you don't work hard now, what will you do at the end of the term? Marks glanced at Harry, and sighed after a long time. Marks knows that his talent is mediocre, coupled with the disadvantage of wand fit. Among the first-year little wizards, his casting level is basically in the middle and lower reaches of the level. In this case, the only way to improve the evaluation of the professors is to work the knowledge level. Improve my knowledge reserve, answer questions in peacetime, maybe I can get an impression. Ron, do you want to come? After Marks finished eating, he packed up and said to Ron. Although Ron's magical talent is better than him, it is only a mid to high level at best. Compared with Harry, the gap is still very obvious. In addition, Ron himself has not worked hard, so he will be iron in the future. The weakest one in the triangle. So in good intentions, Marks still reminded him. Even though Marks didn't expect Ron to agree. As expected, Ron shook his head quickly. What a joke. We have only been here for a few days, and we are still far from the end of the term. What's the rush? Forget it. Marks didn't care, and walked straight to the library. Look, Marks will be back in an hour at most, or I will eat the board. Ron muttered a bet. Hogwarts Library has the most complete magic books in the UK and even in Europe. From ordinary teaching books to esoteric curses and black magic, it can be described as everything. Marks, who came to the library for the first time, was also shocked by the huge collection of books. Rows of bookshelves are closely connected together. There are as many as 1,000 magic books on each shelf, far more than Marks's previous life. The movie is much more spectacular. Perhaps because of the beginning of school, there are not many little wizards in the library. They rely on the bookshelves or the promenade in 2s and 3s, but they vacate the rest area in the middle. Ding. Explore the library. The system sound in his mind brought Marks's attention back, and after a closer look, he discovered that the task of exploring Hogwarts in the task tree had increased by 5% at one time. And more importantly, counting the increased academic points, you can just make up the 100 academic points needed to redeem the Gzwibo experience card. Marks couldn't help but look at the forbidden book area. The magic he was looking for could be found here. Child, you are reading www.uukanzu.com. Are you looking for any books? Mrs. Irma Pins, who is a librarian, walked over and asked softly. Yes, ma'am. Where is the book related to the Transfiguration Curse? The more basic one is best. Marks withdrew his gaze from the restricted book area and turned to Mrs. Pins. Follow me. Mrs. Pins directed Marks to a bookshelf, took a beginner's transformation guide from the shelf, and handed it to Marks. Then the words paused and continued. What you just saw was the restricted book zone. Unless you can get the authorization of the professors, you are not allowed to view or borrow related books. I'm just a little curious, but I don't plan to actually go in. Marks took the book in his hand and shrugged casually. Marks was not going to watch these dangerous banned books in the near future. After all, with his current magic foundation, it is not suitable to learn these advanced magic. Anyway, there is still a whole semester, so I will talk about it when I have a free time and a chance. After Mrs. Pins finished explaining to Marks, Jiansuo turned around and left. After all, she had to stare at the little wizards of the higher grades. Almost every once in a while, there would be little wizards trying to break into the restricted area. Of course, before leaving, Mrs. Pins did not forget to remind Marks that no noise is allowed in the library. When I walked to the rest area and sat down, Marks was not in a hurry to experiment with the effects of the Xwiba experience card. Instead, he flipped through the book and prepared to watch it in a normal state for a while, then see how you can increase your learning efficiency several times. Soon there was only the sound of turning pages in the lounge, and occasionally I interrupted my thoughts because of a little noise from elsewhere. Chapter 7. I suddenly became stupid. The quiet environment made Marks thank the administrator Mrs. Pins very much in his heart. The library prohibition of loud noise is indeed necessary. As the basic theoretical book of Transfiguration mantra, the difficulty of Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration is not high, but the thick pages obviously cannot be read in a short time. 1 hour passed in a flash, and Marks's hand only turned over a third of the page. After thinking about it, Marks continued to look down at the book, and when he finished reading the whole book, another 1.5 passed. Hour. After watching for more than 2 hours, when Marks put down the books, his mind became a little groggy. These age-old magic books usually like to add some strange and unexplainable words. It seems that only in this way can they show the mystery of magic, which makes Marks very uncomfortable with people who are accustomed to modern books. Maybe this is a wizard, Marks muttered to himself, thinking that this rather metaphysical way of thinking might be the gift of wizards. He can't understand it anyway. Ding. After a period of careful reading, you feel that the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration is boring and difficult to understand, and the proficiency of the Transfiguration mantra is slightly improved. Note: reading progress of Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. 27%. The system prompt that sounded in my mind once again exceeded Marks's expectation, because the corresponding prompt was not triggered when I was reading the textbook during class. Is it to be finished? Marks suddenly noticed the difference. He hadn't read any magic book before, so the difference should be this. After had an idea in his mind, Marks turned to complain about the system's prompt sound that was indistinguishable from the game log. Marks feels that after reading the book, although there are some things that I don't understand, it shouldn't be said to be boring and difficult to understand, right? 27% of the reading progress, Marks can understand. Everyone who has read the book knows that after reading it, it does not mean that you can remember all the knowledge in the book and use it freely. Otherwise, when taking the exam, wouldn't everyone get full marks? Let's take a look at the so-called Xwiba experience card now. Marks muttered to himself in a low voice, and then spent 100 points to exchange the Xwiba experience card. Remaining time, 0:59 and 59 seconds. For an instant, Marks felt something exploded in his brain. The knowledge he had learned recently and the content of the books he had read seemed to keep pouring out, and within just half a minute, after being classified and summed up, various thoughts gradually became clear. This feeling is like using a worn-out old-fashioned computer and suddenly replacing it with the latest model. A minute later, Marks opened his closed eyes, and lightly brushed the cover of the book The Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration with his right hand. Although he had not opened it yet, the content he had read before had already surfaced in his mind. Originally felt obscure and difficult to understand, but the words and sentences of God's babble combined with the context seemed to have a new way of interpreting them. The Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, as the basic book used by HogWarts to teach little wizards, must have been revised many times, refined and concise ... at least for wizards. When Marks turned the pages of the book and recollected it, Marks had actually understood the contents of the book in general, and the rest was to revisit the places that I didn't understand before. Page 3, Chapter 2. Page 7. Chapter 13. Marks's hand was flipping rapidly on the Beginner's Guide to Transformation, and the index of reading progress in his mind also rapidly increased. In less than 20 minutes, Marks has already read the entire book again. Ding. After a period of careful reading, you think the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration is simple and clear, without challenges at all, and the proficiency of the Transfiguration spell has been greatly improved. The current progress of reading The Beginner's Guide to Transformation, 100%. Reading reward, 5 points for academic achievement. Transfiguration has reached level 1, current proficiency 12,200. Reward 5 points. At the moment Marx put down the book, 2 reminders rang in his mind. It is worth mentioning that the upgrade of the transfiguration spell, Marx did not feel any, neither did he feel the upgrade effect of a golden light in place, nor did he feel any other enhancement effects. Only after understanding the principle of the transformation curse, Marx felt that releasing the transformation curse was no longer a problem. At least the trick of turning a match into a silver needle was already easy for Marx. Even holding the one that is not very aura will not affect his performance. At best, the effect is slightly weaker. This is the same as Marx previously guessed. The proficiency and increase will not directly increase his strength, but more equivalent to expressing his strength through proficiency. Seeing that the expiration time of the Xwibu experience card was about 37 minutes, Marx did not stop at all, sprinted to the bookshelf and picked up the most recent copy of Basic Magic Principle Detailed Explanation and turned it over. As soon as I started, Marx felt that the book was thicker than he thought. The content in the book www.uukanzu.com is the analysis of commonly used magic spells and some conjectures about the composition of magic. If this kind of purely theoretical books were replaced at other times, Marx would probably find it boring, but this time I read it vigorously. Even the system prompts that sounded in Marx's mind halfway through. Marx did not go, "Guan, immerse yourself in the ocean of knowledge." However, Marx, who was halfway through the book, suddenly changed his expression slightly. He felt that his clear brain was covered with a white mist, and his thoughts were forcibly interrupted. This kind of feeling is as if someone was shocked and forced to hold back when the water was released to the heart's content. I suddenly became stupid. Marx stared blankly at the detailed explanation of the magic spell in front of him, and for a while it was a little difficult to adapt to the change in his IQ. Marx didn't react until he stood there for a while, tapped his dizzy head lightly, and took a closer look at the time for the 30 minutes of Xwibu experience card that had passed. Marx looked at the half of the unread pages in his hand, and reopened it unwillingly, but the content of the other half suddenly became esoteric and incomprehensible. The efficiency of reading suddenly decreased by several times, which made it feel. Marx, who has passed the bonus of Xwibu mode, is difficult to accept. Seeing a few pages, Marx sighed and put down the book in his hand. After experiencing the Xwibu mode for an hour, Marx has a deep understanding of the power of this exchange. This is not just a question of increasing the learning speed several times, including the overall improvement of understanding and thinking ability, and it can completely turn a scumbag into a scholastic or even a scholastic existence. There are almost no incomprehensible problems in learning knowledge. Just learn it. Chapter 8. Everyone has their own learning method. In the process of the experiment just now, Marx also noticed a hidden factor, that is, his own knowledge accumulation will also affect the efficiency and speed of learning. This is why it only takes about 20 minutes to read the Beginner's Transformation Guide, and the time to read the Basic Magic Principle is much slower. 30 minutes, only half the time. The quick reading of the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, on the one hand, is because Marx himself has some foundation to release the Transfiguration spell, and on the other hand, because he has read this book just now and has an understanding of the content of the book. And the detailed explanation of basic mantra principles involves a wide range of knowledge, and Marx has not read it in advance, so the reading speed is relatively slow. After analyzing the advantages and disadvantages of the Xwibu experience card, Marx immediately realized that he wanted to make good use of this hour. The most optimized solution was to read the corresponding book first, and then use the Xwibu experience card after reading it. Improve your comprehension and thinking skills and review it again, so that you can make the most of your time. And every time you understand a magic book thoroughly, you will be rewarded with academic points. In addition to increasing the level of the magic spell, The accumulated academic points can be used to exchange for the Xwidbo experience card. Under such a cycle, isn't the strength will advance by leaps and bounds? Just now Marx just finished half of the detailed explanation of basic mantra principles. All the spells he knows have increased a lot of proficiency. Among them, the levitating curse and the disarming curse have risen to the same level as the transfiguration curse, and they are rewarded again. 10 academic grade points. This makes Marx's grade points that were cleared to 0 again by 20 points, which greatly reduces the time to gather grade points next time. Thinking of this, Marx looked at the vast magic books in the library, and suddenly realized that these are all grade points. If I can read them all, it is difficult for Marx to imagine how much his strength will grow. Thinking of this, Marx regained his fighting spirit. However, things were counterproductive. When Marx was about to work hard, he was told that it was time for the lights to be turned off in the library. Marx then realized that he had been in the library for more than 3 hours. Children, it is important to learn knowledge, but it is also important to pay attention to the combination of work and rest. As for now, give me back to the dormitory of the respective college. Mrs. Pins drove away the little wizards who were still planning to stay in the library. As the librarian at Hogwarts, she certainly does not hate the little wizard who likes knowledge, as long as she doesn't make a big noise in the library. But the principal of the library has regulations on the opening hours, and Mrs. Pins does not good extension. Marx stepped forward at this moment, took half of the detailed explanation of basic magic principles in his hand, and gestured. "Madam, can I borrow this book?" "Of course, as long as it can be returned within the specified time." Mrs. Pins glanced at the book and nodded casually after seeing the title of the book. After speaking, Mrs. Pins turned to search in the library. There are always a few people who like to hide themselves in a sea of books, with the intent to get through it, waiting for the lights to be turned off and then slip into the forbidden book area. Of course, there are some people who are fascinated and forget the time. "Thank you." Marx politely nodded his head and thanked him, and then took the book and left the library. He couldn't wait to go back and try the magic that gained promotion. Let me. Yeah? Marx, who hadn't walked a few steps before, only had time to hear a few crisp female voices behind him, and felt that he was hit by someone, and his forehead was in close contact with the wall. And then he sat down on the ground. The detailed explanation of basic mantra principles in his hand also fell to the ground. Fortunately, the force of the impact was not heavy, so Marx touched his flushed forehead and got up. Marx picked up the book first, and then he noticed the little girl who bumped into him carelessly. The first thing that catches the eye is the thick brown hair, which is messy and obviously lacks the owner's care. The standard wizard robe looks a bit wide when worn, and there are several magic books scattered on the side. Hermione, Marx was stunned, but quickly figured out the situation. It is estimated that when our know-it-all lady was kicked out of the library by Mrs. Pins, she was too anxious, so she ran into him directly from behind. Hermione was hit hard at once, until she was supported by Marx before she stood up. "Oh, sorry, I might have been a little confused before. I didn't expect to bump into you." "It's okay, just pay attention next time." After Marx picked up the book on the floor and handed it back to Hermione, he shook his head and said he didn't care. Hermione, however, immediately opened the chattering box after seeing the book in Marx's hand, and said incessantly, "I also borrowed this book detailed explanation of basic magic principles before, and I learned many new magic skills. My God, I didn't even know that strong will can greatly increase the power of some spells, but this requires wizards to have a high magic control ability, otherwise, it is very likely to make the magic is out of control." At this point, Hermione seemed to be thinking of something. Her voice became louder and said, "By the way, learning requires understanding and memorization, not just flipping through the book from beginning to end. Rather than reading books like Basic Mantra Principles, I think you should memorize all the textbooks first." Hermione confided her thoughts or experience in a burst of cannonballs, Perhaps she was helping Marx consciously, and there was always a sense of superiority. Marx knew that Hermione must have seen her learning with the Xwibu experience card in the second half, so I kindly reminded her, but Hermione's high-pitched tone still made Marx frown insignificantly. Thank you for reminding, but I think everyone has their own way of learning, Marx said lightly, and then I understood a little bit why Harry, Ron and other little wizards shouldn't wait to see Hermione, who is smart. I have to say that before Halloween, Miss Granger's character is really not very likable. How is this possible? Hermione still wanted to continue preaching, but Marx interrupted her as soon as she spoke. Quick defamation. Marx waved his magic wand and tapped it on the parchment that Hermione used to make notes. The paper vibrated slightly, and then it swelled and deformed, and the slightly rough parchment surface slowly became smooth. No time. Right in front of Hermione, within a second or two, Marx went from chanting the spell to waving his wand in one go. The standard was just like the demonstration by Professor McGonagall in class, and the parchment has now become Maith in Jade's lab. Chapter 9 Fear Curse. Hermione opened her mouth wide and her face was full of disbelief. She still remembered that in the polymorphology class yesterday, Marx obviously couldn't stabilize the polymorph spell. Why did she become so powerful today? After completing the transformation, Marx didn't even stay longer, leaving Hermione, who was still standing in a daze, and left alone and returned to the Gryffindor lounge. Marx, who was holding a book, was walking on the way back to the bedroom, and just hit Harry and Ron, who were holding the wizard flag, and the two of them had a ghostly expression. Ron looked at the detailed explanation of basic spell principles in Marx's hand. His eyes were about to stare, and the knight he was holding in his right hand fell onto the table with a snap. The armor of the knight who fell from the sky was smashed and smashed. He cursed and slashed the nail of Ron's left hand with a toothpick-thick sword. Oh, it hurts. Ron's left hand trembled sharply, flying the knight to the side, then looking at his cracked nails, angrily picked up the cup and smashed the knight who had hurt him, and then threw them all into the box, waiting for automatic repair. Then Ron clutched his thumb and said to Harry with a worried expression on his face, "Harry, do you think Marx will become like Hermione in the future?" This shouldn't it? Harry was also a little unsure. The two shuddered at the thought of the two Hermiones pointing at them. Marx returned to the dormitory, not knowing that Harry and Ron were talking about themselves in the lounge. At this meeting, Marx's attention has long shifted to the changes in various values in the system. Marx McClown. Occupation: Wizard. Enchantments: Fear Curse Level 1 6200, Floating Curse Level 1 12200, Transformation Curse Level 1 30200, Disarming Curse Level 1 16200, Bright Curse Level 1 1200. Knowledge Theory: Magic Item Making Level 0 435500, Basic Magic Principle Level 0 88100, Magic Item, Magic Wand. You Wood, Unicorn Hair, 11 inches and 3/4 long. Magic, Medium, Fit, 72.5%. Academic Points, 20. Only 1 hour of Learning Master Experience card. The improvement is not small. Marx's spells have basically been upgraded to a level. Just as the other people in the dormitory were not there, Marx used boxes, stools, pillows, etc. to experiment with the power of the levitating curse and the disarming curse. Yugadim Leviosa. Accept your weapon. After a few minutes of self-entertainment, Marx looked at the pillows from the head of the bed that was bombarded by the disarming curse to the end of the bed, as well as the boxes and stools floating in the air slowly falling down, filled with a sense of accomplishment. This is the power of magic. For this mysterious and unpredictable supernatural ability, few people can resist its temptation. What's more, before he died from a serious illness in his previous life, Marx, who was lying on the hospital bed, liked to read all kinds of magic and fantasy books. It's a pity that in the past few days Marx has just passed through, due to various reasons, Even the most basic spell has not been successfully released. Now that several magics have been released at once, Marx is naturally excited. Now no matter what I see, Marx wants to throw a transformation spell and a floating spell on it. After experimenting for more than 10 minutes, Marx's brain has become a little groggy, which is obviously a sign of magic overdraft. In the process of frequently casting spells, Marx probably understood the limit of his ability. The first is the levitating curse. Marx can hover an empty box 1 meter in the air for nearly 40 seconds at most, or float his bed for 5 seconds, but the height of the suspension is only about 30 centimeters. Is followed by a transformation spell, which can change an object's form or even its nature into another object within a period of time. This is also the spell that Marx is most interested in. After practicing to the depths, he can even turn inanimate objects into living animals like Professor McGonagall. I just don't know if this transformation spell can be used against wizards. For example, when facing an enemy, a transformation spell will turn the enemy into a tree. A brick. A pig. A cow. A sheep. Or turning the shields in front of and behind the hostile wizard into beasts and traps, which can also have the effect of defeating the enemy with one blow. But Marx frowned when he thought of this, because in retrospect he realized that in the original book, it seems that few people would do this. Even Professor McGonagall, who is proficient in the transformation spell, did not apply the transformation spell on the hostile wizard in the final battle. Is it because ordinary transformation spells cannot be used on living bodies? The transformable curse is powerful enough to transform non-living forms into living forms. There is no reason to reverse this process. Hagrid also used the spell to make the little fat Dun Dudley who bullied Harry grow a pigtail. Draco also has a black history of being transformed into a ferret, which shows that the transformation spell can directly act on the human body. Is it because of the influence of magic? Does the wizard possess certain resistance to the transformation spell? The stronger the resistance, the more stacks. What is that magic power? Why can wizards use all kinds of incredible magic? Marx thought of the only animagus transformation that can affect a powerful wizard. Even such a powerful and difficult magic can only transform the wizard into a specific animal, and it cannot achieve the desired form at will. This is more like a solidified transformation spell, allowing the wizard to switch back and forth between the two forms, without flaws, and no time limit. Forget it. What do I want to do now? Marx lightly stroked his forehead. He is just a first-year little wizard, and the curse is only a level that can be released. It's no use thinking so much. After experimenting all the levitating curses, transforming curses, brightening curses, and disarming curses, you are reading www.uukahasu.com. Marx probably had an estimate of his own strength is about the more powerful level among ordinary first-year little wizards. After experimenting with the effects of ordinary spells, Marx put his gaze on the fear spell, which is a black magic. This curse that appeared in the system after he crossed to Hogwarts, Marx had never used it before. Fear is coming. Marx recalled the sequence of releasing magic in his memory, waving his wand and hitting Maka head. A dim purple light flashed. Maka tilted his head and looked at Marx innocently. It's no use. Marx looked at Maka, who didn't respond, and couldn't help but feel a little strange. Fear is coming, fear is coming. Marx cast spells one after another, and the purple light directly enveloped Maka. But Maka thought that Marx was playing with it, so he held the tip of the wand with his hook-shaped beak and pulled it up. Marx reluctantly took the wand back, otherwise he would be broken by Maka, and then looked at the fear curse in the system magic bar. Logically speaking, he should be able to release normally after the first level of the spell. Or, Marx suddenly remembered the memory that popped in his mind when he was invaded by the Sorting Hat. Fear? Marx closed his eyes and thought for a while, then opened his eyes just to see the grey-black mouse dozing on Ron's table. After a little thought, Marx let go of the owl Maka, who was his messenger, holding the wand and walking over. And Zebra is sleeping soundly right now. There are still scented beans in the corners of his mouth. His small paws are divided into 4 fingers, and occasionally unconsciously scratching on the table. It seems that he is having a dream. Chapter 10 Scattered. What happened to you, Spotty? Fear is coming. Marks waved his magic wand and pointed it on Scaly's head. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As soon as the spell came into effect, the grey-black mouse immediately went mad. His closed eyes blazed for an instant, and his mouth screamed with red ears. Immediately after kicking his powerful claws on the table, the whole mouse rolled off the table like flying, knocking down a lot of cups and decorations along the way, and scurrying in the bedroom. Marks finally let go of seeing the effect so well. Unexpectedly, the principle of the fear curse is the opposite of the principle of calling the gods. The latter requires the operator to recall good and happy things, while the former requires the operator to imagine a terrible event or experience into the mind of the person being operated on. Is like a reverse mindset, or a horror plus version. When cast a spell on Shaban, Marks conceived a scene where Shaban was chased by a black dog. Perhaps it was because Shaban was in his sleep before casting the spell. The power of the fear spell was combined with his sleep, and the effect of this black magic was much stronger than Marks had imagined. While Marks was still happy about successfully releasing the fear curse, Ron and Harry, who had heard the noise in the lounge, also rushed in at this time. Looking at a messy dormitory, Harry almost thought he was in the wrong place, and was about to ask questions, but Ron saw the grey-black mice running around in the dormitory. Oh, no. Zebra, Zebra. What's wrong with you, Zebra? Ron yelled in a crushing voice, and rushed into the dormitory after a few quick steps, and rushed to Neville's bed, trying to catch him just running past Grey-Black Mouse. But at this time, Scabbard was very frightened by Marks's magic. He regarded Ron as the black dog in his dream, and with a swish, he went under the bed from the gap between the edge of the bed, making it easy for Ron to find it for a while. Marks, what happened here? Harry looked at Marks, who was staying at the table. I'm just practicing the spell here. Marks shrugged, and then said with a slight guilty conscience, just as you see, there may be a small accident. Harry looked at Ron, who got under the table and was so ashamed by the mouse that he had found nothing. He felt that the accident was not small at all, so he finally sighed helplessly. Then we might have to catch mice all night. Fortunately, the final situation was not as bad as Harry thought. After the three people tossed for a long time, Marks, who remembered that he was a wizard, seized an opportunity to use the levitating curse to float Scabbard, who was planning to hide under the book, and even the book and the mouse to float, and the farce finally died down. In the next few days, Ron was sulking for several days. After Marksley's loss, he naturally had to apologize and bought some multi-flavored beans as a spare grain for Zebra, and Harry persuaded him. Ron didn't hold on to the splatter anymore. It is worth mentioning that Hermione, who heard about it, bluntly mocked Ron for seeing a mouse more important than a friend. The two also quarreled. As a result, Ron almost didn't get mad. As for Scab, Ron also cared more and more, and even took it with him in class. From time to time, he always felt that someone wanted to harm his mouse. On the other hand, Marks continued to live a life of classroom, library, dorm room at 3 o'clock and one line. He read some basic books and barely made up the opportunity to use the Gzwibber experience card again. Over the past few days, Marks's spell proficiency has improved a lot. This caused the professor to give a grade higher than before in class. Except for Professor Binns, who teaches history, he only gives general evaluations every time. In other classes, Marks has a good record, especially in the spell and transformation classes, because Marks's transformation and floating spells have successfully broken through to the second level. Once a plank was deformed, even a little faster than Hermione, and both Harry and Ron were stunned. But if you want to upgrade, it won't be so easy, because every time the level of the spell increases by 1 level, the proficiency required for the next upgrade will double that of the last time. In addition to studying, Marx is also looking for a place in the House of Requirement as a place to test the power of the spell in the future. It's always inconvenient in the Gryffindor lounge. It's a pity that after reading the original for so many years, Marx didn't remember it for a long time, only that it was opposite a tapestry, so that he didn't find it for several days. It wasn't until the Friday of the second week when Harry received Hagrid's invitation letter that Marx's regular life was broken. Of course, there is good news and bad news. The bad news is that they have to take 2 potions lessons with Slytherin this Friday. It would be nice if we could skip this morning. Snape, the professor of the potions class, is the Dean of Slytherin. George told me that. Let's be careful. In the corridor of the aisle, Ron and Marx talked about the gossip they had heard from their 2 older brothers, and they did not forget to feed the spot on the right hand. Isn't it? Professor McGonagall is also the Dean. I haven't seen her favoritism. Hermione couldn't help but retorted, I'm not the only one who thinks so. Many senior Gryffindors say so. Ron was very disdainful of Hermione's rhetoric. You read www.uukanzu.com and turned to face Harry and Yi. Fan said, do you think that is the case too? Professor Snape has been so dark all day. And there are even rumors in the school that Professor Snape used to be a dark wizard. When talking about the rumors, Ron obviously lowered his voice so as not to be heard by others. Impossible, Professor Dumbledore wouldn't let a dark wizard come to the academy. Harry shook his head, although Harry felt that Professor Snape, who taught the potions class, seemed to dislike him at the banquet at the beginning of school. But in the past few days at school, teaching professors in various subjects has been quite good. No matter how bad Snape is, it won't go bad. Hermione also nodded again and again, and Ron had no choice but to turn his head to look at Marx. At this time, Marx was holding a multi-flavored bin and teasing Scaly. When he heard a few people talking, he glanced at Harry and said, Professor Snape's needle is not aimed at Gryffindor. I don't know, but it must be aimed at us. At this point, Marx is also a little depressed. It is impossible for him to get an excellent evaluation in Snape's class. After all, I love the House and the Crow, and hate the House and the Crow. Even if Snape gave him a bad review after class, Marx would not be surprised. Harry was seen by Marx a little inexplicably. I really didn't understand what Marx meant. Are you saying that Professor Snape hates Harry? Hermione frowned, guessing what Marx was thinking from the look at Harry before. Marx admired Hermione's tact in his heart, but he couldn't tell the truth. So he shook his head. I'm just skeptical. Don't you think that Professor Snape looks something wrong every time he looks at Harry? Chapter 11 Potions Class. Harry was deeply impressed, but he couldn't help but speak as he saw Marx feeding the multi-flavored beans to Scabbard all the time. Marx, if you continue to feed like this, Scabbers are about to die. Hearing Harry said this, Hermione, who was thinking of continuing to ask questions, turned her attention to Scab on Ron's hand. The mouse, which was originally skinny with its hair tied together, has now changed its appearance. After scurrying around in the dormitory, the spots were cleaned by Ron with a brush, and after being fed these days, they are now obviously a little fatter. Why? This amount of feeding is normal. In the past, Zebra was hungry and thin, so I should have an extra meal. Yifan insisted on his opinion, and once again handed a piece of multi-flavored beans to Zebra's mouth. Furthermore, this can be regarded as an expression of my apologies, Marx said again. Shaban's performance was not even the slightest bit of empathy. He glared at Marx angrily, and his little paw arrogantly pulled Marx's hand away, until Shaban realized that his small paws were not enough for Marx's power. Then he took a bite of the multi-flavored beans that had been sent to him. After all, it's the lips. No matter how angry you are, you have to eat rice, right? I can't resist anyway. In fact, taste carefully. Except for the individual flavors, the multi-flavored beans are quite delicious. Noting the weakening of the resistance, Marx couldn't help but sigh that Pettigrew Peter has been working for so many years. Nothing else works, but his mentality is quite stable. Ming Ming was still being chased by the most scared person a few nights ago, and after only one night, he was able to continue to feast on, even though the chase was in a dream. But this also means that Peter Pettigrew doesn't know the dark magic of the fear curse. Maybe he just thought Marx used some magic to turn his dream into a nightmare. After all, Marx, the little wizard, has no reason to know what happened 11 years ago, let alone know that Sirius Animagus is a black dog. What if I raise too much fat? Ron looked at the special attention of Marx and said with some concern, "It's okay, you don't need to send a letter to Scab, and you can save it from running around." Marx comforted. Marx thought to himself that Voldemort's resurrection plan would not have been so easy to succeed if it weren't for Peter Pettigrew. When the time comes to feed the fat into the ball, Marx wants to see if Shaban is chased by Crookshanks and Sirius, but can't run. A few people walked towards the basement where the potions class is located while chatting. When they walked into the classroom, Harry and Ron believed the rumor that Snape was a dark wizard again. The whole classroom is not big, but the atmosphere is a bit dark and terrifying. There are some glass bottles around, and the bottles are filled with blue-green liquid. Some animals can still be immersed in the liquid. In addition, the classroom is built underground. If it weren't for Hogwarts, Marx would have thought it was the secret laboratory of the Dark Wizard. "Get to your seats. We have to be careful in this class," Ron said. At this time, Ron had no doubt about George's previous words, and quickly took Marx, Harry, and Hermione to sit down, lest Snape found a reason for the deduction. However, Marx knew in his heart that Snape would make up an excuse to find fault even if they had a good class. After the little wizards of the two academies sat down, the gloomy door was suddenly pushed open, and the sound of the door hitting the wall reverberated in the classroom. Not long after, a thin figure walked in through the gate, his sallow skin covered under the long black cloak, his indifferent eyes swept across the little wizards, and it was only momentary when his eyes touched Harry. Stopped for a while, and the hook-like nose made him look like a giant human-shaped bat. Snape walked all the way to the front of the stage, waving his wand with his right hand, and the curtains around him were automatically pulled down. Without the sunlight shining into the basement through the windows, the classroom immediately became darker. When the light became dim, Marx clearly noticed that Snape's tight expression relaxed slightly. After finishing all this, the potion master looked around the little wizards who were restrained by his aura while taking the starting list. "I will be a full name next. I hope no one will dare to disappear in my class." Snape's low voice began to reverberate in the classroom, and the naughty little wizards were all quiet. At this time, only Draco Malfoy of Slytherin could laugh. Neville Longbottom, Marx McClown, Harry Potter. Snape's plain tone fluctuates slightly when he says Harry's name. By the way, I almost forgot. Snape was expressionless, but there seemed to be a hint of sarcasm in his words. "There is a new celebrity in our school." The little wizards all around looked towards Harry when they heard the words, and Draco and two of his followers even snickered in private. Was inexplicably targeted to make Harry a little uncomfortable, but what he didn't know was that this was just the beginning. Snape turned his head and no longer looked at Harry, but at all humanity. "You come here, you reading www.uukanzu.com is to learn the subtle techniques of pharmacy. Since there is no silly wave of wands here, many of you don't believe that this is magic. I don't expect you to truly understand the beauty of pharmaceutical technology." Snape said. There was a pause, then he spoke with a fascinating taste. "Think about it, when you simmer medicinal materials in a big steam pot, the medicinal water slowly boils, and white smoke curls up ... and the liquid flowing in the veins of the human body, the liquid with incomparable subtle power ... It can almost make you be drunk and fascinate all your senses ... I can teach you how to can fame, how to brew glory, and even say ... stop death ... as long as you don't be as stupid as the bunch of stupid people I taught before." Snape spoke a long time after speaking. "Potter, if the powder of the narcissus bulb is added to the wormwood juice, what will be the consequences?" Harry looked blank. "What is narcissus? What is wormwood?" Harry looked at Ron for help. Ron also looked blank. Hermione held her right hand high, but Snape just pretended not to see it. Marx was far away, and could only open his mouth, silently vomiting the words of stagnant water and sleeping pills. Harry was a little eager, but Snape's compelling gaze made him afraid to look at Marks. Naturally, he couldn't guess what Marks was talking about. After a long time, he could only spit out a few words with difficulty. "I don't know the professor." Marks helplessly supported his forehead with his hand. "He has tried his best." It is useless even if he tells Harry the answer in advance, unless Harry can memorize all the books about potions. Otherwise Snape has a way to target Harry. Chapter 12. Poor Scaly. Then watching Harry gradually shut himself up under Snape's repeated questioning, Marks remembered a conjecture he had seen in his previous life. These several questions that Snape asked Harry had a deeper meaning. The most obvious is that the Narcissus asphodel used to prepare potions is interpreted in Latin as "My regrets follow you out of the grave." My regrets walk into the grave with you. Wormwood usually implies pain and regret. It was hard for Marks to imagine what kind of emotion Snape, who was somber and bitter, faced Harry when he faced Harry. "Are you ashamed of Lily's death by leaking information? Or is it the affection that knows that the lover has died and is willing to die together?" Thinking like this, Mark's eyes gradually became more compassionate. Mark's McClown. Or he noticed something wrong with Mark's eyes. After asking Harry 3 questions, Snape turned his wand and pointed at Marks. "Next you will answer these 3 questions." Marks was stunned at first. He didn't expect Snape to ask himself a question, but he quickly reacted and replied, "Adding the powder of the narcissus bulbs to the wormwood juice will give you life and death water. It is a powerful sleeping pill. The bezoar is in the stomach of the cow, and the boat-shaped aconite and the charmgesum aconitum refer to the same plant." Of course Marks, who has read the original, will not be stumped by these 3 questions, but Marks is also a little worried, for fear that Snape is asking other questions. Even though Marks had read the potions textbook several times before taking the potions class, Snape obviously would not follow the routine. He asked Harry 3 questions before. None of them were in the 1st grade. "What should be learned?" Ding. "You answered the difficult problem carefully prepared by the professor in class, and you answered the questions 3 times, with a 100% correct rate, and 9 points for academic achievement." Unexpected system sounds sounded in Marks's mind. Marks's face instantly changed from worry to surprise and then immediately turned into ecstasy, and all his original worries were thrown aside. "Come, even if you ask the question, frown it and count me as losing." Marks looked at Snape resolutely. True warriors never fear any challenge. "It's best to have 10 questions and 8 questions. Marks doesn't believe that he can't even know a single question. It's a little bit more academic point. Marks's face-changing skills impressed all the little wizards. However, to Marks's expectation, Snape didn't even look at him. Instead, he turned his head blankly and mocked Harry. "Have you heard, Potter? It seems that not every little wizard who just started school is as stupid and ignorant as you." "Professor, Harry stood up angrily and planned to refute it, but Snape interrupted Harry's words neatly. "Potter, because of your performance... Gryffindor got 1 point deducted." After speaking as if reading a verdict, Snape turned around mercilessly to continue teaching, while Harry was dragged by Ron desperately, his original white cheeks flushed with anger. Just getting ready to face Snape's troublesome Marks, facing such a neglect was a bit inexplicable. After a slightly apologetic glance at Harry, he had to continue listening to the class with peace of mind. Looking forward to when Snape will continue to pose questions to make things difficult for himself. It was a pity for Marks that in the next class, Snape seemed to forget him in general. Apart from occasionally taking time out to scold the little wizards who made the wrong steps, he only had a great deal with Harry. Strong interest. He is like an iron block attracted by a magnet, constantly wandering around Harry, his hollow eyes carefully looking at every step of Harry's potion refining. If there is a little mistake, it is a meal. A ridiculous mockery. Ron, who was sitting next to Harry, was also unlucky. Snape found out the mouse spots he was carrying with him. He carried his tail and publicly designated a white mouse with the effect of the experimental potion. Ron almost cried on the spot. When I learned my destiny, the screaming cries called a miserable. If it wasn't for Neville's accidental act of burning through the crucible in the end that spoiled Snape's interest, Shaban would be forced to drink the feces yellow potion made by Ron with unknown ingredients. Marks glanced sympathetically at the limp spots on the table, and sighed that Peter Pettigrew's bad fortune had been frightened twice in just a few days since he came to school. The Her Potions class time, for most young wizards, is simply suffering. After class, they all escape from the dungeon. Oh my god, how could Dumbledore hire Snape as a professor? He almost killed Shaban. After finishing the potions class, Ron calmed the shivering Shaban while angrily wanted to smash the wall. Harry nodded in agreement, and stood on the same front with Ron. He was so clearly targeted in the first class of school, and no one could bear it. Harry really couldn't understand why Snape hated him so much. Harry, if you can read more books before class, you won't be able to answer Professor Snape's questions. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. Hermione had a different idea, and she read it after she said it. Look at Marks, then continued. Like Marks, Professor Snape knows that Marks can answer it, so he won't make things difficult for him. Hermione's appreciation made Marks really ashamed. If he didn't know the plot, he might not be able to answer Snape's question. Hermione, not everyone can memorize the potions book within a few days of school. Besides, the questions Snape asked Harry were not in the first grade textbook. Marks sighed. Hermione pursed her mouth and did not refute, because she also saw what Snape did in the potions class today. But she was accustomed to abide by the law and obey the professor's arrangements before opening it in Ron. When spraying, helped to say a few words of excuse. Ron and Harry were very dissatisfied with Hermione's act of helping Snape speak. The three of them walked awkwardly. Thanks to Marks's persuasion, they finally got rid of the three before they reached Hagrid's cabin. The grievance in my heart. Hagrid, we came to see you. Harry moved forward and knocked on the door, and then a group of 4 heard dogs barking and running from inside the house. After a while, the door was opened and a huge figure came out of the house. Harry, you are here, come in soon. Hagrid greeted Harry enthusiastically, while still not forgetting to calm his restless dog. Marks followed Harry into the hut. There is only one room in the whole house, and the layout is a bit messy. There are many dried meat and ham hanging by the window, and there is a large stove in front of it. A pot of boiling water was burning on the stove, and the patched bed was placed on the right side against the wall. Chapter 13 Secrets hidden in the restricted book zone. Come, sit down, don't be so restrained. Hagrid brought a plate of rock cake to the table, and took the lead and sat down on the chair. The wooden support frame made a creaking sound, which made Yifan and others look a little worried. Fortunately, the quality of the chair was good. It is still stubbornly supporting the weight that should not be carried. Hagrid, this is Ron, this is Hermione. After sitting down, Harry pointed to the crowd to introduce Hagrid, but Marks stood up before he could introduce him. Hello, Hagrid, my name is Marks, nice to meet you. Oh, me too. Hagrid stretched out his big hand and shook Marks. But the difference between the two figures made the handshake look funny. The big dog teeth in the room were turning around Ron's side, and sometimes they pounced on Ron's saliva. Ron concealed the spots in his pocket as soon as Fang rushed over. Although he had never heard of dogs eating mice, Ron was always a little suspicious after the past few days. It's like someone is deliberately trying to murder his mouse. Next, Harry and Ron were bitter hearing Hagrid telling Snape deliberately about them in class. Hermione frowned, but didn't mean to refute. Marks did not participate in their discussion. Although Snape could not understand Harry, he was biased towards the students of Gryffindor, but he still had no problem in teaching. He taught a lot of potions. The recipe was improved by Snape himself, especially unexpectedly gave him an excellent evaluation in the first potions class, which made Marks's curse a little unspeakable. Of course, It would be better if Snape could produce more questions in class. Gringotts' bank stolen. Just as Marks was so bored that he wanted to try Hagrid's cake roll, a newspaper next to the teapot immediately caught Marks's interest. Harry and Ron, who were chatting about the sky, also stopped and leaned in front of the newspaper. They saw that it was written on the night of July 31st, that a major robbery occurred in Gringotts. The people concerned believed that it was some black witch or the black wizard did it, but the goblins of Gringotts insisted that nothing was lost. Happened on July 31st. Harry suddenly yelled as if thinking of something. Hagrid, I remember it happened to be my birthday, and we stayed the two. Really? Hagrid said vaguely. His eyes didn't dare to contact Harry directly, and the blunt topic turned to the rock cake, warmly inviting everyone to eat more. Harry, Ron and Hermione were all pitied by this hard brick-like rock crust, almost not breaking their teeth, but seeing Hagrid's ardent face, it was not easy to throw them away. Marks secretly soaked the rock cake in the tea, trying to soften it a bit, and barely ate half of it in. When he went back, Hagrid was still very enthusiastic, holding a basket of rock cakes and stuffing everyone's pockets a lot, even though they didn't want it. The four of them went back to the castle together, and then moved away on the stairs. Harry and Ron returned all the way to the bedroom, while Marks took the time to find the trace of the House of Responsiveness in the castle. Because in previous experiments, Marks found that no matter how much knowledge is reserved, without actual combat experience, the growth of proficiency may also stop. The search continued until the morning of Tuesday of the second week, when Marks found some traces on the 8th floor of the castle. It was a wide corridor with many portraits hung, and at the end was a tapestry of a giant stick beating Barnabas. Marks walked to the opposite wall of the tapestry and concentrated on the practice field he needed. After walking back and forth 3 times, a door appeared out of thin air on the originally flat wall. The door extended close to the wall, without the slightest gap, as if it was already here before. Marks opened the door with a hint of excitement. After he entered, the door behind him closed automatically. Inside was a large training venue. The hall was decorated brightly and transparently. The left and right rows were filled with dummy for practicing spells. Ding! I found the mysterious place where there is a responsive house. The voice in his mind was as expected by Marks, but the task of exploration increased by 3 percentage points, which Marks didn't expect. Knowing that the library that inherits knowledge is only a 5-point increase in progress, which shows how important this place is. Fall to pieces. After Marks warmed up a bit, he waved his wand to practice the spell he had learned. The white light hit the dummy directly, and the dummy swelled and exploded with one arm with a bang sound. The sawdust flying in the sky was restored by Marks with a healing spell. In the next half an hour, various colorful lights swept back and forth in the practice room. Transfiguration curse, petrification curse, flying curse, bright curse. After nearly half a month of crazy learning, you are reading www.uukanzu.com. Marks has learned all the basic spells, although the level is not high, but all have been upgraded to the level of a level, not always the time not working. But for the first time, Marks soon discovered that his spell hit rate was a bit worrying. The fixed target was okay. If it was a moving target, several shots would not necessarily make a single hit. Marks also tried to redeem a Xwib experience card during actual combat practice, and found that this learning buff is also useful during actual combat practice. The improvement of brain comprehension ability and analysis speed enables Marks to be faster and more accurate in the process of releasing the spell. The hit rate is greatly improved, and even the movement direction of the distant target and the trajectory of the spell light can be predicted. Trace. This makes it clear that the level of the spell is the same, but in the state of the experience card, Marks' strength is much higher than usual. Stupid, and stronger. Marks, who once again exited the experience mode, couldn't help sighing. After each use, the decline of his brain comprehension always gave Marks a feeling of suddenly becoming stupid. After practicing for a whole morning, Marks's brain was already groggy, and his magic power was almost dry. Taking into account the flight lesson in the afternoon, Marks left the responsive room after a while, and found one on the 8th floor. The secret road that I walked through. I plan to return to the Hall of Hogwarts all the way. Just as Marks stepped out of the secret road with his forefoot, the long-lost system alert sounded again. Ding. Explored the unknown underworld. The progress of exploring Hogwarts has reached 40%. Reward grade points, 20 points. Extra bonus. Please collect it by yourself in front of the 12th column of the 7 rows of bookshelves in the restricted area between 11 o'clock midnight and 1 o'clock a.m. Chapter 14 Flight Lessons with Frequent Conditions Part 1 The exploration mission reaches a certain value, and there are additional rewards. Marks is a little curious. This reward is not directly given out, but to find it in the forbidden book area in the middle of the night. This process always makes Marks feel a little creepy. But since it was a reward, Marks decided to go. Anyway, I have seen the Ghost and Ghost. What else is there to be afraid of at night? In the lobby, Harry and Ron were sitting at a round table eating lunch, and they hurriedly greeted after seeing the dazed Marks. Marks, this way. Where have you been this morning? You are so embarrassed. Harry was curious to see Marks's collapsed appearance. Just find a place to practice the spell. Marks rolled his eyes, stuck a piece of grilled sausage with a knife and stuffed it into his mouth. He was consumed this morning and didn't eat anything. He almost starved to death. It is the first time that Marks has consumed his magic power so intensely in so many days. Until now, he still feels dizzy. Marks was eating up in the hall, while Harry and Ron were excitedly discussing flying skills and the new broomstick, rocket and crossbow. And Marks only remembered after listening to it for most of the time that there seemed to be a flying lesson in the afternoon, which roused some interest. After all, flying is almost everyone's dream. Even if you have to ride a broom under your crotch, this enthusiasm is not affected. Slytherin College. It was even more lively. Draco Malfoy was surrounded by everyone, boasting loudly about his previous experience of flying. Before I went to Hogwarts, I would ride a flying broomstick. My dad took me all the way home, and once ran into a mole plane. If I didn't hide it quickly, I would knock it off! Draco said triumphantly. Marks just took a sip of goat milk and almost squirted out in public. Hit a plane? So awesome, why don't you go to heaven? Flying so high with a flying broom, without any protection, I'm afraid it would freeze to death long ago. Marks, have you ever ridden a flying broomstick before? Harry had been upset after listening to Draco's boasting. Now that Marks has reacted so strongly, he hurriedly asked. No. Marks shook his head decisively. Even if he had learned it before, he has forgotten. What about you, Ron? Harry said with a glimmer of hope. Ron didn't disappoint Harry. He talked about the scene when he used Charlie's old broom to practice at home. Marks just watched and listened to Ron and Draco's bragging. Anyway, after the flight class, all of them will be revealed. Sure enough, in the afternoon flight class, following the whistle of the teacher, Mrs. Hooch, among the 20 little wizards present, only Harry summoned the broomstick placed on the ground into his hand. Draco Malfoy, who boasted that he had almost hit an airplane before, tried several times but failed. Fortunately, after listening to the broomstick at the last minute, he flew into Draco's hands obediently and stopped. He lost face in front of Harry, and Ron was miserable. Maybe because he shouted too loudly, the broom bounced all of a sudden and hit his forehead directly. Get up! Marks called for the broom as Mrs. Hooch demonstrated, but the broom just stayed on the ground and whirled lazily and didn't mean to get up at all. Marks was anxious, and couldn't help but regret that he hadn't read a few more flying books before and brushed up on his proficiency. It wasn't until Mrs. Hooch turned her head around that she had a clue to hook the broomstick with his foot and kicked it gently into his hand, becoming the third student to get the magic broomstick. Madam Hooch saw that Marks was holding the broom steadily, and she nodded her head appreciatively and taught the other students to go. Harry was a little dumbfounded at Marks's show operation. Marks put his hand in front of his mouth and made a silent gesture to Harry. At the same time, He was relieved. At least this lesson will not be enough. A bad review. As long as you have academic points, riding a broomstick is not easy. However, for the system, there is only one exchange option, such as the Xwibu experience card, and Marx has also complained for a long time. How come there is no exchange that can enhance talent? He is a mediocre student. What if he pretends to be a tyrant and is dismantled by others? Where can I get a grade point? In order to keep his class evaluation, Marx imagined hundreds of handsome riding styles in his mind when Madame Hooch taught other students, as well as the troubles he might encounter in the process of flying. And pray that the tattered broomstick in your hand must give some face. If you can't fly on it, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Let me show you all. I will only demonstrate it once. After seeing everyone holding the broom steadily in their hands, Mrs. Hooch walked to the front and demonstrated the correct riding posture. Wait, as soon as I blow the whistle, you will push hard to the ground. Remember to hold your broom tightly. You are reading www.uukanzu.com and try to rise to a few feet. Madame Hooch commanded the crowd loudly, and Marx also rode the broomstick in time, preparing to experience the first high-altitude flight. However, before Marx could try, Neville, who was not far away, flew from the spot to high altitude with a loud scream in midair. Neville flew out at least 20 feet high in horror. The little wizards underneath were all messed up. Marx remembered that Neville seemed to fall and took out the staff first. Ugadim Leviosa. Marx waved a floating spell and shot it at Neville, who was falling rapidly from midair. The power of magic instantly stopped Neville's fall, hanging in the air over 3 meters above him. Madame Hooch's high-hanging heart also let go. God knows how worried she was just now. If Neville had a problem with her professor's flight class, Madame Hooch felt that she would have no face here at HogWarts. 8. Good job, Gryffindor adds 5 points. Madame Hooch gave Marx an admiring look. At the same moment, Yifan also received a prompt to increase his grade point, and he was slightly happy. The students of Gryffindor also applauded under the leadership of Harry and Ron, but before everyone's palms were slapped a few times, Neville fell directly from midair. The scene was very embarrassing. Sorry, Madame Hooch, I seem to have run out of magic power. Marx's smile stuck on his face, and then she shrugged helplessly. After practicing the spell all morning, he had just caught the rapidly descending Now is pretty good. Anyway, the grade points have been obtained, and the 5 points added will be deducted back. Chapter 15 Flight Lessons with Frequent Conditions. Medium Mrs. Hooch didn't mean to blame Marx, but hurried to Neville to check his injuries. Mrs. Hooch, is Neville all right? Marx asked. Marx feels that he has buffered a bit, and shouldn't cause more injuries, right? It's not bad. It's just a minor injury. Madame Hooch checked for a while and helped Neville, who had a swollen nose and a swollen face. The scene where Neville fell straight from the sky just now almost frightened her, so even if Neville's injuries were not serious, Madame Hooch insisted on sending him to the medical room. Okay, kids, I want to take Neville to the hospital. Before I come back, I hope you can stay here obediently. No one is allowed to fly privately. After Mrs. Hooch finished speaking, she took Neville, who was still with tears on her face, and walked towards the castle. As they walked farther, the Slytherin students burst into laughter, and Draco Malfoy laughed even more. Did you see it just now? That stupid slug fell from the sky. I guess he won't even dare to ride a broomstick in the future. Enough, Malfoy. Harry couldn't stand it, and stood up for Malfoy to shut up. However, Malfoy did not mean to repent, but taunted even more severely. My God, our Potter is that stupid friend. Of course we are friends, and you are not allowed to be called Neville, Harry said angrily at Malfoy. Marx also frowned upon hearing this. But when I first watched the movie, Marx knew that Malfoy was a bear kid, but his temperament was not too bad. Marx was thinking so, but suddenly he heard Malfoy pointing at him. Friend? Like him? Is he a friend who throws the stupid big man from the sky after adding points? Marx twitched the corners of his mouth, stepped forward and rolled up his sleeves, punched Malfoy in the face, and knocked Malfoy directly to the ground. MMP, bear children really hate it the most. Do you dare to hit me? I must let my father fire you. Malfoy touched his reddish cheeks, got up from the ground angrily, and said cursingly. Marks didn't care about Malfoy's threat. Although the old Malfoy was a director of Hogwarts, he did not have the right to expel a student directly. Dumbledore would not expel him for this trivial matter. After all, he is now somewhat a friend of Harry the Savior. Marks, good job. Ron stood up with his sleeves rolled up at this time. He had already seen Malfoy upset. Enough. Marks, Ron. What would you think if Mrs. Hooch came back and saw you fighting? You will be fired. Hermione looked at Marks and the others angrily, looking a little hysterical, and Malfoy took advantage of Marks's distraction and flew directly into the air on a broomstick. Perhaps the advantage of high altitude has brought Malfoy a little sense of security. Malfoy, who was beaten up, didn't mean to repent, but took out a crystal ball with greater force, raised it high, and said to everyone, "Look at what this is, that stupid crystal ball. Let me think about where I should hide it. How about throwing it in a tree? Are you not that stupid, friend? Come and get it." Malfoy. Harry was almost furious, and despite Hermione's dissuasion, he chased him into the air on a broomstick. Although Harry was flying on a broomstick for the first time, it was steady, and soon the two of them fought in the air. Marks naturally planned to go to help when he saw this, put the broom under his crotch, and learned Harry's take-off posture, hoping to experience the feeling of flying. However, the broom seems to have its own ideas. No matter how Marks shakes the top of the broom, the latter will not move. 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 Why don't you move? Marks patted the body of the broomstick depressedly. Only then did he remember that he hadn't even completed the first step of sensing the broom. Fortunately, before Marks stood thus stunned for too long, Hermione had already stood in front of Marks with her hands open. "Marks, are you going to violate the school rules too?" The little witch stared at Marks in front of her with enthusiasm. "No. I think Harry could handle it without me." Marks hurriedly took the opportunity to throw the broomstick in his hand on the ground, shrugged indifferently, and motioned Hermione to look at the sky. Harry riding a broomstick was just like a fish in the air, and soon suppressed Malfoy. Hermione even wondered if Harry had practiced before he came to school. However, Malfoy obviously wouldn't admit defeat so easily. Seeing that he was not Harry's opponent, Malfoy threw the glass ball in his hand decisively into the distance. "Here, then," Malfoy said viciously. The glass ball flew far away under Malfoy's throw. When Harry saw it, he followed up in a rush, almost hitting the bricks of the castle, and then swooped down with the glass ball. "No, Harry, stop!" Hermione yelled in horror. "You are reading www.uukanzu.com." Malfoy laughed loudly until he saw Harry holding the glass ball in his hand in a beautiful dive, and Malfoy smiled, frozen on his face. It's just that neither Malfoy nor Harry noticed Professor McGonagall's surprised expression in front of an opened window in the distance. Hermione and the others, who had been worried about Harry, breathed a sigh of relief, and Ron even pulled out his wand. "We are going to teach Malfoy a lesson. Legs stand and stop dead." Ron shouted out the leg-locking spell he had just learned in the spell class. In class, Ron used it once by chance, letting an experimental toe jump on its hind legs together for a class. However, luck was not on Ron's side this time. The pitch-black staff just emitted a bunch of weird white smoke without any reaction. Malfoy, who was flying in the sky on a broomstick, was shocked at first, and he was even ready to evade, but he suddenly laughed when he saw Ron's embarrassment. Ron's cheeks were swollen and flushed, and he was so angry that he could not wait to jump into the air and poke the wand in his hand into Malfoy's broken mouth. "I'll come here." Seeing Ron's desperate appearance, Marks sighed helplessly, and at any rate took a break again. There is no problem with one or two magic spells. But there was an accident, Marks still said to Hermione, who seemed a little at a loss due to various changes. "Hermione, do you remember the spell of the floating spell?" "Of course." Hermione glanced at Marks strangely, and nodded dazedly. "Ask what this does." "That's good." Before Hermione could understand, Marx said softly while raising the wand in his hand. Chapter 16 Frequent Flight Lessons Part 2 Happy Mid-Autumn Festival All Petrochemicals. Following the petrification spell, Marx chanted a grey-white light beam from Marx's wand and flew towards Malfoy in the distance. In midair, the proud Malfoy did not expect Marx's movements at all. He was sturdily hit by the petrification curse. The original white skin turned into a stiff grey in less than half a second. His expression and the action also stayed at the moment of being petrified. Malfoy in this state couldn't even move a finger, let alone manipulate the broom under him, and immediately fell straight down from the sky. Of course, even though the body is petrified, Malfoy's consciousness is still intact. It's just that if he had a choice, Malfoy would prefer to know nothing. After all, he fell from a high altitude and watched the ground get closer and closer. This feeling of getting closer to death was enough to make people collapse. If it weren't for the petrified Malfoy, he would have started to soar. And the moment Marx hit Malfoy with the petrification charm, he turned to face Hermione. "Hermione, it's now." The clever little witch understood Marx's plan the moment I started her hands. But now Hermione obviously has no time to blame Marx. She only had time to stare at Marx and shouted, "Ugadim Leviosa!" At this time, Malfoy was also horrified to the extreme, imagining in his mind that he was smashed into several pieces in a petrified state. Malfoy even thought of how old Malfoy would torture Marx, Harry and others to avenge himself after he died. Just when Malfoy was thinking that the Malfoy family was likely to decline due to his unfortunate death, the rapidly falling body stopped abruptly when it was more than 10 centimeters above the ground, and Malfoy could clearly see the floor when he was close. The lines on it. Miss Granger, who successfully cast the spell in an emergency, breathed a sigh of relief, and Marx quietly put down his wand. Malfoy. When Malfoy landed steadily, the little wizards of Slytherin College immediately surrounded him. The students of Gryffindor Academy were gloating. After all, Malfoy's pretentious appearance was really annoying. And the only one who is dissatisfied with this is Miss Granger. "Marx, how can you use a petrification spell on Malfoy? You know, you almost killed him." Hermione glared at Marx angrily, her eyes full of incredulity. "So your floating spell is very good. If Professor Flitwick sees it, it will definitely give you extra points." Marx smiled. Of course, it is impossible for Malfoy to fail just because of one of his petrification spells. At most, he suffers a little bit. Even if Hermione fails to cast the spell, wouldn't he still have him as insurance? "Yeah, maybe Professor Flitwick will expel you by the way," Hermione said in an angry voice. "Shouldn't be enough, right?" Marx scratched his head, thinking that some points would be deducted. "At most, adding a trophy or a night tour of the Forbidden Forest. If it's the latter, Marx thinks it's still pretty good." Of course, Yifan is definitely not going to go to the Forbidden Forest this semester, nor is he going to die. After all, Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort, often likes to wander around in the Forbidden Forest. God knows if he will run into bad luck. So it's better to stay stubborn. If you don't take the initiative, Hogwarts is still safe before the 4th grade. Marx recalled his unreliable golden finger. After 4 years, coupled with the fact that he had a system as a cheater, he would always have the ability to save his life, right? Marx thought as he walked towards Malfoy. Halfway through, he was stopped by a few Slytherin wizards. The leader was a Slytherin Marx who managed to make some reflections, which seemed to be called Bryce. "McClown, what are you doing here?" Bryce clasped the staff in his hand and frowned. In the face of foreign enemies, Slytherin College is still very united. Although Malfoy usually looks arrogant, there are still many little wizards who are willing to stand up and defend Malfoy, and a group of people vaguely surround Marx. Up the posture. Gryffindor's righteous little lions, not to mention, stood behind Marx one after another. Both of them drew out their staff. Even though these beginner magic may not be effective yet. Marx shook his head, raised his hand to stop Ron who was about to roll up his sleeve, and said to Bryce, "I'm here to help Malfoy lift the petrification curse. I believe you can clearly see the situation just now." Malfoy picked the matter first. Bryce seemed to hesitate, but after thinking about it, he signaled everyone to leave. Marks also solved the petrification curse in Malfoy, as he said. Malfoy had just experienced the ups and downs. His calves were still trembling, but in order not to lose face in front of everyone, he climbed up from the ground rigidly. "You are reading www.uukanzu.com," sternly directed at Marks shouted. "How dare you cast a spell on me? You are done, McClown." "Really?" Marks looked at Draco Malfoy. "What if you tell the professor about your stealing of Neville's crystal ball and flying privately?" Marks approached Malfoy step by step, and his tone suddenly became serious. "I heard that Filch likes to take disobedient children to his office most, and then tie their hands with chains and hang them from the ceiling, and then do strange things with whips and sticks. Malfoy was frightened for a while, because there was indeed such a rumor among the senior students in the school. Malfoy even forgot that if this was true, Marks, who violated the school rules, would have to enjoy the same treatment as him. Marks was ready to make persistent efforts when he saw the effect was good, but before he could speak, he heard Madam Hodge's voice behind him. "You guys! How dare you guys!" Mrs. Hodge, who rushed back in time after sending Neville to the infirmary, saw Malfoy, who fell from the sky halfway down the road, and now saw Gryffindor and the little wizards of Slytherin College fighting with each other. "Looks like," suddenly angry, especially Harry, who was holding the crystal ball, just came down from the sky on a broomstick with a blank face, which made Mrs. Hodge even more angry. Marks reluctantly covered his face with his hands. He hadn't even calculated that Madam Hodge would come back at this point. He still wanted to have a good talk with Malfoy. "I'm afraid this is the end." Thinking about it carefully, Marks found that it seemed that he had pitted himself. If he hadn't saved Neville with the levitating charm before, Mrs. Hodge would still be worried about Neville in the medical room. Chapter 17. Am I right? Malfoy, who can tell me what happened here? Mrs. Hodge looked around the little wizards, and then turned her attention to Malfoy and Harry. Harry and Malfoy both turned pale in fright, and Marks was the first to answer. "Mrs. Hodge, as you can see, they are just practicing flying skills." A tangled color flashed across Malfoy's face, and he opened his mouth to tell the story of Marks's attack on him with the petrification spell, but in the end he closed his mouth and did not refute it. After all, Malfoy understood that if he said it, Marks would definitely steal the Neville crystal ball and provoked him. Which of the two punishments is heavier? Malfoy still knew clearly in his heart. In order to avoid going to the confinement room and being lifted by Filch, Malfoy reluctantly accepted that he and Harry were friendly to practice flying together. But Malfoy would never allow the annoying Marks to stay out of the matter, even when he spoke. "Yes, but it was not just the two of us who flew just now." While talking, Malfoy raised his eyebrows at Marks. The threatening expression on his face was obvious. Mrs. Hodge also shifted her attention from Malfoy and Harry to Marks. "Okay, I admit." Marks shrugged indifferently, and his heart was filled with the character of the bear kid who had been spitting out the Malfolk. Marks and Malfoy glanced at each other uncomfortably, but the two sides still faintly reached an agreement in the intersection of their eyes, without revealing the truth to each other. A temporary truce. Malfoy was frightened by the punishment Marks said, and Marks was worried about being drawn to patrol the Forbidden Forest. With Marks's current small body, he is not ready to take this risk. Harry, who had been watching, had a dazed expression on his face. Shouldn't it be Malfoy who took Neville's crystal ball and then took it back by himself? When did he practice flying friendly with Marks and Malfoy? But under the frequent hints that suggested Marks's eyes, Harry still wisely chose to shut up. "I should have said before I want to leave. No one is allowed to fly a broomstick until I come back." Hearing that 3 students were flying privately while they were not there, Mrs. Hodge was very angry for a while. "Navi has just been taken to the hospital by her. What if there is another accident?" "I'm sorry, Professor." Marks first apologized politely, and then said immediately, "But I think no little wizard can resist the temptation to fly freely on a broomstick. Who doesn't want to be a glorious Quidditch after graduation to win glory for the country?" As for Malfoy and Neville, it was just an accident. Fortunately, our levitation charm worked well, and no one was injured. Marks talked endlessly about his love for Quidditch, only to say that he was going to become a Quidditch champion in the future. Mrs. Hodges' face looks better. As a flight class professor, Mrs. Hodge is also a fan of flying and Quidditch, so she can naturally understand the desire. Even so, you must pay the price for violating school regulations. Even though she was not as angry as she was at the beginning, Mrs. Hodge put down her face, thinking about how to punish these troublemakers, but was interrupted by Professor McGonagall, who arrived in time. "Mrs. Hodge, can you stop first? I might want to borrow Mr. Potter from you." Of course. Madam Hodge was a little surprised at first, then nodded quickly. Mrs. Hodge didn't see the process of Harry's flight just now. She thought it was Harry who made other mistakes and was found by Professor McGonagall, so it was simple to take Harry's flying class privately on the broomstick. "Said it." Professor McGonagall just nodded, and then motioned to Harry to follow him. There was a paste in Harry's head, and he still didn't know what happened. He could only follow Professor McGonagall in fear. After Madam Hodge watched the two leave, she turned around and realized that there was still someone to deal with. "Marks, Malfoy, your actions will deduct 5 points for your respective colleges, and then continue to class." Marks's face turned bitter, and he didn't care about being deducted points. In the past few days, just answering questions in class, Marks had won 10 points for the academy, and a 5-point deduction would not make anyone blame him. But Marks felt a little painful when I continued to take the flight class. He secretly prayed that the class would end soon, or would I just wear it for help? Marks would have to pretend to be holding a broomstick in a flying posture, while trying to reduce the sense of presence and fish quietly. However, things went counterproductive. Due to the frequent situation in the previous flight class, Mrs. Hodge didn't dare to let these little wizards fly around. She prepared to come one by one. Malfoy gave Marks the unfortunate platoon. In the first place, Marks looked at the flying broomstick in his hand. You reading www.uukanzu.com couldn't help sighing, and couldn't help but regret it. He had known that he had a bad flying skills. Now being trapped by Malfoy, he wants to say that he can fly. Marks tried helplessly. This time the flying broom gave Marks a little bit of face, and under the control, he flew staggeringly. Despite this, Marks was very happy to experience flying for the first time. After a little acceleration, he felt the cold and stern wind echoing in his ears. The surrounding roof tiles flew by one. This feeling of freedom is far more than flying by plane. It's wonderful. After flying for a while, Marks landed smoothly. Madam Hodge pursed her lips, obviously not too satisfied. After all, Mrs. Hodge held high hopes for Marks's previous performance. How come she flies and shakes now? Marks had to cough a clear cough, covering his embarrassment. "Ahem, Professor, I think this broomstick may be too old. It's a bit unstable when flying. I used to fly pretty well." Malfoy was grinning and snickering. He didn't expect that Marks's flying skills were so bad. No wonder he had been on the ground before and didn't fly up like Harry. But unexpectedly, Marks said suddenly, "You mean, Malfoy, how else would you suddenly fall from under the broom?" Malfoy, who was snickering, couldn't laugh anymore, so he had to look at Marks bitterly, and it took him a long time to hold back a word. "Of course, I also think there may be a problem with these broomsticks." How else can he say? "Slap yourself in the face?" Malfoy said that he was also very desperate. In order not to be punished, the truth cannot be told, or else it can be said that he fell because of his poor skills. Chapter 18 Rejected Duel. The flight class of the afternoon passed quickly in Marks's entanglement. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Marks was the first student to complete the flight training. Marks also took special care of Malfoy, and carefully told him to be careful when flying, and don't fall from the sky again. Mrs. Hodge in the distance saw Marks's performance in her eyes, and her evaluation of Marks improved a little bit in her heart. Gryffindor and the little wizards of Slytherin have never dealt with it. In her opinion, it is rare for Marks to put aside the prejudice in her heart and care about Malfoy so much. And Malfoy was so angry that he threatened to show everyone a difficult flying maneuver to prove his skills. But it was a pity that Mrs. Hodge stopped him in time. After all, Malfoy has a precedent for falling. Mrs. Hodge is still a little worried about his accident, and she doesn't even allow Malfoy to fly on a broomstick during this class. Ding, the flight class is over. This comprehensive class evaluation. Excellent. Evaluator, Rolanda Hodge. Reward, academic points 10. Marks, who was walking in the corridor, was finally relieved when he saw the final class evaluation given. Even if the bear boy Malfoy made trouble, he still achieved his expected goal. Relatively speaking, Ron and Hermione are not in a good mood. Both are worried about Harry, who was taken away by Professor McGonagall. Especially Hermione, who hasn't calmed down until now, couldn't help but ran up to Marks after the get out of class, and said babblingly, "I think we should tell Professor McGonagall and Mrs. Hodge. Otherwise, what if Harry is fired?" Marks stopped and looked at Hermione. "No, Professor McGonagall won't fire Harry because of this trivial matter. Maybe it's because Harry flew well just now, so Professor McGonagall intends to let Harry join the Quidditch team. If you want to join the Quidditch team, you need to be at least the second grade." Hermione corrector Marks made a mistake in his words. There are special cases for everything, and not a little wizard can fly as well as Harry when he was a beginner. Marks smiled. Hermione thought for a while. It seemed that there was such a possibility. Ron also brightened up and discussed with them the possibility of Harry entering the Quidditch team. If Harry can make it, Ron thinks he can also. By the time the trio arrived at the auditorium to have dinner, Harry had already been sitting there. Before they had passed, Harry had already greeted him and couldn't wait to give Professor McGonagall a spotter. Said it. Even though Marks had vaccinated the two of them in advance, they were still very surprised, especially Ron, who was extremely excited. "Harry, I didn't expect you to actually join the Quidditch team. You may be the youngest seeker ever at Hogwarts. I mean, they still lack manpower, for example, a batsman or a goalkeeper." "Yes?" Ron looked at Harry expectantly, hoping to hear some good news. "No, I heard Wood say that there is enough manpower." Harry shook his head awkwardly. He didn't understand why Ron could be so excited. He only heard about Quidditch matches today. He didn't know exactly what it was. "What's going on? By the way, Marks, what happened in the flight class today?" Harry turned to look at Marks, depressed. "Didn't Malfoy take Neville's crystal ball? Then I chased it." "When did we train with Malfoy?" "When he was taken away by Professor McGonagall before." Harry was almost terrified. He even thought he was going to be expelled from Hogwarts and returned to the dirty and cramped cupboard of his uncle's house. Fortunately, the situation is not as bad as he thought. Marks didn't mean to conceal. He used the petrification curse to attack Malfoy and told him something ugly. If him exposing Malfoy, he'll have to be locked up with him. Anyway, he's learned enough, right? Marks spread his hands. Ron also added enthusiasm and talked about Malfoy's flight restriction by Marks' pit in flight class. Harry's depression suddenly disappeared and he was amused to laugh. Only Hermione still cares about everyone's violation of school rules. Seeing Marks and the others are chatting happily, she turned around and left angrily. Marks thought for a while and still didn't say anything to keep her. Hermione's temperament was about to change. Of course, it's not that it's bad to follow the rules, but sometimes it's too rigid to get yourself completely into this frame without leaving any room. Just like in the original book, Malfoy, who caused trouble in flight lessons, was basically unpunished. This is certainly due to Harry's bad luck, and Professor McGonagall did not give him a chance to explain. But even if Harry explained the reason clearly, Professor McGonagall probably deducted the credits of the two people, which is fundamental to Malfoy. There is no loss. At least now Malfoy is very scared. I believe he will not dare to do things again in a short time. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. It's a pity that the face slap came faster than Marx expected. Before Marx had finished eating, Malfoy brought Crabbe and Gore to find the difference. Perhaps because of the two attendants, Malfoy returned to his original arrogant appearance. But when he saw Marx, his teeth were itchy with hatred. Potter, are you eating your last meal? Tomorrow you are going to bid farewell to your mole world, right? Malfoy sneered loudly. Marx and Harry didn't do anything when they heard that. Instead they looked at Malfoy like a fool. Ron even thought that Malfoy's expression would be funny if Harry became a seeker. The indifferent attitude of Marx and others made Malfoy a little uneasy, but he gritted his teeth and said what he should say. "McClown, if you have the courage, come to the prize showroom tonight, I will fight you." However, what Malfoy didn't expect was that Marx shook his head resolutely. "Don't go." What a joke. He is still going to the forbidden area to receive the rewards from the system tonight. So what effort is there to play a duel game with Malfoy? Not to mention that in the impression that Marx still had, Malfoy was planning to release the pigeons this time, and then notified Filch to arrest people. He would go to this kind of thing if he was stupid. "McClown, are you scared?" Malfoy sneered. "I'm not interested in a duel with a defeated opponent. It's a waste of time." Marx squinted at Malfoy for a while, and said with a look of no interest in weak chickens, "When you learn more advanced magic, come back. Or you fall down again. But no one will save you." Chapter 19 Explore the restricted book zone. Marx said, suddenly as if he had remembered something. He spoke again. "Also, Malfoy, you still owe Hermione a thank you. Don't forget." "McClown, that was your despicable attack on me." Malfoy drew out his wand and pointed it at Marx. His white cheeks flushed red. Even if Malfoy fell from the sky and fell to his death, and was locked up in Azkaban, I would never thank Amal. Crabbe and Gore also drew out their magic wands, but they responded to them with the surprised look of many Gryffindors. This reminded the three of them that this is Gryffindor's long table. "Let's do it here. They only have to be beaten." Hearing the three words Mulseed, Marx frowned involuntarily, and Ron even jumped up and shouted, "Malfoy, we accept your challenge. I must teach you a lesson tonight." "Okay, then I'll wait tonight." Malfoy raised his eyebrows, smiled and turned away. "Duel? What is a duel? Do two people stab each other with swords?" When Malfoy left, Harry asked, confused. "Of course not. How could we be as stupid as those moles?" Ron proudly said the rules he knew. "Well, you first need to stand opposite each other, and then bow to the opponent. The two sides hold up their wands and use magic to perform a glorious duel. If one party dies, the assistant must connect it. It will not be over until one party falls." Ron got more and more excited as he talked about it. It was more fun to do duels than boringly reading books in the classroom every day. Besides, he had already seen Malfoy upset. "Dead?" Harry swallowed. "Ron is too exaggerated. It was a regular wizard duel. At best, we use some magic such as disarming curses and leg-locking curses, sometimes not as useful as fists." Marx shook his head and explained to Harry. "Marx, are you going to go tonight?" Ron expected. "No, I said before, there's still business tonight. But I don't have time to pay attention to Malfoy." Marx shook his head. In Marx's opinion, this kind of silly face-to-face magical duel with wands was too stupid. It doesn't fit his mind as a wizard at all. It's not as interesting as watching a fencing performance. At least it is some ornamental. In view of Ron and Harry's restless temperament, Marx kindly reminded them, "It's still a matter of two to say whether Malfoy will come tonight. Maybe he just wants to fool us over, and then let Filch come over and catch us all." "Impossible." Ron and Harry looked at each other, thinking that Malfoy shouldn't be so shameless. This is an honorable wizard duel. Seeing the look of Harry and Ron, Marx knew that he couldn't persuade them. After sighing, Marx was no longer admonishing, and turned up the teach you fast flight on the table. Anyway, according to his memory, the actions of Harry and others tonight should have been shocking. but they could learn more about the Sorcerer's Stone. Even if there is an accident, Dumbledore will be responsible for the finishing touches, and the principal will not let his appointed savior have an accident. Ron: are we really going to a duel at Malfoy at night? What if Malfoy doesn't come at all, as Marks said? After eating, Harry, who returned to his bedroom with him, said worriedly to Ron. Of course we are going. This is a duel. Malfoy can't fail to come. If he arrives and finds we haven't gone, how ashamed of us. Ron desperately cheered Harry. After all, he just agreed. Down. But without Marks, we are only two. How could we have beaten the three of Malfoy? Harry said. We can call Neville together, so there are three people. Ron thought for a while, and it seemed to make sense. Although Malfoy's two followers were a little stupid, they were much stronger than them, and they suffered a lot from fighting. Up, Neville. Harry opened his mouth, trying to say something, and then swallowed back after a while. Why does he suddenly feel more worried? Or else, two people will go for it. At midnight, in the Gryffindor lounge, Marks put down the Teach You to Fly Fast in his hand. In order to avoid the embarrassment of the previous flight class, Marks borrowed the books related to flight technique after the Get Out of class. After a few hours of reading, plus one flight class, the flight technique is almost close to the second level. Level up. At this time, the bedroom was already empty. Harry and Ron had pulled Neville sneaking out 10 minutes ago. Marks can only wish them good luck, but the three-headed dog has no good temper. Seeing that the time was almost the same, Marks crawled out of the cylinder-like passage. Looking back, the intersection of the passage had been automatically closed. The fat lady who is in charge of guarding the passage doesn't seem to be there. Maybe she stopped by. Hogwarts at midnight was a bit more deserted than usual, and it was a little frighteningly quiet. The entire corridor was pitch black, and only the dim candlelight that lit up every 10 meters made Marks barely able to see the road ahead. Reading www.uukanzu.com. Fortunately, in this wizard's world, ghosts are not terrifying. Marks also chatted with some of them, so I didn't panic at all, just complaining about the rewards given by the system in my heart. This is too hardcore. The reward actually requires him to go to the forbidden book area to get. This is not systematic at all. Marks went straight through the long corridor and encountered an annoying spiral staircase on the way to the restricted area. At night, these stairs seem to be skinnier than during the day, and there is no pattern at all. Sometimes when Marks arrives, they suddenly turn to the other side. I don't know if I gave Marks this kind of likes on purpose. The little wizards who came out to wander around in the middle of the night made it more difficult. Fortunately, Marks's curse is not learned for nothing. Using the floating curse can make oneself float for a short time, relying on borrowing force to float to the place where you want to go, and using the petrified curse can block the connection between the stairs and the stairs, they cannot move. With the help of a few hardly advanced spells, Marks went very smoothly. There are a large number of portraits hung around the spiral staircase. A few old scholars with white beards watched Marks jumping up and down with interest, and a few portraits greeted Marks enthusiastically. After Marks went downstairs, he responded politely one by one, and then turned from the auditorium to the way to the library. Araho cave open. Marks opened the closed library door with the unlocking spell, closed it with his backhand for safety, and then waved his staff and used the fluorescent spell. Fluorescence flickering. The bright white light from the tip of the wand flashed by. After it stabilized, the light was already dimmed a lot, but it was enough for Marks. Chapter 20 Origin of Blood. Marks walked through the sea of books holding his magic wand, without the slightest intention of staying in the normal area, and walked straight to the restricted area. Advanced Transfiguration Guide. Ancient magic veins. Contemplation peeping into your brain. Marks's gaze flicked across the rows of bookshelves, and a large number of banned books whose names were quite high-end made Marks greedy, and there were even books he had been longing for in Dementia and Occlumency. If possible, Marks can't wait to use hundreds of Xwibu experience cards to watch here for 10 days and a half. and then his strength will rise. But in the end Marx resisted the temptation, because he didn't have so many academic points to redeem, and he didn't forget what he was here for today. Following the sign number in the forbidden book zone, Marx quickly found the 7th-row and 12th column bookshelf, but it didn't seem to be any different here. A large number of magic books were neatly arranged, and the bookshelves were piled up full. Leave a little gap. Marx was unwilling to try to find out something like the secret tunnel, but found nothing. Instead, he accidentally bumped a book of black magic on the ground. The book has no wind and automatically, as if you have your own consciousness, pages are automatically turned up. After a few pages are turned, billowing black mist emerges from the pages of the book. You can faintly see a man's head with his mouth open, screaming loudly. What frightened Marx was that he obviously didn't hear any sound, but his eardrums began to swell, and his brain gradually became dizzy, as if someone was actually yelling in front of him. The thick black fog gathered more and more, and the head seemed to burst out of the book for a while. Slap! Marx closed the book abruptly and flattened his black head on the page. As the book was closed, the black fog disappeared. It's just a book. Have you turned the sky upside down? Marx rubbed his ears and gritted his teeth. It took a long time before Marx dared to pick it up. The cover of the book reads The Decryption of Advanced Black Magic. The feel of the cover is obviously different from that of other books. It feels a bit like touching the skin. Isn't it human skin? A thought flashed in Marx's mind, and Marx suddenly felt a bit chilly. Thinking of the painful appearance of the man's head just now, it is really possible. Marx glanced at the reward task in the system, and there was no change in the slightest, indicating that it had nothing to do with the reward, so he really accidentally touched it. Marx had to shove the cutting-edge black magic decryption back in depression, planning to look for the missing mechanism, and suddenly noticed that the bookshelf in front of him seemed to be a little different from just now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Every bookshelf in the forbidden book zone is exactly the same. Books are divided into 6 rows and 7 columns according to their type. However, Marx keenly noticed that the 12th column of bookshelf cabinets was obviously missing by 1. What makes Marx feel a little awkward is that there is obviously a missing cabinet, but the entire column of bookshelves is still neat and tidy, as if the space here has been distorted. Someone used the confusion curse here, hid one of the cabinets. Marx squinted his eyes. He had checked this bookshelf many times just now. It was only possible that someone had set a confusion curse here, which affected his judgment, and then happened to be caught by the screaming sound just now. The confusion curse was broken. Even if he knew where the anomaly was, Marx was a little bit blind. After reading basic charm principles, he might be able to judge that this is a kind of hidden object curse, but he knows too little magic. None of them can come in handy. Marx had to use his brain to try to recall the books he had read, and accidentally remembered a magic that Snape used in the original book, a Parisium emergency manifestation. Marx tried to put his wand on the bookshelf, and whispered the manifestation curse. The entire bookshelf began to shake slightly, and a trace was cracked in the middle of the 12th column of bookshelves. After a while, it suddenly expanded, and a new bookcase appeared in front of Marx's eyes. The hidden bookcase looks no different from the others. They are filled with thick books. Marx reached out and scanned these books one by one. When the last one was encountered, the system's prompt sound was truthful. Sounded, ding, the reward has been issued. Marx's mouth twitched, but his heart was already madly complaining. That's how rewards are distributed. If it wasn't for his luck, if it wasn't for his wit, God knows how long it will take. This broken system is not caring at all. Marx can't help but feel sad when thinking about what other people's homes want and what kind of caring system. As a host, it's really hard for him. Even though thinking about this, Marx was excited to pull the book out of the shelf. The cover of the book was slightly rough, with a few words "Origin of Blood" printed on it, and the paper pages were slightly yellowed for long-term preservation. As far as the magic book is concerned, The age can be seen. Marx discovered that this was another magic book that was not mentioned in the original work. Since this was a reward given by the system, Marx looked through it directly. After reading a few pictures, Marx was disappointed to find that The Origin of Blood was not a magic book that recorded powerful spells in his imagination. On the contrary, reading www.uukanzu.com was a bit like a history book, and it recorded before the Wizarding War history. At that time, the wizards did not dominate the entire magical world like they do now, and they were even able to enslave the house elves, which are magical creatures with strong ability to cast spells as adults. On the contrary, compared to these magical creatures that are born with powerful power, human wizards are really weak and pitiful. It can only be said that they rely on their number advantages to occupy a place in the magical world. Fortunately, humans have always been creatures that refuse to admit defeat. Some wizards choose to specialize in magic and create more powerful spells to enhance their strength. Others focus their attention on quick methods such as taking the power of those powerful magical creatures. Some wizards have succeeded and their strength has been amazingly improved. What is even more terrifying is that the power of this bloodline can continue, so that the descendants of these wizards can also gain power. Although the power of the bloodline may be gradually weakened due to iteration, this discovery is enough to make more wizards crazy. However, the risk of blood fusion is extremely high. Except for a few successful people, most wizards died miserably during the process of experimentation and fusion. Some lucky losers survived, but at the price they became monsters and cursed for generations, such as werewolves, vampires, etc. There are even wizards who choose to cultivate more powerful and more suitable magical creatures to carry out blood fusion experiments to enhance their power. This reminds Marx of the basilisk sleeping in the secret room and the eight-eyed giant spider in the Forbidden Forest. The most maddening thing is that some wizards find ways to choose the less unacceptable magical creatures and establish super-friendship relationships, hoping that their offspring can continue the blood of the other party. Chapter 21. Put down your axe first. We have something to say. Among the many recorded successes, Marx even saw the Dumbledore family, which surprised him somewhat. Then, Marx remembered Dumbledore's phoenix fox and the rumors about Dumbledore's family in Greenwood's crimes. Whenever a member of the Dumbledore family urgently needs help, the phoenix will come. Marx wondered if it was related to their fusion of phoenix blood. Of course, according to the book's records, the Dumbledore family is a relatively moderate group, and even obtained the consent of the other party before conducting the fusion experiment. This is probably the reason why the relationship between the phoenix and the Dumbledore family is so close. Well, why did I break it here? Marx was reading the book with enthusiasm, but when the fusion method was described at the end of the book, he suddenly disconnected, as if several pages were forcibly torn off in the middle. The rest are content that is not nutritious. When Marx was confused that the so-called reward was just some information, the system prompt sounded again. The Origin of Blood has been read, and the challenge task is activated. Challenge task: defeat or kill giant monsters. Reward: blood vessel fusion potion formula. Challenge mission. Marx was stunned. He always thought this was a learning system, but he didn't expect that there would be a setting for killing monsters. Marx is even more curious about who actually hid this book here, and even set up a confusing curse and special hidden magic in the Forbidden Book area. Dumbledore was the first to think of Marx, the greatest white wizard of this century, who has the authority and reason to hide Origin of Blood. After all, blood fusion is extremely dangerous. Therefore, wizards who die are definitely dozens of times more alive. This terrifying death rate prevents such wizards with special blood from becoming the mainstream of wizards. In addition, James Potter, Sirius and others are also possible. After all, hiding some important items is in line with their style. There is also Tom Marvolo Riddle, who once stayed at Hogwarts, or Voldemort. Various guesses flashed through Marx's mind one by one, but Marx didn't stay here any longer. There were too many things to digest in his brain tonight, and even when faced with a large number of banned books, Marks didn't have the thought of reading. On the way back, Marks's attention was on the newly activated challenger task. Seeing that the target is the troll, Marks has a headache, but he will not despise the troll just because Harry and Ron defeated it in the original book. They were able to win, and coincidence factors accounted for a large proportion. If it hadn't been for the halo of Harry's savior, it would have been cold when the professors arrived. Judging from the information obtained by Marks from reading books, trolls are not easy to deal with. They are huge, powerful, and have certain resistance to magic. Even an adult wizard must be careful when confronting them. Handle. Marks sighed. If it hadn't been learned from the origin of blood that fusion of the blood of magical creatures could improve magical talents, he wouldn't want to face such monsters in the first grade. Marks walked through the silent castle, and the smoothness of the previous arrival made Marks more or less vigilant. However, not long after walking out of a secret road, a blue, fast-traveling gloom suddenly collided with Marks. Just as if his whole body was immersed in ice water, Marks shuddered all over, and turned his head to look over and found that it was an ugly ghost with a shabby hat. Peepy Ghost. Peepy Ghost was even more excited, clapping his hands, and shouting in his throat, "Look, see what I found? Another new student. Come on, there is one more here." All petrification. Marks's backhand was a petrification spell. The blue-grey light accurately hit Peepy's chest, but the latter was only repelled a little, and he smiled happily. "Ha ha ha. Useless, you can't hurt me." Pippi triumphantly circled Marks, seeming to want to drag Marks here. Seeing that ordinary magic is useless for Pippi, Marks is not discouraged, because the ghost is not immune to all magic, and it happens that he has a trick that specializes in spirit. Fear is coming. Just as Pippi was arrogantly making faces in front of Marks, a purple light shot from the top of Marks's wand, and Pippi immediately changed his face and screamed into a classroom in the distance. Marks, who was far away, could still hear Peepy's sharp yelling, "No, Barrow, let me go. I swear I didn't do anything bad." "And Nick, put down your axe first. We have something to say." Seeing Pippi's reaction, Marks nodded in satisfaction, and called up the magic bar of the system, and found that the fear curse had unknowingly reached the second level in these days. No wonder the effect was so good. After dealing with the annoying Peepy, there was another rush of footsteps in the distance. Then Marks remembered that Peepy had previously said that he had found a new bornagain.mentalnovel.com waiting for ye. It was too late when they were about to re-enter the underpass to evade, and Harry, Ron, Hermione and Neville rushed out across from Marks. Harry and the others didn't expect to meet Marks here, but it was obviously not the time to talk about this. Harry was just stunned for less than a second, and took the lead in pulling Marks's arm and running together. "Marks, run." "No time to explain. Filch is behind." Marks didn't even finish saying a few words about the secret road behind. He was dragged into another aisle by Harry, and had to run with him. Marks faintly felt that this scene seemed a bit familiar as he ran, until Harry took the lead and stepped into the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor that Marks realized something was wrong. "Quick! Come in, Filch is coming." Harry and Neville pulled in Marks, who didn't want to come in. Hermione closed the door. It was rare for Ron not to fish. He locked the door hard. "So Filch won't be able to come in." Harry breathed a sigh of relief. "Yeah, it's just that we can't get out anymore," Marks muttered to himself while looking at the locked door, and then sighed as he looked deep in the corridor. "If you want me to say it's better to go out and face Filch." Harry didn't understand Marks's meaning, but soon he felt something sticky on his shoulders. He turned his head and looked at him and found that 3 huge heads were looking at him, and there was a foul smell from his open mouth. From time to time, yellow muddy saliva fell from the edge of his big mouth, and some even splashed on his clothes. In the next second, Hermione and the others also saw the 3-headed dog, and the cry of fear suddenly tore the silence of the night. Chapter 22, which was the one who locked the door? Harry's position happened to be at the back of the crowd, facing the huge mouth of the abyss that suddenly struck. Harry was a little dazed for a while. The foul smell sprayed on his face, making Harry almost nauseous. Just as desperation spread throughout his body, Mark's voice suddenly rang in Harry's ears. There are so many obstacles. A series of invisible barriers blocked the three-headed dog's ferocious heads in midair, but the next second, the barrier constructed by Mark's magical powers was torn and shattered by another big mouth with fangs. Fortunately, in just 1 second of effort, Harry had reflected in time and barely escaped. But after Ron yelled to run fast, the whole person had already swooped on the door, and after pulling hard with both hands a few times, he realized that the door had been locked. Which locked the door? Ron said desperately. Marks, who temporarily restrained the three-headed dog with a coma spell and a petrification spell, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Didn't you lock the door yourself? Ron was panicked, even suspecting that he might die here. Hermione pushed it away and put the wand on the door lock. Allaho Cave is open. Hermione spelled the door and broke the door lock violently. A group of 5 people escaped as quickly as possible, and then closed the door back in time before the three-headed dog Norway came out. After was far away, listening to the faintly banging and roaring in the distance. The few people who had escaped from the dead were relieved, especially Marks, who was caught in somehow. When he was pinning the three-headed dog Norway, Marks found that his magic level was too low and its effect was limited. When the coma curse was applied, it would affect the actions of the three-headed dog at all. If Hermione opens the door later, he might get a lunchbox. After all, in such a small space, there is not even a place to hide. This also made Marks deeply understand his weakness. It may be easy to deal with a first-grade wizard like Malfoy, but he doesn't even have the ability to struggle in the face of real danger. That monster won't hit the door and run out, right? Ron glanced at the door that hadn't stopped behind him, then complained again. No, this should be a special door. Otherwise it would have been broken. Marks explained. How could Professor Dumbledore keep such a monster in the castle? Harry was also a little frightened. He had never thought that he would meet such a terrifying thing at Hogwarts, and he would almost be eaten by it. Hermione reminded her angrily. I think you should remember that when you first entered school, Dumbledore told us that we shouldn't come here. If we didn't come out in the middle of the night in violation of school regulations, we wouldn't rush into this place in a panic. Maybe it was because she had just escaped from the dead. Hermione's tone was sharper than usual. Harry and Ron knew when they heard that Hermione was going to talk about it again, and Neville almost cried. Who would have thought that after her vent, Hermione did not intend to sue? Instead, she revealed the fact that she saw a trapdoor under the three-headed dog before, and she suspected that the three-headed dog was guarding something. Guess. But before leaving, Hermione still warned Harry and the others that no matter what was there, it had nothing to do with them. This should be something Professor Dumbledore had to consider. Hermione's attitude made Harry and the others unpredictable. But fortunately, Hermione would probably not tell Professor McGonagall about their violation of school rules tonight. I didn't expect Malfoy to be so insidious. He must have told Filch what we were in the trophy showroom. Ron was still a bit angry when he returned to the bedroom, threatening to beat Malfoy tomorrow. Marks, I knew we should have listened to you, Harry said embarrassedly. After all, Marks had already mentioned this possibility to them in the afternoon. Forget it. Marks waved his hand and said that he didn't care. After all, he had never expected Harry and Ron to stay in the dormitory without the temptation. It was just his luck to hit him halfway. By the way, Marks, why were you in the corridor just now? Harry asked curiously. I haven't come to you yet, Marks said casually. He can't always say that he sneaked into the forbidden book zone to read in the middle of the night, right? Harry and the others became even more ashamed, but before this emotion persisted for a few minutes, they were thrown aside by a few people, and they discussed the trapdoor guarded by the three-headed dog, guessing what was hidden inside. Finally, Harry told about the fact that he had taken out a package from Gringotts with Hagrid before school started. Marks was not involved. The challenge task just activated was enough for him to have a headache. He had no interest in interfering with Dumbledore's layout. The only thing to be thankful for is that there is still some time before Halloween, when the monsters are infested, and he still has some time to prepare. In the next week or two, Marks worked hard to improve his strength, while the rest of the time was frantically searching for books about trolls in the library. Detailed explanation of common magical creatures, Guide to the Domestication of Dangerous Monsters, on the possibility of hybridization between giants and giants. Even the walk with giant monsters was turned over by Marks. UU reading www.uukanzu.com. Yes, the author of this book is Gidro Lockhart, who will replace Kino in the next semester to teach the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Although Marks knew Lockhart was a liar who could only forget the curse, this did not hinder the authenticity and professionalism of the content of the book, which is why he could find it in the Hogwarts library. To be honest, after seeing Lockhart's iconic smile with white teeth on the cover, Marks didn't want to open it. But who made the contents of the first few books unreliable? The detailed explanation of common magical creatures only mentions that giant monsters have no medicinal value, and there is nothing delicious from the brain to the torso after being put in the pot. The description of trolls in the Guide to the Taming of Dangerous Monsters is that wizards can usually use more powerful power to make them succumb. Isn't this trademark nonsense? If he has the strength to defeat the trolls, what else would he do here to flip the book? The book on the possibility of hybridization between giants and giants even made Marks' eyes hot with an academic approach with both illustrations and texts. Instead, it is a biographical method in walking with giant monsters, which gives a detailed introduction to the habits and weaknesses of the giant monster. For example, trolls usually have low IQs, have a large appetite, and eat everything, so if you want to deal with it, placing bait is a more correct choice. Trolls have a high probability of eating the bait. There is also the giant monster's small bin-like head and huge body, which makes the overall stability weak. If you use a powerful spell to hit the giant monster's leg, it may break the balance and knock the giant monster down a few more steps before being eaten. Finally, the head of the troll itself is also a weakness, much more fragile than other parts of the body. If it is hit by gravity, it is likely to go into a coma directly. Chapter 23. I can still get 1 point in the skin. Marks, who finished reading the book, smashed his mouth. I don't know which master was so unlucky. When he told his own experience, Lockhart spotted him. Can tell in such detail, it is obvious that he has been in close contact with the smelly monster. Marks closed the book and put it back in place. Even if he knew the weakness of the troll, he still had to make various preparations. For example, the improvement of potions, or the learning of some more powerful magic. In short, is that his grade point is missing. The only way to get grade points is to answer the professor's questions in each class, except for the usual class. But Marks soon discovered that it is not so easy to be a good student. Even answering questions needs competition these days. Regardless of the course, as long as the professor on the stage asks a question, our know-it-all lady will always raise her hand high for the first time, and then quickly and accurately speak the answer with the professor's permission. After Marks joined the ranks of answering questions, the class became a battlefield for two people, and two arms raised high in each class. And Hermione seemed to be having fun too, and she worked harder. She often stayed in the library with Marks until the door was closed and the lights went out before returning to the bedroom. Marks just wanted to cry without tears. He just wanted to earn some school points, but Hermione's gain was directly reduced by more than half. Marks couldn't bear it, so he had to use some special methods. Disarming Curse and Obstacle Curse are what we will focus on next, and they will also be one of the most frequently used spells in the future. In the spell class, Professor Flitwick, the short fairy, is standing on a stool, spreading common magic knowledge for a group of little wizards, and flicking a magic wand to demonstrate to everyone from time to time, has taught spell lessons for more than 10 years. Professor Flitwick's teaching experience is very rich, and it will not be long before the learning emotions of the little wizards are stimulated. Okay, then does anyone know what the disarming spell is? What does it do? Professor Flitwick looked at the students in the audience and asked. Hermione took the lead in raising her arms, and at the same time she turned her head and glanced at Marks. Hermione was still very concerned about the only threatening competitor in class. However, Marks stood up directly in Hermione's surprised eyes and said to Professor Flitwick, "The spell of the disarming spell is Professor Expelliarmus, except your weapon. The effect is to deprive the opponent's wand after hitting the opponent. At the same time, the disarming spell also has a certain impact. The knockback effect and the level of the caster and the difference between the magic power of both parties related." Professor Flitwick, who was standing on the stool, was just about to ask Hermione a question, but he didn't expect that Marks suddenly stood up and crackled and said a big deal. He was a little dazed for a while. Good point. Gryffindor adds 2 points. Professor Flitwick quickly reacted, but Marks's behavior of rushing to answer was somewhat bad, so Professor Flitwick reminded him again. Also, Mr. McClown, I think you'd better raise your hand before answering the question next time. Okay, Professor. Marks glanced at the rewards in the system column and sat down satisfactorily. Marks's well-behaved attitude made Professor Flitwick nod, thinking that Marks might just love learning, so he cleared his throat and continued. Next is another question. Obstacle curse. Before Professor Flitwick could finish speaking, Marks stood up again. The spell of the obstacle spell is Impedimenta. There are many obstacles. The effect is to create a magical barrier for blocking offensives in a single direction. The advantage is that it can stack multiple at the same time, which has a stronger defensive effect. The disadvantage is that it cannot defend against other directions. Attack. Am I right, Professor? Marks smiled obediently at Professor Flitwick. Hermione's eyes widened and looked at Marks blankly. This time it was over without even having time to raise her hand. The rest of the little wizards shivered under the aura of Marks's Gwibber, just answering a question. As for the need to grab it, too cruel. Yes. Professor Flitwick spit out a word difficultly, waved to Marks to sit down. This time he didn't even add points. Marks doesn't care either. The system's bonus rules only need to be approved by the professor. Let's move on to the next question. Professor Flitwick cleared his throat, glanced over Marks, and quickly turned to speak. Forget it. I'll teach this lesson myself. After learning how to answer in class, Marks' speed at obtaining grade points suddenly became a lot faster. After all, although Hermione is a schoolmaster and smart, the little witch's face is still relatively thin, and she can't do what Marks is. So operation. It's just that every time I saw Marks's delicate little face was always bulging. At the beginning, he reminded Marks that it was wrong to answer in class and that they should have a fair competition. Of course, Marks shook his head resolutely. What kind of jokes are you joking? Can the matter of rushing to answer among the masters be called robbing? Anyway, it did not violate the Hogwarts school rules. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. It is estimated that when the Big Four of Hogwarts founding school were drawing up school regulations, they did not expect that there would be someone who could love learning so much. Marks felt that even if they knew, they would definitely leave tears of comfort in the coffin. Hermione was dumbfounded by Marks, especially since Marks used his previous experience of being deducted 5 points in flight lessons. Now out of guilt, he wants to make up for it 10 times 100 times. There is nothing to say. While Marks was happy, the professors of various subjects had headaches. More importantly, they didn't know how to deal with Marks. They have seen little wizards making trouble, but it was the first time that they rushed to answer in class. In addition, Marks was correct and accurate every time he answered, and he admitted his mistakes sincerely after answering, which caused professors of various subjects to be embarrassed to scold Marks just a few words. Marks, who had tasted the sweetness, then extended his deadly claws to the last Fortress Potions class, intending to gradually figure out Professor Snape's bottom line. Snape, who had always favored Slytherin and was hostile to Gryffindor, was not so good at talking. He personally gave Marks a warning when get out of class was over. If he saw Marks next time, he would stand up and answer questions without consent. He deducted all the academy points Marks earned in BIC. But as soon as Snape walked with his forefoot, the system prompt sounded as expected. Ding, the potions course is over. This comprehensive class evaluation, satisfactory excellent. Evaluator, Severus Snape. Reward, academic points 10. Deadson dear. Marks couldn't help but spit out, and then touched his chin thoughtfully. He seemed probably like you can still skin a little bit more. Chapter 23 I can still peel one more point. Marks, who finished reading the book, smashed his mouth. I don't know which master was so unlucky. When he told his own experience, Lockhart spotted him. Can tell in such detail, it is obvious that he has been in close contact with the smelly monster. Marks closed the book and put it back in place. Even if he knew the weakness of the troll, he still had to make various preparations. For example, the improvement of potions, or the learning of some more powerful magic. In short, is that his grade point is missing. The only way to get grade points is to answer the professor's questions in each class, except for the usual class. But Marks soon discovered that it is not so easy to be a good student. Even answering questions needs competition these days. Regardless of the course, as long as the professor on the stage asks a question, our know-it-all lady will always raise her hand high for the first time, and then quickly and accurately speak the answer with the professor's permission. After Marks joined the ranks of answering questions, the class became a battlefield for two people, and two arms raised high in each class. And Hermione seemed to be having fun too, and she worked harder. She often stayed in the library with Marks until the door was closed and the lights went out before returning to the bedroom. Marks just wanted to cry without tears. He just wanted to earn some school points, but Hermione's gain was directly reduced by more than half. Marks couldn't bear it, so he had to use some special methods. Disarming Curse and Obstacle Curse are what we will focus on next, and they will also be one of the most frequently used spells in the future. In the spell class, Professor Flitwick, the short fairy, is standing on a stool, spreading common magic knowledge for a group of little wizards, and flicking a magic wand to demonstrate to everyone from time to time. Has taught spell lessons for more than 10 years. Professor Flitwick's teaching experience is very rich, and it will not be long before the learning emotions of the little wizards are stimulated. Okay, then does anyone know what the disarming spell is? What does it do? Professor Flitwick looked at the students in the audience and asked. Hermione took the lead in raising her arms, and at the same time she turned her head and glanced at Marks. Hermione was still very concerned about the only threatening competitor in class. However, Marks stood up directly in Hermione's surprised eyes and said to Professor Flitwick, "The spell of the disarming spell is Professor Expelliarmus except your weapon. The effect is to deprive the opponent's wand after hitting the opponent. At the same time, the disarming spell also has a certain impact. The knockback effect and the level of the caster and the difference between the magic power of both parties related." Professor Flitwick, who was standing on the stool, was just about to ask Hermione a question, but he didn't expect that Marks suddenly stood up and crackled and said a big deal. He was a little dazed for a while. Good point. Gryffindor adds 2 points. Professor Flitwick quickly reacted, but Marks's behavior of rushing to answer was somewhat bad, so Professor Flitwick reminded him again. Also, Mr. McClown, I think you'd better raise your hand before answering the question next time. Okay, Professor. Marks glanced at the rewards in the system column and sat down satisfactorily. Marks's well-behaved attitude made Professor Flitwick nod, thinking that Marks might just love learning, so he cleared his throat and continued. Next is another question, Obstacle Curse. Before Professor Flitwick could finish speaking, Marks stood up again. The spell of the obstacle spell is Impedimenta. There are many obstacles. The effect is to create a magical barrier for blocking offensives in a single direction. The advantage is that it can stack multiple at the same time, which has a stronger defensive effect. The disadvantage is that it cannot defend against other directions. Attack. Am I right, Professor? Marx smiled obediently at Professor Flitwick. Hermione's eyes widened and looked at Marx blankly. This time it was over without even having time to raise her hand. The rest of the little wizards shivered under the aura of Marx's Gwibber, just answering a question. As for the need to grab it, too cruel. Yes. Professor Flitwick spit out a word difficultly, waved to Marx to sit down. This time he didn't even add points. Marx doesn't care either. The system's bonus rules only need to be approved by the professor. Let's move on to the next question. Professor Flitwick cleared his throat, glanced over Marx, and quickly turned to speak. Forget it. I'll teach this lesson myself. After learning how to answer in class, Marx's speed at obtaining grade points suddenly became a lot faster. After all, although Hermione is a schoolmaster and smart, the little witch's face is still relatively thin, and she can't do what Marx is. So operation. It's just that every time I saw Marx's delicate little face was always bulging. At the beginning, he reminded Marx that it was wrong to answer in class and that they should have a fair competition. Of course, Marx shook his head resolutely. What kind of jokes are you joking? Can the matter of rushing to answer among the masters be called robbing? Anyway, it did not violate the Hogwarts school rules. Until novel.com it is estimated that when the founding Big Four of Hogwarts formulated the school rules, they did not expect anyone to love learning so much. Marx felt that even if they knew, they would definitely leave tears of comfort in the coffin. Hermione was dumbfounded by Marx, especially since Marx used his previous experience of being deducted 5 points in flight lessons. Now out of guilt, he wants to make up for it 10 times 100 times. There is nothing to say. While Marx was happy, the professors of various subjects had headaches. More importantly, they didn't know how to deal with Marx. They have seen little wizards making trouble, but it was the first time that they rushed to answer in class. In addition, Marx was correct and accurate every time he answered, and he admitted his mistakes sincerely after answering, which caused professors of various subjects to be embarrassed to scold Marx just a few words. Marx, who had tasted the sweetness, then extended his deadly claws to the last Fortress Potions class, intending to gradually figure out Professor Snape's bottom line. Snape, who had always favored Slytherin and was hostile to Gryffindor, was not so good at talking. He personally gave Marx a warning when get out of class was over. If he saw Marx next time, he would stand up and answer questions without consent. He deducted all the academy points Marx earned in BIC. But as soon as Snape walked with his forefoot, the system prompt sounded as expected. Ding! The potions course is over. This comprehensive class evaluation. Satisfactory. Excellent. Evaluator, Severus Snape. Reward, academic points 10. Deadson dear. Marx couldn't help but spit out, and then touched his chin thoughtfully. He seemed probably like you can still skin a little bit more. Chapter 24 Horrible Troll. Of course, this kind of thought only flashed in Marx's mind. If he died again, Snape might still deduct a lot of Gryffindor's college points. Marx doesn't care about this, but he won't cause the entire Gryffindor Academy to suffer a loss for earning grade points. So in the next few days, when Marx was in the potions class, apart from engaging in small moves in private and collecting some materials needed to make hypnotic potions, there were no major moves. This kind of preparation work lasted until Halloween before it was over. Marx looked at the system bar and was still very satisfied with his results. Marx McClown. Occupation, Wizard. Curses, Fear Curse Level 2 265,400. Levitating Curse Level 2 97,400. Transformation Curse Level 2 382,400. Split Curse Level 2 84,400. Petrification Curse 191,400. Shrinking Curse 1 Level 74,200. The rest is omitted. Knowledge Theory, Magic item making level 0 435,500 potions level 3 1800 basic magic principles level 2 218,400 magic item, magic wand yew wood, unicorn hair, 11 inches and 3/4 long. Magic, medium, fit, 72.5%. Academic points, 107. After nearly half a semester of hard work, in addition to the newly learned reduction spell, Marks has upgraded all the spells he knows to the second level. Both the power and the stability have improved greatly compared to the first level. Cut. Among them, the knowledge of potions was the first to reach the level 3, and the only thing that remained unchanged was the production of magic items, and Marks had no clue for the time being. The grade point is also left enough for one experience card, just in case. In order to welcome the upcoming Halloween, pumpkin lanterns have been hung in the Hall of Hogwarts, which contains magic released by Dumbledore himself, which can continuously emit a faint blue light. Pippi hides insidiously in one of the lanterns. Whenever an unsuspecting little wizard passes by, Pippi will suddenly pop out of the lantern and startle him, and then scold him at the little wizard's curse. Among them laughed and got into another lantern. But I have to say that it is precisely because of Pippi ghosts that this Halloween has a more horrible atmosphere. At the very least, Harry and Ron felt the festive atmosphere brought by Pippi ghost. As long as they saw a pumpkin lantern glowing in the castle, they would subconsciously hide away. Marks, what do you do to make so many thorns? The big exhibition hall. The long table in Gryffindor. Harry looked strangely as Marks turned the wooden branches he had picked up from unknown sources into half-circular spikes. These semicircular iron thorns are very ugly, but the spikes on them are thin and long, and the faintly gleaming cold light made Harry shiver. Of course it's Halloween for everyone to have some fun, Marks said with a smile. Have fun? Harry and Ron glanced at each other, always having a bad feeling. Just kidding, just practice the spell. Marks waved his hand and explained. But the movement of Marks's hand did not stop. He waved his magic wand and pointed it on the newly deformed spike. After using the shrinking spell to reduce the spike several times, he threw it into the bag. There was a sound of metal clashing in the bag, and Marks backhanded it away. By the way, where's Hermione? Marks looked left and right, but didn't see Miss Know-It-All, which was a little strange. Well, this. Ron's face was slightly red, and he stubbed out a few words for a long time. Harry, who couldn't stand it in the end, told him what Hermione had heard when Ron secretly said bad things today. I made no mistake, she was like that. Ron flushed. Marks frowned, but he didn't expect that this thing happened. After thinking about it, Marks stood up, picked up the wand, and walked towards the exit of the hall. Marks, the party hasn't started yet. Where are you going? Harry asked. Of course I went to Hermione, Marks replied, leaving only Harry and Ron behind. Leaving the lively exhibition hall, Marks found a secret path and went to the abandoned girls' bathroom as quickly as possible, intending to persuade Hermione to leave first, so as not to disturb his actions against the trolls later. But halfway through, Marks changed the plan again after careful consideration, because Marks was a little confused about how long it would take to persuade Hermione, and did not know when the troll was released. If it happened to be himself when she and Hermione were in the bathroom, they were blocked by trolls, let alone fighting. It's hard to escape. In contrast, it is better to solve the trolls directly at a place a little further away from the bathroom. Because of the stepping point in advance, Marks quickly found a suitable corridor and threw a few pieces of rock cakes that Hagrid had given before to the center of the corridor. These rock cakes are all soaked powerful sleeping potions, and the dose is enough to put several adult wizards. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. As for why is rock cake, Marks said that anyway, giant monsters are not picky eaters, they can eat everything, and rock cakes are carried, and they are used as waste, or else they are put in the bedroom waiting for insects. Since Hagrid, the half-giant, likes eating so much, maybe the giant is good at it. After making enough preparations, Marks hid in the corner of the corridor and was able to defeat the trolls in the simplest way. Marks would hold a magic wand hard when he was full. There is only one life, when it should be shrugged. If it should be shrugged. Less than a minute after Marks was ready, there was a slight vibration on the floor. Marks faintly smelled a foul smell, and his expression suddenly shuddered. The nervousness was extreme. The monster has arrived. The next moment, a giant 12 feet tall appeared on the other side of the corridor. The first thing Marks saw was a thick sole with pikes yarn by, and the giant monster's fat waist was like a huge bucket made of a dilapidated old tree, with an ugly green paint painted on it, with a small head on the top. It looks a little bigger than Marks's at best, and with his burly body, it looks a little absurd. The most important thing about it is that it is still holding a thick wooden stick in its hand, and it drags it on the floor for a long time and makes sharp and piercing noises. Marks swallowed hard. Only then did I understand why Dumbledore chose the troll as one of the barriers to defend the Sorcerer's Stone. The huge body alone was enough to make an adult wizard treat it with caution. For a little wizard who has not graduated from the Wizarding Academy, it is even more a nightmare. Marks can't help but feel fortunate that he didn't directly choose to be tough. If he accidentally gets drawn by the giant stick of the troll, he might have to cross once. Chapter 25 Battle against the Trolls and the Ineffective Horrocurse Ugadim Leviosa. Seeing the giant monster slowly approaching, Marks whispered the levitating spell, and several rock cakes on the ground slowly floated up, so that the giant monster could see directly, instead of being too small to see it. King directly stepped on it. But at this time, Marks was still a little worried, for fear that the monster was not as stupid as the book said, and he saw that this was a trap. Fortunately, Marks soon discovered that the giant monster was stupider than he thought. He didn't even have the vigilance that ordinary creatures should have. It didn't matter how the food in front of him came from, he grabbed it and sent it into his mouth. Even for the purpose of grabbing, the troll dropped the stick he was holding on the ground. It looked like a foodie. Marks couldn't help wondering whether Chino had secretly deducted the troll's food and then saved the money. Cannon put it in his pocket. After spitting out in his heart for a while, Marks's original nervous expression also loosened, and his left hand gently touched the pocket of the wizard's robe. His carefully prepared escape method seemed to be useless. However, what Marks didn't expect was that after a few minutes, the monster, after eating the rock cake, didn't mean to fall, but twitched his nose, as if he wanted to hear if there was any other food. Marks was a little dazed. You must know that in order to ensure the success of the plan, it would be okay for him to use the amount to knock down several adult wizards, but the troll did not even react. It's not scientific at all. It's not magic at all. Could it be that the potion he made is more watery? Marks looked at the potions that he had reached level 3, somewhat uncertain. When Marks was entangled whether he should do it directly, a loud voice directly broke the already bad situation. Marks, hiding in the secret tunnel, saw Hermione, who suddenly appeared at the corner of the corridor. The troll directly picked up the wooden stick on the ground and walked towards Hermione with excitement. Marks understood the moment he saw the troll move. Hermione should have been attracted by the sound of the wooden stick just now. Marks cursed secretly in his heart. If he had known it, he would have set the trap farther away. Of course, Marks is only talking about it. If he really wants to go a little further, he can't be sure whether the troll will pass by on the other side. Hermione was panicked for a while in the face of the terrifying pressure caused by the approach of the giant monster. The brain kept transmitting the information of escape to the body, but her legs were soft and even barely able to stand. Just as Marks thought, Hermione, who was crying in the bathroom originally, felt the vibration from the ground and the loud noise made by the wooden stick before she came to take a look curiously. It's just that Hermione never thought that she would see a terrifying creature like a troll in the hallway of Hogwarts. Just as Hermione thought she was going to die here tragically, a voice rang in due course. Fear is coming. The bright purple light was shot from the other side. The huge size of the troll made the spell almost impossible to miss. The moment the terror curse hit, the troll stopped running forward, dumbfounded. Standing still there, Marks, who had been hiding in the secret path, came out at the same time. Hermione, like a drowning man, grabbed a life-saving straw, rushed up and hugged Marks with tears that had never dried up. Marks did not relax his vigilance, using his free left hand to break free of Hermione's restraint, holding a wand in his right hand, constantly increasing the power of the fear curse. Hermione blushed, but quickly noticed something wrong with the troll under Marks's reminder. Hermione thought that Marks used a spell to subdue the troll, but now it doesn't seem to be that simple. What's wrong with it? Hermione asked quietly. Marks did not answer, but just signaled Hermione to stop speaking. But his eyes never left the troll. This was the first time Marks saw this situation since using the fear curse. In order to cause enough fear to the trolls, Marks used the fear spell to reenact the three-headed Norwegian dog that he encountered before. After zooming in, he replaced it in Hermione's position. And the giant monster that was under the fear curse was also very confused at this time. How did the little dwarf who was wearing strange clothes in front of him somehow become a huge three-headed dog? And the image is faintly familiar, but it seems to be in the impression of it. Compared with a lot of fat, is it because you have secretly added a meal recently? Now how to do? Hermione said nothing this time, but still motioned with her eyes. Marks pondered for a while, but still reluctant to give up this opportunity. Time is limited and the professor may arrive at any time. If you miss this opportunity, next time you want to defeat the trolls, you can only go under the trapdoor guarded by the three-headed dog Norway. Thinking of this, Marks lip-and motion gestured Hermione to use the levitation charm to capture the troll's stick, and then smash it on the head. That's right. It's the way Harry and Ron defeated the troll in the original book. Even if they were unsuccessful, they would at least be able to seize the troll's weapon. Until novel.com Hermione expressed doubts about Marks's crazy plans. But out of trust, I was still prepared to implement it. However, it is the stick that the troll swings faster than Hermione casts the spell. The giant monster who had no brains, after many attempts to communicate to no avail, finally chose to shoot angrily. The weird force and the wooden stick that was thicker than the adult waist made Marks feel the threat of death after a long absence. At the very moment when Marks used his last hole card, the remaining academic points in the system bar instantly dropped to single digits. In the next moment, Marks's thinking speed was increased by 100-fold. The landing point of the stick and the possible follow-up actions of the trolls passed through Marks's mind one by one, and then he turned and rushed, holding Hermione and rolling on the ground a few times in embarrassment. Behind him, a huge sound came at the same time. The original solid corner had been knocked out by the monster, and the powder debris it had brought up was spread all over the floor. The fear curse that Marks used before was also broken. This time, even if the troll was stupid, he knew he was being teased. He raised the stick and was ready to pursue it, but the troll felt his brain suddenly fainted after 2 steps. Dull and staggered, he hit the wall, but the powerful sleeping potion he had eaten before finally began to work. Taking advantage of the gap in the troll's brain not awake, Marks suddenly climbed up from the ground, pulling Hermione and the troll to a distance of more than 10 meters. The affected troll also regained its sanity at this time, apparently for sleeping pills. The resistance of the agent is very high. Although the troll didn't know why he was suddenly trapped, the 2 little dwarfs on the ground could not be wrong, and immediately rushed towards the 2 in anger. 12 meters is not too far for the giant monster, just a few seconds can be crossed. It is enough for Marks. Chapter 26 The challenge mission is complete. Split to pieces. Marks's splitting spell accurately hit the joints of the giant monster's arm. The giant monster who was waving a stick just felt his arm numb, and the weapon he held tightly dropped out, with the speed bonus of his own strength, wiping Marks's side and flying out. The strong wind pressure made Marks have to squint her eyes, and Hermione paled with fright and almost screamed. Under Marks's precise calculations, the wooden stick that was released did not cause any harm to the 2 of them, but fell not far behind Marks, making a huge sound. Losing the weapon did not make the trolls have the slightest idea of retreating. On the contrary, it was even more fierce. After all, the two dwarfs in front of them were close at hand, so weak that they could pinch to death with their hands. 5 meters. The troll approached him, and a bloodthirsty color faintly revealed on the bean-sized head. Hermione closed her eyes in despair, and Marks calmly pushed Hermione away, and took it out of the wizard's robe. A bag was thrown out. At the same time, a beam of pure magic power came first and hit the bag. Under the light curtain generated by the magic burst, dozens of reduced iron thorns in the bag quickly expanded to the size of the palm of the hand and scattered on the bag. On the floor. Magic beam is a small skill that Marks accidentally learned from the transformation class. Since Marks's transformation spell has been raised to a level close to level 3, only the low-level reduction spell is lifted. This was originally a means of escape reserved by Marks. Its function was only to restrict the actions of the trolls, but now it has become a weapon of active attack. Under the precise landing point calculated by Marks's full power, one of the iron thorns happened to fall under the right foot of the monster that was about to land. When the giant foot stepped on it, Marks clearly saw the monster. The ugly face suddenly became distorted. Taking advantage of the troll's instability, Marks continued to retreat, and changed his hand with another splitting spell. This time the blow was used to support the thighs of the body. Under the skin and flesh, the huge body of the troll could no longer support it. After taking a step, he loses his balance completely. The fat and huge body of the giant monster is so straightly pressed down. The drop point is exactly where the stick fell. And Marks had already retreated to a spot tens of centimeters behind the wooden stick, waved his hand to release the final transformation spell. In the process of casting the spell, Marks faintly heard the prompt sound of the transformation spell upgrade in his mind. The stupid little head of the giant monster couldn't understand why the nasty iron thorns appeared on the ground, just as it didn't understand why the wooden stick it dropped suddenly turned into a cone-shaped spike standing on the ground. Fortunately, it doesn't need to think about it anymore. The cone-shaped spikes pierced the brain straight from the eyes, and the scarlet blood mixed with the white brain pulp spewed out, slowly flowing down the cone. At the end of life, the giant monster stared straight at the little dwarf wearing strange costumes with its only remaining eye. There was only endless confusion and a little fear in his eyes. Marks was standing less than 30 centimeters in front of the giant monster's body, and put down the magic wand in his hand. Hermione looked at the troll's corpse dumbly and speechless. The despair and fear on her face had not disappeared. It was only a few seconds before and after the original menacing troll fell like this, in front of Marks. Marks gasped gently. It seemed that it was just a few seconds of confrontation, but he had already tried his best. If it weren't for the effect of the powerful hypnotic potion to delay the troll's pace at the beginning, the iron thorns deformed in advance will have a perfect assist. It would be a fantasy to solve the troll so easily. Ding. Challenge task: defeat or kill giant monsters completed. Task evaluation: excellent. Quest reward: blood fusion potion formula distributed. The reminder of task completion sounded as expected, and Marks was about to take a look at the rewards issued by the system, when he heard loud and rapid footsteps suddenly coming from behind him. Oh, my God, what is going on? Professor McGonagall, who was the first to rush into the corridor, saw a scene she had never thought of. The dilapidated corridor scattered with thorns and thorns, the smashed pitted walls, and fell in front of Marks with his head opened. Giant monster with big hole. And Marks and Hermione, whom she has been worried about, seem to be in good shape. Except for some dust on the clothes, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. Professor McGonagall almost thought that he had some hallucinations, and Snape, who arrived afterwards, also couldn't believe his eyes. Kino was even more surprised. He even forgot his disguise for a while, strode to the body of the troll, and confirmed again that it was indeed the troll he released. Ah, it seems that in addition to a savior of the magic world, we have another genius this year, and we have done things that even some teaching professors can't do when we just started school. Snape, who was the first to react, looked at Marks expressionlessly, but there was a strong irony no matter how he heard it. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. Chino would have restored his previous solitary appearance again. His body was squatting, and he looked worried. When he heard Snape's words, he just shook his body and didn't have any reaction anymore. Just like Snape. The professor in the mouth is not saying that he is the same. Professor McGonagall opened his mouth in anger. McClown, can you explain to me what is going on here? Although Hermione was present besides Marks, both Professor McGonagall and everyone else in the room could tell that Marks was the principal. After all, the tears from the corners of Hermione's eyes hadn't dried yet, and there was still a trace of horror on her face. As you have seen, the professor, I just happened to encounter a giant monster when I was walking through this corridor. Marks spread his hands and said innocently, happens? Professor McGonagall didn't believe it at all. Snape looked at the iron thorns scattered on the ground and added, I think our Mr. McClown might want to be a hero, otherwise how could he make preparations in advance and just appear here? Because there is no time to do the finishing work. Marks really didn't know how to explain it for a while. Marks is here to find Hermione. Professor, we can testify for him. Harry and Ron got out of the back of an armored knight in the corridor at this time. They actually arrived a long time ago, but they just came across the moment when Marks was showing off his power. Apart from hiding in their hearts and shouting fuck and 666, the two had no room to play. Harry, Ron, I thought you guys should be staying in the dormitory now. Professor McGonagall looked at them with an unkind expression. Chapter 27 I was a fool. Yes, Professor, theoretically we should be in the dormitory now. Harry swallowed hard under Professor McGonagall's gaze. But in the actual operation process will always cause different results. Professor McGonagall's face suddenly became gloomy, and Harry, who sensed something wrong, quickly added, it means that Ron and I heard the troll news at the banquet. I remembered that Marks and Hermione were still here. They came here because they were worried. Ron gritted his teeth and prepared to speak badly behind his back, which caused Hermione to cry and hide in the female bathroom. Yes, they are here to find me. However, Hermione interrupted them suddenly, and then turned to McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, I just came to the troll, thinking I can deal with it. You know, I have seen in the book how to deal with this kind of creature. Unexpectedly, the giant monster is beyond my imagination. If Marks hadn't arrived in time, I would have died. As for Harry and Ron, they should be secretly worried about us. Hermione lied for the first time, and she still seemed a little uncomfortable. Her charming little face blushed, but fortunately, she soon became smoother and smoother, and she came back successfully. How can you think like this? Silly girl, you are only in the first grade. How could you deal with the trolls? Professor McGonagall blamed. Ahem. Marks coughed slightly when he heard the words, reminding Professor McGonagall that there is a troll who successfully singled out a first-year wizard. Marks' straightforward performance made Professor McGonagall a little unable to get off the stage. Fortunately, Dumbledore, who was invited by Filch, arrived in time to relieve the embarrassment. At the moment Dumbledore appeared, his eyes were on the scattered thorns and the monster's corpse, especially on the cone-shaped spike that penetrated the monster's head for a while. It's an excellent transformation spell. Among the little wizards of the same age I have seen, no one can use it better than you. If in class, I think Professor McGonagall will definitely add a lot to Gryffindor. Dumbledore made no secret of his admiration. Albus, what we should discuss now is these children looking for trolls in private. McGonagall nodded. She was also a little surprised at Marks's level of transfiguration, but it was obviously not the time to discuss this. If that's the case, then so be it. Dumbledore pondered for a while, then looked at the crowd. Miss Granger will cause Gryffindor College to be deducted 10 points because of her recklessness. Although Potter and Weasley violated school rules, this friendship is worthy of recognition, so we will not be punished for the time being. Harry and Ron breathed a sigh of relief, while Hermione bit her lip slightly. and the deduction was still a bit unacceptable for her. As for McClown, Dumbledore paused, and Hermione's hearts were raised again, but Dumbledore suddenly said in a relaxed tone, "Because of your behavior, I will add 20 points to Gryffindor." Hermione's gripping heart was finally completely let go, and she looked at Marks with joy, even diluting the impact of the deduction. Marks also raised the corners of his mouth, because just when Dumbledore said he was going to give him extra points, the system also gave him 20 grade points, which was worthy of his hard work for several days. "Will it be a little too loose?" Professor McGonagall frowned, thinking that Dumbledore's actions might encourage the adventurous hearts of Marks and others. Not every little wizard can successfully defeat the trolls shortly after enrolling. Dumbledore shook his head and vetoed. "By the way, Professor, this monster doesn't need me to compensate, right?" Marks, who was in a good mood, asked casually. "Of course not, but..." Dumbledore smiled at Marks. "Will you be able to come to the principal's office later? I'm very interested in your process of defeating the trolls. Maybe, after I'm done with this, after the matter, we can have a good chat." Marks's smiling face froze for an instant, and he opened his mouth but couldn't speak. Can he say it? Marks was depressed for a while, knowing that he shouldn't talk too much. "I'm so stupid. I knew that when I went to the forbidden area, I should have read Occlumency several times. I'm so stupid." On the way to the principal's office, Marks inexplicably turned on Lin Xiang's repetition mode, regretting over and over again that he hadn't learned Occlumency in advance. Of course, this is actually not entirely to blame for him. In order to be able to complete the challenge task more smoothly, almost all of the grade points obtained have been smashed into potions and several key spells. There is no extra grade point for the study of occlusive cerebral art. As for learning Occlumency without experience cards, Marks thinks let it go. He still clearly remembers the gifted savior Harry, who could not learn it under the guidance of a master of Occlumency like Snape. Marks feels that self-study is not a nightmare difficulty. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. However, this also reminded Marks of a feature of mind-absorption in the original work. That is, the caster can only read the memories that are being recalled in the mind of the caster. If you want more, you must use a more powerful invigorating mind to force the subject to actively recall more. That's why in the original book, when Snape read Harry's memories, it caused Harry to replay these memories in his brain. With these guesses, Marks is a little relieved. As long as he thinks about useless things when talking later, Dumbledore will not forcefully search his memory, right? Marks walked to the headmaster's room with a sense of anxiety. The guardian here was an extremely ugly giant stone beast. When Marks said the signal that Dumbledore gave him, the stone beast slowed down amidst the dull sound, rotating upwards, finally revealed the hidden stairs behind. Marks walked up the stairs. Inside was a spacious round room. The old walls with a sense of time were covered with portraits of Hogwarts' previous principals. The principals' pictures were clearly marked below each portrait. Name and time to run this school. Marks's most interesting things are the meditation basin placed on the long side table and Dumbledore's pet phoenix fox. The pendant pen is what Marks dreams of. As long as he learns to contemplate the mind, he can use the power of the pendant pen to sort out his memories. Phoenix blood is an important elixir that can be used as a blood fusion potion, and it is the top one. If it weren't for the lack of tools, plus that Dumbledore might return at any time, Marks would have wondered whether to take this opportunity to draw a tube of blood before talking. If you say, "He played Fox." Chapter 28. I believe you a ghost. You bad old man is so bad. Fox, who was lazily combing his feathers, shuddered suddenly inexplicably. He raised his red eyes and looked around for possible threats. He found that there was nothing but a little wizard with low magic power and harmless humans and animals. After nothing, he closed his eyes and rested. However, Marks, who is harmless to humans and animals, stretched out his sinful right hand in the name of being close and facilitating future communication. The flexible fingers paused in the air for a short while, and Marks saw that Fox was still dozing off the curtain, so he cautiously stroked Fox's feathers with a finger first. At the moment of contact, the fake phoenix opened his eyes swiftly, and after a stalemate with Marx's big and small eyes, Fox, who confirmed that the other party was not malicious, still slapped Marx with his wings very proudly. The big evil hand, the color of warning in his eyes. As a phoenix, how can it be touched by Fox? However, no matter how arrogant Fox is, it can't compare to Marx's shameless closeness. After all, as Dumbledore's pet, it is quite human. It is naturally impossible for Fox to act on Marx. In the end, he hid like Marx hide-and-seek for a few minutes and then reluctantly compromised. This is also related to the fact that Marx did not show the slightest maliciousness from the beginning to the end, otherwise Marx's fingers would be gone. Unexpectedly, I will still have a day of shooting the phoenix. Marx happily put his hands on Fox, using his previous experience of driving the parrot on it, and it is best to brush his goodwill to the point where he does not resist the blood. Phoenix Fox also gradually changed from being impatient at the beginning to being indifferent, and in the end he was even willing to raise his arrogant head and let Marx fling the feathers on his neck. While Marx was pushing Fox, he was also carefully looking at the phoenix in Western legends. Unlike the phoenix that Marx had in his previous life, Fox looks more like a large turkey with beautiful golden red feathers. Although it looks majestic, but somehow, Marx sees it in his mind. I just wondered how it tasted. When Marx had a brainstorm, he might be able to fill his brain with food, and just do it when he thought of it. Marx was thinking of deep-fried, grilled, fried, and various kinds of food in his mind. Just as Marx was thinking of the fire-roasting phoenix, a gentle voice suddenly rang. "The flame is the hotbed of the phoenix. Maybe you can change your cooking method." Marx turned his head and looked at it. Dumbledore's tall body was walking in from the door. His over 100 years of age did not seem to have caused any obstacles to the greatest white wizard of the century. He was still full of energy. And even more, Xingsy joked with Marx. Fox, who was kicked by Marx, hurriedly flew up, pecked Marx's head angrily, and then flew onto Dumbledore's hat, looking at Marx with a vigilant look. Fox never thought that the harmless little wizard in front of him actually planned to roast himself. "Professor, I am curious, how do you know that I am thinking about this? Can you read my memory?" Marx asked innocently after touching his aching head. Sometimes a person's actions and behaviors will also reveal his thoughts. Dumbledore did not admit or refute, but spoke with some meaningful words. Marx had a suddenly realized expression on his face, but in his heart he had already begun to spit out wildly. "I believe you a ghost. You bad old man is so bad." Perhaps it was because the time had not expired for the previously exchanged Xwib experience card. When Dumbledore spoke for the first time, Marx felt a force sneak into his brain until he asked, This power disappeared without a trace. Marx can guess that this power is Dumbledore's contemplation even with his toes, but I don't know why he can perceive such silent and soul-related magic traces in the experience card state. For some reason, Dumbledore didn't use it after taking back the dementia. Instead, he dragged a long blue-purple robe and sat on the principal's chair. While motioning for Marx to sit down, he pulled out of the drawer. "Take some snacks out and put them on the table. Would you like some cockroach piles? Or how about the latest flavor of sizzling honey candy?" Dumbledore would pick out a little too and let Marx taste it. As for the infamous pile of cockroaches, Marx didn't even touch it, but he was a little interested in honey, took out an unpacked one, and threw it into his mouth. Teeth bite, the mouth is full of the sweetness of honey. The broken pieces of sugar seem to have self-consciousness, beating wildly in the mouth, avoiding Marx's teeth, a bit like the popping candy he had eaten in his previous life. "It's just a bit sweeter on the bite." Dumbledore did not rush to ask, but gave Marx another glass of iced lemon juice, which made him look like a listener.mtlnovel.com ate some sweets and poured half a cup of lemon. As the juice went down, Marx gradually eased the anxiety of seeing Dumbledore for the first time, and began to tell what happened. Of course, what Marx said was not what Hermione said when she lied. After all, It was a bit too fake, let alone Dumbledore. He didn't believe it. Furthermore, Marx was not sure if Dumbledore would suddenly use dementia during his narration, or if he could see something on his face. So almost everything Marx said was the truth, but he concealed some of the key information. The last thing he said was that before the Halloween party, he learned from Harry that Hermione was hiding in the bathroom alone, and went looking for it with anxiety. After encountering a troll halfway, he went into the underpass to escape. It was Hermione who passively attracted him, and he stepped forward to finally kill the troll. In order to increase the credibility, Marx even said roughly the course of the battle. The remaining doubts are the iron thorns that have been deformed in advance to limit the actions of the trolls, and the sleeping potion ingredients that may be detected on the trolls' corpses. Marx can't explain the former. If Dumbledore asks, he can only avoid that he is practicing the transformation and reduction spells. Fortunately, Marx started making this stuff a few days ago. Many little wizards can testify to him, so no matter how Dumbledore investigates, he can only reach this conclusion. Marx didn't mention the latter, because even if he was detected, Dumbledore was not the only one suspected of, and Chino was the one most likely to be the one who was behind. Marx quickly calculated the doubts in his words to see if there were any omissions. However, Dumbledore's next reaction made Marx seem to hit the cotton with a hard punch. Chapter 29. Hero McClown. The Great White Wizard didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with Marx's words. When I heard that Marx used the iron thorns that happens to carry with the transformation curse, he completed a Jedi rebellion within 10 seconds. After the kill, Dumbledore clapped his hands, making no secret of his admiration in his expression. A wonderful battle. You are better than I thought. I think Severus is right. Hogwarts has an extra genius, Dumbledore said with emotion. A little wizard who has just entered school for only a few months can be calm when facing a giant monster for the first time. He also cleverly uses what he possesses to easily defeat it. He has not seen this in decades. Excellent little wizard, was boasted by Dumbledore for a while, but Marx was a little uncomfortable. After all, this meant that he was being watched by Dumbledore. The next conversation became more relaxed. There was no temptation or tit-for-tat suspicion in Marx's imagination. Aside from the initial contemplation, Dumbledore was kindly like a neighbor who chatted with family. The old man is average. This makes Marx maliciously suspect that Dumbledore is dementia. However, in the course of the conversation, Dumbledore accidentally mentioned Marx's mother, Izzy McClown, which made Marx interested. Professor, do you know my mother? Marx pretended to be curious. Yes, when your mother went to school here, it was really impressive. Dumbledore blinked at Marx, motioning pointedly. No matter what aspect it is. Dumbledore's half-talking behavior made Marx very painful. He didn't know if it was because of his lack of intelligence, or maybe it was simply a way of communicating between smart people. But he really doesn't understand. Marx had to squeeze an awkward and polite smile. In the end, under Marx's side percussion, I only got the information that his mother had studied at Slytherin College. Marx didn't ask about his father's affairs, because there was nothing relevant in his messy memory. Information. It's not good if you make mistakes rashly. Dumbledore seemed to avoid this topic deliberately. After a short chat, he smiled and said to Marx, "Okay, kid, you can go back. I believe there will be a surprise waiting for you later." Marx didn't hold any hope for the surprise Dumbledore said, and the news of being able to return was enough surprise for him. So, Marx left here in an elegant and swift manner. Dumbledore, who was sitting in the chair, calmed Fox with one hand, and looked at Marx's distant back, not knowing what he was thinking. Dessert souffle. In front of the Hogwarts lounge, Marx shouted an order to guard the fat lady here and then nodded, letting her body reveal a circular passage. Every time Marx climbed, he couldn't help but complain about the designer of this passage. Something was wrong with the design, so he wanted to make a pipe. The Gryffindor lounge at midnight was pitch black. The dark brown fireplace on the right that was always burning was extinguished at some point, and the magic lights around did not turn on. The silence was a little abnormal. Marx's complexion remained unchanged and walked forward slowly, but his right hand had gradually slipped off and held the one pinned to his waist. Just when Marx walked to the middle, a fiery flame suddenly rose from the sky in the fireplace, and then the magic lights around burst out dazzling white light, and the red lion flag representing Gryffindor on the ceiling was slowly in midair unfolding. There are still a series of colorful unidentified objects slowly falling down. The Weasley brothers in strange uniforms rushed out of the dormitory and threw a large group of festive ribbons made from torn sheets on Marx's head, and then shouted behind him, "Let us welcome the return of the Gryffindor heroes." Gryffindor's hero? Who? How dare to be so arrogant? Marx, who thought it was the celebration of Halloween on the big night, was immediately stunned after the Weasley brothers spoke, but before Marx could react, dozens of lower-grade children swarmed into the entrance of the bedroom. Wizard! It was Harry and Ron in the front row. They directly joined forces to lift Marx down, and then the Weasley brothers also smirked and threw Marx away together. "Cheers for the return of our Gryffindor hero!" Fred yelled. The little lions of Gryffindor next to also booed excitedly. "Hero McClown!" "Troll killer!" Marx was thrown around by everyone, and his body was almost falling apart. After a long period of trouble, the little lions whose excitement subsided put Marx down. Taking advantage of this time, Marx had already understood what happened during the questioning. It turned out that after Harry and Ron returned to the dormitory, Ron, who had a big mouth, added fuel and jealousy to kill Marx's head. You are reading www.uukansu.com, and the story of saving Hermione are told. Because of the troll incident, the little wizards who can only spend Halloween in the lounge. How can I hear such a hot news? Suddenly past 10 past 100. The more the pass, the more exaggerated. Marx was touted as the hero of Gryffindor. As for this welcome party, of course it was organized by the Weasley brothers, who like to do things. After understanding what happened, Marx was still a little confused. After all, Harry and Ron, who defeated the trolls in the original book, were not treated like this. However, Marx has forgotten that he is fundamentally different from Harry and Ron. Although the two of them succeeded in stunning the troll, they looked embarrassed afterwards, and the means to defeat the troll was really not very glorious. It's pure luck. In the eyes of bystanders, Marx is simply a textbook hero to save the United States, and the method of killing trolls is simple and neat. In addition, the troll happened to fall in front of Marx, and the death that was pierced through the head is also very legendary. After Ron's words of added fuel and jealousy, it caused such a big response. Marx can even see some little witches in the crowd secretly sending a look at him, and some daring ones even took the initiative to post and ask him about the details of killing the trolls. He almost made Marx forget that he came to Hogwarts to study. The very energetic Gryffindor cubs kept making trouble until the middle of the night. They returned to their respective dormitories after taking into consideration that they would have classes tomorrow. As the protagonist of the welcome party, Marx was already exhausted and dry. This surprise is really big. Marx couldn't help but complain about the last words Dumbledore said before he left. However, I can't help but smile at the corners of Marx's mouth. Chapter 30 Unexpected Letter 2 in 4,000 words. Marx, what you did tonight is amazing. After everyone left, Harry, who had been squeezed to the edge in the crowd just now, stepped forward and gave Marx a big hug. Perhaps. Marx shrugged, then explained. Actually, you shouldn't be so exaggerated. I took a lot of effort to deal with the monsters. It's not that Marx is humble, but the news has been distorted. In one of the versions that Marx heard, the 12-inch tall monster even became 20 feet tall. It's a big deal. Hey, come on. You are the hero of Gryffindor. We only saw you killing the trolls after saving Hermione. God, that was so fast. Ron hammered Marx's chest, said with a smile. Besides, we just mentioned the passing. Who knew it would be like this? Harry said that they didn't say anything about it. Right, where's Hermione? Marx asked. I don't know. I saw it just now. Harry was also a little strange. You saved her. I didn't expect that she would not even thank her now. Ron said angrily. It should have happened temporarily. Marks shook his head. Hermione is not such a person. Because Hermione had taken all the punishment for her righteousness before, and the two of them had changed her, Harry and Ron also accepted Mark's statement. Next, Harry and Ron mysteriously took Marks to see a package, which contained the brand new Light Wheel 2001, which was sent to Harry by Professor McGonagall this morning. Marks will be in the book because of that. So I just missed it in the museum. Even though he wasn't interested, seeing the excitement of the two men still boasted a few words out of conscience, and then hurriedly sent them to sleep. Marks, who was free, finally had time to look carefully at the rewards he received for killing the trolls. Blood fusion reagent potion formula. Required materials: dried nettles, epiphyllum, valerian, muscle parasitic berries, black veratrum petals, buckthorn, black batcutin, mountain flower powder. Special material: 150 milliliters of active blood from miracle creatures. Note: if the blood leaves the body for more than 3 days, the activity will be greatly reduced. Prerequisite: potions level 6. Note: potions level 4 is required under the experience card status. Looking at the series of names in the demand material, Marks felt a little dizzy. Is this too much? And many of them are high-grade potion materials, and the price is amazing. Even if he runs the risk of being caught to Hogsmeade Village or Diagon Alley to buy, the Jinjialong on his body is far from enough. The preposition of the 6th level of potions makes Marks frown. Even though his potion has been upgraded to the level of 3, but the higher the level, the slower the increase, and the higher the level of 3, the difficulty of each level is increased. It's even harder than going from level 0 to level 3. Fortunately, Marks was relieved to see the small print at the back. At the 4th level of potions, he would still have a chance to work hard, but he didn't expect that the refining of potions under the experience card mode would also have a bonus. The best thing for Marks to get is the blood of the magic creature. Despite the limitation that the activity would decrease in 3 days in vitro, Marks knew that Hagrid would hatch a little dragon soon. A grown-up dragon. Marks can't beat him, but isn't this just born to be bullied by him? It's easy to draw some blood or something, as long as you prepare everything else before the dragon is sent away. When Marks was thinking a little fascinated, he faintly heard a noise from outside the window, turned his head and looked over, but it was a black grey owl outside the window tapping the glass with his beak, and a rope tied to his leg, as if tied, holding something. Gula. A word appeared in Marks's mind. Marks guessed that this might be the name of this owl. Stepping forward and opening the window, the black grey owl flew in quickly, and fell on Marks's shoulders and shook his body, because the entire dormitory had gone to the welcome party for Marks before, so this poor little thing forced to blow the night twined all night. Marks is no longer in the mood to care about the safety of an owl at this time, and all his attention is on the envelope hanging on its leg. Because it clearly says Marks McLounge, Marks untied the rope, grabbed the envelope in his hand but didn't have the courage to open it. The expression on his face changed again and again, and finally he sighed. He knew that there would be such a day, but he didn't expect it would come so soon. Marks hesitated for a while and opened the envelope. What made him feel a little relieved was that the content of the letter was very ordinary. He only asked him about his current situation at Hogwarts and which college he was assigned to. It's Irene McLown, her mother. There are also 3 Jinjialongs as a gift. There is a small note underneath, which says that he can send a letter back when he is short of money. But the more concerned about the content of the letter, the more Marks feels guilty and worried. Needless to say, I am guilty. Although this crossing was not under his control, it was inexplicably replaced the other's child halfway. Of course, Marks could not accept it with peace of mind. Worry comes from Dumbledore's ambiguous evaluation of his mother, and the conspicuous black magic fear curse in the system bar. Thinking of the fear curse, Marks was somewhat speechless. Generally speaking, a normal mother would teach the fear curse this dangerous black magic before going to school. And the teaching process can never be cheerful and peaceful. Otherwise, he would not feel the emotion of fear when he recalled before. Obviously, this mother personally let her child experience it for a quick success. These unknowns all made Marks feel uneasy, which made Marks an urgent need to have at least enough strength to protect himself before going home and leaving school. The fastest way to increase strength is to make this newly acquired blood fusion reagent. So even if Marks felt that the 3 gingerlong in the letter were a bit hot, he finally put it away. No way. He is so short of money now. Cuckoo the black owl ghoulie who delivered the letter had been waiting for a long time to see Marks lingering for a while, and had to tap Marks's head with his beak as a reminder. Marks also woke up from his contemplation. Now the most urgent thing should be to reply to the letter. While giving the food box of his own Macca to Ghoulie to make it a little more patient, ignored Macca's protest and picked it up tangledly. Quill pen. After pondering for a long time, Marks wrote down on a blank piece of paper that he was assigned to Gryffindor, as well as some interesting things that happened in the school recently. Marks originally planned to mention the troll matter, but before sending the letter, he deleted all relevant content. Not long after enrolling, he only challenged the trolls. Marks estimated that his mother's first reaction should be to run to school in horror to question Dumbledore, not to be proud of him. It is better to keep a low profile. Don't cause trouble. After a period of revisions, deletions, and deletions, Marks closed the envelope and sealed it so that the owl ghoulie returned the same way. After all this was done, the sky was a little bit brighter, and Marks pulled the quilt and lay on the bed. In a daze, Marks suddenly thought of a question the surprise Dumbledore said was referring to the welcome party or this letter. The next morning, Marks, who had only slept for less than 2 hours, reluctantly got up to class. They had the same experience and had been yawning, as well as Harry and Ron. But after the 3 of them got up and looked at each other's thick dark circles, they couldn't help but laughed, and their spirits were also refreshed a lot. After a whole night of fermentation, Marks's killing of the troll seems to have spread throughout the school, causing Marks to hear whispers no matter where he goes. Marks couldn't help speeding up his pace, and the situation got better when he arrived at the metamorphosis classroom. Hermione came earlier than the 3 of them, and she had already sat quietly on the right side and turned the pages of the book, and the space beside her was full. The little witches of Gryffindor were chattering, not knowing what they were discussing, and they asked Hermione from time to time. The latter looked very impatient. It was only after seeing Marks that his face showed joy. Put down the book and get ready to come. Okay, kids, I will return to my seat when I start class now. Professor McGonagall walked in just then, frowning while watching the messy classroom. Marks, Harry, and Ron quickly found 3 empty seats and sat down, and Hermione had no choice but to sit back. Professor McGonagall glanced at Marks consciously, then cleared his throat, and said to the little wizards who had already sat down, I think I should have said at the beginning of school that transfiguration will be one of the most complicated and dangerous magic you can learn at Hogwarts. As long as you can learn it well, transfiguration will be enough to solve most of the problems encountered. You should have heard that, just yesterday, Mr. McClown successfully killed a troll in the corridors of Hogwarts, relying on a superb transfiguration spell and excellent mind. For this, Professor Dumbledore added a full 20 points to Gryffindor College. Professor McGonagall added at last. After Professor McGonagall finished speaking, there was an uproar in the audience, and there was a burst of discussion, and Marks suddenly became the focus of everyone. Although many little wizards had heard of this news before, it came from Harry and Ron's mouth after all. It may not be credible, but now it's a stone hammer. Was suddenly praised by Professor McGonagall, but Marks was not happy at all, because in his experience, there would usually be a after this, which is in line with the speaking process of ordinary teachers. As expected, Marks then heard Professor McGonagall continue, but I want to warn you seriously that the troll is a very powerful and dangerous creature. It is definitely not something a little wizard who has not graduated can overcome. McClown is the only example. Even teaching Professor Chino in your defense against the dark arts class was so frightened that he passed out at the Halloween party. After saying this, Professor McGonagall's eyes became sharp, and he continued. "If you let me know that someone else is doing similar dangerous things, I will definitely advise Professor Dumbledore to expel him. And even McClown, defeating the trolls is not as easy as you think." After speaking, Professor McGonagall glanced around and noticed that the little wizards underneath were all silenced before looking at Marks. He gave him a look and motioned him to show it. Marks immediately stood up knowingly, with a solemn expression and a deep voice. "Yes, Professor, I swear, the troll is definitely the most difficult opponent I have encountered in the past 11 years. No one." As soon as Marks finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter from below, because many smart little wizards had heard the meaning hidden in Marks's words. As a first-year little wizard who is only 11 years old this year, in their opinion, the giant monster should be the first opponent Marks encounters, and of course the most difficult one. Professor McGonagall is very dissatisfied with Marks's perfunctory attitude. She is more inclined to talk about Marks's fear when facing trolls, and the thrilling process, so as to give these eager children a shot. Marks shrugged his shoulders unceasingly, and admired Professor McGonagall's brilliant methods. Novel.com First, he used his defeat of the trolls to arouse the enthusiasm of the little wizards to learn the transformation spell. The speech sets the tone for this matter and puts an end to rumors that are getting more and more exaggerated. After all, blocking is worse than sparse. Instead of concealing this matter and letting everyone guess, it is better to use it as a model to promote the positive effect. Use expulsion as a warning to prevent some little wizards from having the idea of "he can do it, and I can do it," and go further and further on the road to death. In the end, it was to suppress his reputation, so that he would not become proud and complacent after defeating the troll. The only poor thing is Chino, who was used by McGonagall as a backdrop for the strength of the trolls. After today, he will probably become the laughingstock of Hogwarts. Marks, who was far more than 11 years old in his heart, guessed Professor McGonagall's thoughts in a short period of time. If possible, Marks would not mind cooperating with Professor McGonagall. After all, Loki is the kingly way. Unfortunately, there are some doubts in his process of killing trolls. The more he says, the more mistakes he makes. Otherwise, Professor McGonagall would have to ask him again, what is he trying to deform a bunch of sharp iron thorns? So, Professor McGonagall carefully prepared the opening remarks, and under Marks's uncooperative attitude, only half of the expectations were achieved. This led to the next class. Professor McGonagall solemnly reminded Marks that if she answers questions without her consent again in class, she may consider using the silence charm so that Marks can shut up for a while and give it to others. An opportunity for the little wizards to perform. Marks looked at his double-digit grade point and the potion that was only 731 points short of proficiency to upgrade. He could only say with difficulty that he might consider the professor's valuable advice and play fair. Try to raise your hands to speak. Chapter 31 Bold Ideas. After the reminder, Professor McGonagall ignored Marks again and officially started today's class using the Transfiguration Curse to turn any personal item into a button. For Marks, whose transformation spell has been upgraded to level 3, it is of course easy. Lightly swinging the magic wand will transform the quill pen on the table into a round button. The beautiful ring pattern can be seen on it. In order to add Fan has already used the transformation curse to its extreme. Professor McGonagall passing by nodded in satisfaction, and gave Marks a point reservedly. But other little wizards don't have such strength. They can successfully release the transformation curse even if they are at a very good level. They have become all kinds of strange things. Seymour Finnegan, who was sitting not far in front of Marks, directly exploded the ink tank used for deformation, and the jet black ink sprayed the face of the little wizard next to him. Marks even saw a little wizard who just secretly pulled off a button on his clothes, trying to pretend that it was made by himself. Unfortunately, Professor McGonagall was not old enough to get Alzheimer's, so he could easily tell the difference. The final result can only be a penalty stop at the door. After seeing Marks's wonderful transfiguration curse, Professor McGonagall's standard was raised a lot. Except for the buttons that Hermione used to make a ball of paper can be considered good. The rest made her really a little bit better. It's hard to accept. Professor McGonagall clapped his hands and attracted everyone's attention. Everyone, stop the transformation magic in your hand. Does anyone know what is the point of releasing the transformation spell? McGonagall said. Professor, the transfiguration curse is a kind of advanced magic, which requires the caster to imagine what it needs to be transformed in the brain. The more similar the shape of the object to which the deformation curse is applied and the object that needs to be deformed, the closer the properties are, the easier it is to deform successfully. In addition, deforming creatures are much more difficult than deforming objects. Only a few wizards who are proficient in the transformation spell can complete the transformation of creatures. Marks McClown, I think I reminded. Professor McGonagall had already formed a conditioned reflex, and subconsciously wanted to scold Marks, but he turned his head and found that Marks was regular at this time. Raised his hands and looked at the other side blankly. Granger, how could you? Professor McGonagall discovered that the answer was actually Hermione Granger, who was usually regular at this time. Miss Know-How, even though her nervous body was trembling, she still raised her neck and said calmly, Professor, what I said is right, of course, and very comprehensive. But given your behavior, I can't give you extra points. Professor McGonagall stuttered in shock, and it took a long time for Hermione to sit down. Hermione looked a little disappointed, but when she saw Mark's sluggish expression with her hands raised, a smile came up at the corner of her mouth. Marks slowly put his raised hand down. His mind was full of doubts, wondering if he was in a dream now, or was this a fake Granger in front of him. Like Marks, Harry and Ron were the two who thought Hermione was wrong, so Ron couldn't wait to complain after the lesson. What's wrong with Hermione? I saw her stand up without consent in Professor McGonagall's class today. Oh my god, I think Professor McGonagall must be stunned. Ron wanted to hear Harry and Marks spitting as he talked, but he didn't see any movement for a long time, and turned his head strangely to find Hermione behind him. Hermione, Ron said in surprise. I just want to win back all the college points I deducted. Besides, this is not a violation of Hogwarts school rules. Professor McGonagall will understand. Hermione glared at Ron first, then looked at E. Wherever there are some hesitations. Marks, I heard Ron and Harry say that you only came to see me yesterday to meet the trolls. Anyway, thank you. Nothing, aren't we friends? Marks smiled. Even though Marks somewhat complained about Hermione's rash appearance and disrupted his plan when he was fighting the troll yesterday, he also understood that more of his site selection was a mistake. Fortunately, the final result was not bad, so the little episode Marks didn't take it to heart. Hermione smiled and nodded, then said again, next I will work hard to earn back the lost credits as soon as possible. Marks is a bit headache. If Hermione works hard, then he earns student points by answering questions. Isn't the plan to upgrade the potions really compromised? Aren't you only deducted 10 points by Professor Dumbledore? You earned it back in class earlier, right? Marks is very puzzled. Is it so entangled? This is not much compared to the college points Hermione has earned by answering questions in the first half of the semester. Precisely speaking, up to now, a total of 67 college points have been added, Hermione emphasized. At this point, the little witch still stared at Marks for a long time. You read www.uukanzu.com. If it wasn't for Marks shamelessly rushing to answer in time, there could have been more. Then why? Marks wondered. I remember you said that you must earn it back 10 times 100 times. Hermione looked at Marks and smiled. Marks was speechless, wishing to go back to strangle the nonsense self a few weeks ago. In the next way, Marks was trying to persuade Hermione to dispel the idea of disrespecting the instructor, but unfortunately it was of little effect, and Miss Know-How, who had made up her mind, didn't seem to want to change her plan. Finally chatting, I don't know when I was involved in learning, Marx was surprised to find that Hermione was actually better than herself in theoretical knowledge reserves in some subjects by virtue of her extraordinary talent for memory. Of course, this is also related to the fact that he spent half of his grade points on the training ground of the responsive house in the past few weeks in order to improve his actual combat ability. Even so, Hermione's knowledge reserves are scary enough. Harry and Ron were following but couldn't speak, because they didn't understand the content of Hermione and Marx's chat, or they know every word, but together they don't understand. Is this the conversation between schoolmasters? Harry and Ron always felt that they seemed to have a lot of things. Ding. After a period of study and discussion, your proficiency in basic magic theory has increased slightly. Marx, who was chatting with Hermione about the principle of the magic spell, stopped abruptly after hearing the beep in his mind, and called up the system bar to take a look. The proficiency of the basic magic theory really improved a little. This made Marx suddenly have a bold idea in his heart. Chapter 32 I ran all the way over, so you just show me this. Hermione, who was about to talk to Marx about the different uses of the Transfiguration curse, faintly discovered that Marx's eyes became more and more eager when she looked at her. Marx, what's the matter? Hermione pretended to be calm. Come with me first, and explain later. In the shocked eyes of Harry and Ron, Marx eagerly pulled Hermione's wrist and ran. Hermione didn't even figure out what was going on, so Marx was dragged forward all the way. Harry and Ron, who had recovered from the shock, also hurriedly chased up with gossip. Along the way, because Marx is very popular at this time, there are not a few people who recognize him. In addition, Marx's behavior of holding Hermione in his hand rushes all the way, which has caused many little wizards to burn with gossip. Big news. After all, the fact that Marx rescued Hermione from a battle with a monster last night has already been spread. This situation and this scene naturally made them think about it, and some young witches were disappointed. However, the curiosity was full of interest and immediately followed. George and Fred even whistled excitedly when Marx and Hermione passed by, giving Marx a big thumbs up. More and more people followed. Marx felt a little inexplicable. Hermione was dragged by Marx and ran all the way. Hermione noticed the gaze around her, her cheeks were full of flushing, and her head started to start. After thinking about it, I just faintly feel that this section of the road becomes more and more familiar as I look at it. Seems to be the way to the library. Sure enough, Hermione quickly saw the library door. Marx rarely ignored the tradition of keeping quiet, and hurriedly pressed Hermione to the rest area to sit down, and then took a copy of the book that I hadn't finished reading before. Basic Potion Formula and Medicinal Material Analysis. Opened the plug into Hermione's hand, and pointed to one of them. Hermione, the medicinal properties of black blood plant and buckthorn are opposed to each other in the 7th chapter of this book, but why are they used at the same time when making many potions? Hermione woke up from the confusion. The blush on her cheeks had not completely disappeared. Hermione, who realized that she had misunderstood, was rather embarrassed, and even wished to get into the stack of books and hide. When she found out that the book Marx had forced herself to read before, Hermione calmed down and quickly entered the state. That's because the black blood plant is too strong, so it is usually added to the opposite of the medicinal properties, but the milder buckthorn has a neutralizing effect. After Hermione finished speaking, Marx continued under the banner of learning to communicate, and turned to the next page for Hermione to explain. Whenever she happened to know, Marx would also say a few more words to communicate with each other. After the tired half-dead Harry, Ron, and the gossip party who came to join in the fun, they all rushed to see such a harmonious scene. They actually came to study. As a member of the gossip party, George almost thought he had some hallucinations. My God, what is going on in this world? Other people are also a little unacceptable. They ran all the way over. Just show them this. I think I should go back and play wizard chess. Ron said blankly. Would also definitely want me to practice Quidditch now. Harry also nodded in agreement. They didn't want to waste their great time in the library. George and the others did not give up and wanted to stay and watch the progress, but such a large group of people blocked the door and soon attracted the attention of Mrs. Pins. Quiet. If you want to go to the library to read, please be quiet, or go away quickly, Mrs. Pins said impatiently. Seeing that Mrs. Pins had plans to rush people, all the little wizards who had come to join in the excitement dispersed in disappointment, and few were willing to stay. At this time, I was immersed in the learning improvement, and Marx did not notice this at all, but looked at the rapid increase in proficiency in the system bar, and felt relieved. As long as it is basic theoretical knowledge, regardless of subjects, there is almost nothing Hermione does not know. It can be said that it directly saves the step of Marx's inquiry of other books to verify each are there. In addition, the understanding ability of the little witch is far beyond that of Marx in a normal state, so after Hermione's interpretation, the efficiency of learning is naturally greatly improved. Hermione's existence is like a learning accelerator. Compared with his reading efficiency when he didn't use the experience card, the increase in proficiency is more than twice as fast. After a dozen pages, Hermione raised her head nervously to look at Marx, for fear that she might have something wrong. No way. After witnessing Marx's easy killing of trolls and that excellent transformation spell, in Hermione's heart, Marx was already far ahead of him, so in the process of explaining, I was always worried that there would be what's wrong. Well, why did you stop? Marx, who was listening to Hermione's explanation, suddenly realized that she was silent, and turned her head strangely, only to find that Hermione was looking at herself nervously. Marx changed his mind and understood what was going on, and hurriedly said, "You just said very well here. I happen to think so too. Here too, it just happens to be the same as I thought. I have a different understanding here." In the next few hours, you were reading www.uukanzu.com. Marx and Hermione spent time studying and discussing. Thanks to the hard work of the previous half semester and the accumulation of a lot of knowledge, Marx was able to maintain a relatively equal state in the discussion process. Unknowingly, Marx has already read several books that he has read before but has not fully understood, and his reading progress has been pushed all the way to 100%. Ding! The reading progress of basic potion formula and medicinal material analysis has reached 100%. Reading reward, 5 academic points. Ding! The reading progress of Transfiguration Curse Advanced has reached 100%. Reading rewards. The academic points gained from reading a large number of books plus the previous rewards and spell upgrades. The academic points owned by Marx once again broke the 100 mark. Without any hesitation, Marx searched for a few difficult books while the iron was hot, activated the Xwibu experience card, and read quickly while explaining to Hermione, which was regarded as the feedback from Hermione for helping herself. Marx thought that this would greatly slow down his learning efficiency in the experience card state, but he didn't expect that he just said his opinion and explained it, and Hermione immediately understood it. Learning and memory abilities really make Marx ashamed. However, what Marx didn't know was that Hermione was also under a lot of pressure, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead in a short while. She had to turn her already intelligent brain at full speed to become more profound in Marx. During the explanation, understand the content. This made Hermione a little frustrated after a period of discussion, thinking that she had a slight advantage in theory of knowledge. I am afraid that Marx's previous questions were to examine her learning progress. Now is Marx's true level. Chapter 33 Gamble with Malfoy. In a blink of an eye, the time has come to November, and the weather is getting colder. Marx's potion level, in the daily academic discussions with Hermione, is also close to the level 4, and it is estimated that it will not take long to reach the lowest level for making blood fusion potions. In order to avoid the dilemma of searching for memory by contemplation, Marx took the time to sneak into the forbidden book area again, and used the academic grade points accumulated in the past few weeks to close his brain in a few nights. The technique was upgraded to the second level. It's just that Marx has not had time to be happy yet. and has made difficulties for the large amount of potion materials needed to make the blood fusion potion. He only has 3 golden gallons, 15 silver sykes, and 24 copper nats. Even if he finds an opportunity to sneak from the secret road to Hogsmeade Village, I'm afraid he can't afford it. All the materials, and this is thanks to the letter sent by his mother, whom he has never met before. Otherwise, he doesn't even have a Jinjialong in his hand. You said, is there any way to earn a lot of Jinjialong in a month? Marx asked abruptly, with everyone on the way to the auditorium, worrying about how to make money. Then how about we go grab Gringotts? Remember to add me at that time. Ron joked. Come on, you will be thrown into Azkaban by the goblin guarding the before you do it. Hermione rolled her eyes and said, and then even a few people popularized why Gringotts was called the safest place in the wizarding world. In addition to various strict defense systems, it is said that there is a giant dragon guarding the vault. Harry and Ron both listened with gusto, but Marx, who knew all the inside information, started to complain in his heart. Come on, this safest place has just been broken into by Kino possessed by Voldemort this year, and it will be breached by you again in a few years. Tucow returned to Tucow. Gringotts' defense system is still a nightmare copy for Marx, so Ron can make such unreliable suggestions. By the way, Marx, what do you want so much Jinjialong for? Harry suddenly asked curiously. Before I came to Hogwarts, I took a little from the vault. If you don't need much, I can actually borrow it from you. Said here, Harry eagerly grabbed a dozen Jinjialong from the pocket of the wizard's robe and placed it in front of Marx, and said that it was not enough. He also put a lot in the bedroom. Harry's heroic behavior brightened Marx's eyes, and Marx, who had read the original book, understood even more that the point of Jinjialong that Harry said he took out of the vault might be hundreds of. No matter how many potions are needed to make the bloodline fusion potion, these Jinjialong are more than enough, and even said that Harry took out and put it in front of him almost enough. Looking at Harry's sincere eyes, Marx was a little moved, knowing that they realized that there is only half a semester, and Harry's behavior like this is definitely righteous. Of course, this is also related to Harry's lack of money concept. Forget it, I'll just talk about it. No amount of Jinjialong can be spent here. Although I can get enough Jinjialong now, Marx finally shook his head. He declined Harry's kindness. In the eyes of many people, this may be stupid. You can reach your goal by reaching out. No matter how much Jinjialong you borrow, you can return it in the future, and you don't even care if you don't even return it to Harry. But Marx doesn't think so. In his opinion, accepting Harry's kindness now means that he owes a lot of affection. This is nothing for Marx, who does not want to participate in Dumbledore's layout too much. Good thing. Besides, there is still some time now, and when there is no way, it will not be too late to ask Harry to borrow money. Under Marx's deliberately changing the subject, Harry quickly forgot about it, and the group gradually began to chat about the upcoming Quidditch match. As the trump card that Gryffindor Academy has always hidden, Harry did not have the confidence that everyone imagined, but was very nervous. He couldn't imagine that if Gryffindor lost the game because he couldn't catch the snitch, how disappointed would be. Gryffindor hadn't won the Quidditch trophy for a long time. Marx was confident enough to cheer on Harry. I am afraid that no one knows Harry's flying talent better than him. Coupled with Harry's own good luck, unless it's a plot kill, Gryffindor it's hard to lose. In view of Harry's righteousness, Marx is even more ready to help him stare at Chino on the day of the game to avoid accidents. The group of people came to the Hogwarts auditorium without knowing it. When Marx was about to enjoy lunch at the long table in Gryffindor, he heard Malfoy at the next table mocking Gryffindor. The experience of being defeated by Slytherin for several years in a row. Ron was so angry that he wanted to beat Malfoy. MiddleNovel.com. Harry and Hermione finally stopped Ron. There was a conflict in the auditorium. There were not enough college points to deduct. However, Marx took the initiative to walk towards Malfoy while the three were arguing. Slytherin table. Malfoy, who was still talking about it, saw Marx approaching. The smile on his face turned into disgust. with a trace of fear. After all, the news that Marx had killed the trolls went viral in the academy some time ago. Even Professor McGonagall admitted himself that Malfoy was afraid that Marx was coming to trouble him. Fortunately, Malfoy soon realized that this was the Slytherin Long Table, and Marx was unlikely to contradict himself here. Only then did he have some courage, and rebuked with a stern voice, "McClown, what are you doing?" "Nothing. I just want to make a bet with you." Marx smiled and took out 3 gingy Arlong and placed them on the table. "I bet that Harry can successfully catch the snitch in the next game and win the game," Marx said. Malfoy looked at the 3 gingy Arlongs on the table, and did not agree directly. This small amount of money is nothing to Malfoy, but he still remembers the experience of being scammed by Marx before. So Malfoy had to wonder if Marx would have any conspiracy. As for Harry, Gryffindor's secret weapon, it has been exposed during these days of training. At least Malfoy still knows it. "You don't have to bet, you still want to make a fortune with the little money you have." Marx shook his head indifferently, put Gingy Arlong away and prepared to leave. And so on. Malfoy was a little confused about Marx's attitude, but he heard a message of interest from Marx's words. Chapter 34 Weasley How about we increase the bet? Malfoy pretended to clap his hands. Crabbe and Gore behind them immediately took out their pockets knowingly, but only took out 2 gold gallons after touching them for a long time. 8 silver sykes. Seeing that his 2 followers are so poor, Malfoy's face was a bit unbearable, and he immediately took out 4 gingy Arlong from the wizard's robe and patted them on the table. "I only have 3 gold gallons, 15 silver sykes, and 20 copper nats." Seeing Malfoy take the bait, Marx took out all the money neatly from his pocket. "It doesn't matter. These are enough, then the game is set." Malfoy raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. He just wanted to empty out all the money in Marx's pocket. In case he loses, there are only 4 gingy Arlongs, but if he wins, Marx will probably be struggling to survive for a long time. Don't look at Hogwarts College. After paying the tuition, boarding, lodging and studying are free, but you need to spend money to buy daily necessities, materials used in extracurricular refining potions, gifts, snacks and so on. Malfoy is looking forward to seeing Marx borrow money to survive. "Okay, then it's established." Malfoy offered to give money. Of course Marx would not refuse. 1 more gingy Arlong can buy a lot of materials. "As for whether I will lose, Marx feels that the probability is very poor. If you don't even dare to bet on this, do you want to earn gingy Arlong quickly?" "It's almost the same in the dream," successfully pitted Malfoy, and Marx felt very refreshed. When the game is over, he will have 7 gingy Arlongs, which should be able to meet most of his needs. "Marx, what did you say to Malfoy just now?" Marx returned to the Gryffindor table when he was in a good mood. Harry and Ron immediately came up and asked curiously. The conversation between Marx and Malfoy just now wasn't too loud, so they didn't hear much. Instead, they saw gingy Arlong which they put on the table and put them away. "It's nothing. But Malfoy and I bet that Harry will catch the golden snitch in the game a few days from now and let Gryffindor win," Marx said. "How can you do this? Gambling is not a good thing. What if Professor McGonagall finds out?" Hermione frowned. "Okay, who would tell Professor McGonagall if you don't say it?" Ron opened his mouth carelessly. Listening to Marx's words, Ron wanted to gamble with Malfoy. Harry felt his pressure was getting more and more. After eating, Marx, who was about to return to the dormitory, was intercepted by the Weasley brothers who suddenly broke out halfway. George pulled Marx aside with a mysterious look, then he whispered after looking around to see no one. "Marx, we just accidentally heard a conversation between you and Malfoy. Just don't know if you are interested in making some money with us." Fred and George sang together. "Cooperate? Develop magic tricks and props." Marx glanced at the system bar proficiency in making magic items that hadn't been moved for a long time, and suddenly became interested. "How do you know we have plans to develop this?" George and Fred looked at each other. Gu was a little surprised. "Isn't it?" Marx shrugged nonchalantly. He couldn't say that he knew their future. "Of course not. At least we still lack the funds needed for development. If we are ready, You are welcome to join in. Since Marks didn't say anything, George didn't bother to ask, and Fred said directly, "We mean to make a bet for the next game, and it will definitely make a lot of money. But we lacked funds, and it was impossible to come forward as a team member, so we thought of you." After the two had finished speaking, they looked at Marks nervously. "You don't want to fight a fake match, do you? Deliberately lose?" Marks thought of a certain possibility. "How is it possible? Are we such people?" Joel shouted angrily, and Fred also said angrily, "Furthermore, we Gryffindor have lost for several years. Who will buy us to win? The counterfeit match won't make money at all." Marks's words of apology were stuck in his mouth, and he thought would cry if he knew what the two men thought. And Joel and Fred are getting more excited as they talk. "We have Harry as the trump card this time, and we will definitely be able to report a big upset. He is the best seeker I have ever seen to fly. We are set to win." Yes, when the time comes, the gambling game can still increase the odds of Slytherin, and then lower the odds of Gryffindor. Those Slytherins will definitely be angry and obediently pay. The two people talked more and more crooked ideas, and even wanted to buy Lee Jordan as the game commentator, and use words to add confusion to the opponent. Although this guy was originally a fanatical Gryffindor, regardless of whether he charged money for the game. At the time, they would favor Gryffindor. Marks wiped the cold sweat on his head, and suddenly felt that Joel would only open a joke toy store in the future. It would be too awkward. Based on this business sense, he should go to run the regular Quidditch gambling game. The guaranteed profit is full. "Okay, I agree. How much Jinjialong is there?" Marks pondered. You reading www.uukanzu.com felt that there was nothing wrong with Joel and Fred's plan, and those Slytherin proud tempers were likely to be pitted in, which just happened to allow them to experience the hardships of the world in advance. 5 Jinjialong, this is all the money we have on hand. Joel and Fred gritted their teeth and took out all the money they had. Plus what I have, the principal should be enough. Marks nodded, and then discussed the details with the two. Marks groaned, then said again, "However, don't tell Jordan about the gambling game. If the matter is exposed, he may have to be punished more severely as a commentator." "Okay, yes." Joel thought for a while and nodded cautiously. Fred said at this moment, "We will set up a secret magic, which will be imposed on all participants at that time. If anyone dares to breach the contract or inform the secret, they will be severely punished." "So the contract is established?" Marks nodded and stretched out his right wrist. "Well, the contract is established." The Weasley brothers also made the same action, and then Joel waved their wands, and there was an extra mark on the wrists of the three of them. Marks glanced at the system bar, and found that there was indeed one more state there. The effect was that his tongue became 5 times larger after violating the contract, lasting for a full week. Although it is not a particularly serious consequence, it should be enough to deter the minor wizards. In fact, judging by the proud temperament of the little wizards of Slytherin College, as long as they win the bet head, they will probably not choose to inform them even if they are angry. Thinking of this, the corners of Marks's mouth whispered. In this case, the Jinjialong needed to buy the potion should be enough. Chapter 35 Sadchina. With this plan, the Weasley brothers drew up hatred, dangling around the Slytherin long table every day, and threatened that the Gryffindor team had a brand new tactic, which could easily blow up their old rival Slytherin. Also quietly let out the wind. Marks, known as the hero of Gryffindor, recently made a bet. If Gryffindor wins, it loses 1 out of 10. If Slytherin wins, make more money from the investment. The little wizards of Slytherin jumped in anger when they learned about it. Doesn't that mean that Slytherin was defeated? As the most tyrant academy in Hogwarts, it is naturally not bad for money. Marks quickly received several Jinjialong, but more of them were Silversigo and Copernat. After all, this bet is just for fun, and the participants are all little wizards, so the general bet is only a few Copernats or a Silver CIC. Even so, Marks has already received a lot of bets in the past few days. Coupled with the occasional betting by students from other colleges, Their principle is no longer enough to pay. If you lose, it will be over. In view of this, Joel and Fred also became nervous, and suddenly felt that they had to do something to save the unfavorable situation. For example, give Harry some more training. The amount of training that Harry, who has been so utterly innocent, has been training again. More. Fortunately, these tragic days did not last long, and the Quidditch game had already begun. Harry, come on, you must catch the snitch. Backstage, Joel stared at Harry solemnly and said tragically, as if this Quidditch match was related to the survival of the world. Yeah, otherwise we will have to eat the dirt. Fred also nodded in agreement. Fred's words left Harry confused. In fact, more than one person had said this in front of him these days. At the beginning, Harry still felt a heavy sense of responsibility, thinking it was the encouragement of his seniors. But Harry soon discovered Slytherin, Ravenclaw, even Hufflepuff. From time to time, the students said some inexplicable words to him. This made Harry very depressed, but he couldn't find anything wrong. Captain Wood, after giving an inspiring speech, watched Harry, who was a little absent-minded, reminded him, "Don't be distracted by Harry. The game is about to begin." Harry relieved his nervousness and nodded. At this time the gate of the arena also opened, and the Gryffindor players rode out together on broomsticks, and Harry followed behind. Passing through the slightly dark backstage, a wide circular arena appeared in front of Harry. The seats that were usually empty were already full, and Gryffindor's seats came after they came out. There were bursts of cheers. Ron and Neville are holding a huge banner transformed from a torn sheet, on which Hermione has cast a spell, flashing Potter must win in midair. Harry was moved, but it was strange that he did not see Marks there. After looking around, Harry successfully found Marks in the stands near Slytherin, and he was sitting right there beside Professor Chino. Harry was wondering why Marks was sitting here, and then he saw Marks smile at himself and pointed the wand in his right hand at the sky. After a while, a pyrotechnic beam shot into the sky and exploded at a height of tens of meters. The faint spots of light converged into the words Gryffindor must win, Harry Potter. Harry immediately felt warm in his heart, and instead of thinking about the problem just now, he focused his attention on the upcoming game. Marks sighed. After using magic to cheer Harry up, Marks began today's mission. Staring at Kino. In fact, if it wasn't for the victory or loss of this Quidditch match that was directly related to whether he became rich overnight or went bankrupt instantly, Marks would not even intend to have anything to do with Chino this semester. After all, during this time period, apart from the mysterious Dumbledore who may have noticed, Marks can be said to be the only person who knows that Voldemort lives on the back of Kino's head. In the first grade, I will be indirectly exposed to the existence of this ultimate boss. Marks is still very guilty. Fortunately, Marks doesn't need to really do anything. Just sit next to him and pay attention to Chino occasionally. Marks doesn't believe that Kino dares to chant a spell while being stared at by him. "What are you doing looking at me like this?" Marks's gaze from time to time made Kino, who was sitting curled up in the corner, very uncomfortable, as if all his secrets had been seen. Marks also realized that staring at Chino straightforwardly at every turn is easy to be suspected, and instead pretended to be curious, and chatted with Chino awkwardly. "Professor Chino, I heard that you once met a vampire in the Romanian jungle. Is that true?" "Ah. Yeah, there is such a thing. I finally got rid of it." Chino only agreed. "Really? Then teach you how to defeat the surviving zombies in Africa." "I also heard that the professor was shocked and fainted when reporting the troll news at the Halloween party. And also, for the first time indirectly chatting with the Dark Lord." Marks's heart was still very nervous, and he didn't even know what to talk about. Would it be too deliberate to talk about learning things in this cheerful atmosphere? Marks had to pick some lighter topics first. For example, some interesting things that happened recently. Enough. Chino couldn't help but interrupted aloud. Originally, with Chino's good temper, he would not easily get angry, but Marks never chatted at all. Every time he asked the black history I want to forget, especially for Halloween. As long as you think of Chino, you will get angry. Originally, he pretended to be dizzy at the Halloween venue to remove the suspicion of releasing trolls. It was a manifestation of his high-end acting skills and was highly praised by the Dark Lord. But who would have thought that a giant monster was easily killed by a first-year kid like Marks? In addition, Professor McGonagall, who had fallen into trouble, used him as a background board to set off the power of the giant monster and put him in the Halloween venue. The fainting incident spread throughout the school, caused his Chino to become the laughingstock of the whole school overnight, and every time he was in class, he could hear a lot of discussions underneath that his identity as a professor of defense against the dark arts was traded with Dumbledore P. The most important thing is that he still dare not explain. No matter how hard or tired, he can only hold it silently in his heart. Chapter 36 I have added too much to the college. I have done much for the college. I want to see Deng. She returned to his anger. As an ethical undercover, Chino quickly adjusted after discovering that he had lost his temper. Looking for a reason in a low tone, sorry. I'm too tired now, I want to sleep for a while. After speaking, Chino pulled up the hood on his back to cover his head, and went to sleep with his eyes closed in a strange posture of leaning forward. Okay. Marks shut up decisively, not provoking Chino. Anyway, his goal has been achieved. He dared to tease Chino because he knew that Chino could not do anything to him for this little contradiction. In the original book, the Weasley brothers took a snowball and smashed the back of his head. There was Voldemort's snake, where the face is. Chino didn't even hit Voldemort's face so straightforwardly, which shows that they are the first in their minds to get the Sorcerer's Stone, and everything else can be endured. As for after the fall, save it. At that time, Chino had no ash left, and Voldemort, who had fled, could not care about his little role. Seeing that Chino was really closing his eyes and intending to sleep, Marks also turned his attention to the arena. At this time, the game had entered a white-hot game, and all kinds of small movements continued. A Slytherin batter pretended to score a goal but hit the ghost fly ball towards George not far away with a stick. Fortunately, George temporarily reacted in time and escaped the ball dangerously. Slytherin, this is a foul. This is a foul. Jordan Lee, who is in charge of the commentary, is also worthy of being a senior Gryffindorist. He yelled at Slytherin's foul, and his words were sharp and audible. Professor McGonagall frowned again and again. George on the field was not to be outdone. He joined Fred on the batter, who flanked Slytherin from both sides and almost made him hit the railing. But Jordan treats the actions of the Weasley brothers as if he hadn't seen them, and admires their flying skills from time to time. Such a double standard naturally caused the dissatisfaction of the little Slytherin wizards, especially those who participated in the gambling game. If it weren't for the professors watching at the scene, the black magic on the full screen would have been on the stage long ago. Even so, there are still many Slytherin students who are close to throw the debris in their hands towards Jordan. It's not fair to explain the interference in the arena. Shady. This is shady. We ask for a different explanation, or else we will compare it. Jordan was on the stage while dodged the cans, waste paper, and underwear flying around, while continuing his own explanation, until Professor McGonagall couldn't stand it. He asked the two students to pull Jordan away and replace it with Hufflepuff College. Cedric came as an interim commentary. Jordan clung to the railing on the platform, but in the end he lost to the strength of the two and was dragged along. From a distance, he could hear Jordan's unyielding cry. I have done too much for the Academy. I have done much for the Academy. I am innocent. I want to see Professor Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall raised his hand as a silent spell, and the world was finally quiet. Marks, who is not too far away, looked at Jordan, who seemed to be possessed by a genius, and twitched the corners of his mouth. But he was not worried about what would happen to Jordan. Because they secretly engaged in gambling, Jordan didn't know that, relying entirely on his own blood, he forcibly beat Slytherin. This episode did not involve too much energy from Marks, because the success or failure of this game still depends on whether Harry can catch the snitch. And Harry was also very powerful. He galloped over almost the moment he spotted the Slytherin, and threw off the two Slytherin pilots who were trying to stop him, and reached out to catch the golden snitch. At this moment, the broom under Harry suddenly shook violently, as if he was trying to throw him from the air. Harry had to grab the broom desperately to prevent himself from being shaken. The sudden change caused an uproar in the audience, and the Weasley brothers even doubted whether any Slytherin student didn't want to lose the game, so they deliberately cast a spell on the arena. The two eagerly looked at Marks off the court. In the previous agreement, Marks would handle everything off the court. Marks was also a little stunned at this time. He quickly turned his head and looked at Chino, who was curling up in the corner and did not move at all. He seemed to have fallen asleep, but Marks with sharp eyes could faintly see the mouth under the hood. 1-in-1. Silent casting. Wandless casting. Marks's expression was stunned, and he didn't expect that Kina would really dare to make small moves under his nose, and still use such high-end skills. Although the release may not be high-end magic, with this hand, Kino's strength is definitely not as simple as that shown in the original book. It is more than enough to serve as a professor of defense against the dark magic. As for whether he has the help of the Dark Lord, Marks doesn't know the power of it. After raising Chino's evaluation of strength in his heart, Marks was a little bit confused. What reason should I use to wake up Chino, who was sleeping? Isn't it better than acting? Who is afraid of whom? Marks gritted his teeth and put on an anxious expression on his face, pressing his hands on Chino's thighs and shaking them wildly. Novel.com. Professor Chino, look, Harry's broom seems to be a problem. It's almost falling from the sky. You quickly think of a way to save him. Under Marks's vigorous shaking, the hood on Kino's head was directly shaken, revealing a stunned face and a big mouth that had not been closed. Unfortunately, Professor, you didn't see it. It was really thrilling just now. After seeing Harry regaining control of the broom, Marks quickly removed his hands from Chino's lap, his face covered. A look of fear. On the stands, there were many people who cared about Harry as much as Marks. Among them, Malfoy stood up from his seat with excitement, looking forward to when Harry would fall from the sky. In this case, the Marks would have to hand over all his savings and live the hardships of the first half semester with difficulty. Malfoy can only think of this way of revenge when he thinks he is not an opponent. Not to mention that he heard that Marks made a gambling game to make money and he might be in debt. Just as Malfoy got more and more excited, Harry's broom suddenly calmed down again. Malfoy had to sit back again, disappointed. Draco, look, Potter, he really fell. Gore yelled, pointing to the sky, but Harry was accidentally hit by a Slytherin seeker while catching the Slytherin. Calm down. Malfoy stood up from his seat again excitedly, and relived his previous thoughts in a short moment, until Harry spit out a golden ball from his mouth with difficulty and held it high in his hand. The excited Malfoy sat back again. Because that's the golden snitch. Chapter 37. Live spot map. After the game was over, George and Fred didn't even attend the celebration. They couldn't wait to find Marks, and the three gathered quietly in an empty classroom. Marks also piled up 15 gold gallons from this harvest, as well as a large amount of silver psych and copper nat on the table. According to the previously negotiated share agreement, Marks took 40% of it, a total of 6 gold gallons, 19 silver psychs, 20 copper nats, and the rest belonged to the Weasley brothers. Marks's gains actually include those who bet against Malfoy. So much? George looked at the money on the table and said excitedly, "Don't think they could take out 5 gold gallons before, but it was the two of them that have survived these years, but like now, they can easily make so much. If we could come once a year, wouldn't we have made a fortune?" Fred imagined. "Forget it, it's not very good to do this kind of thing. One time is enough, and after all, the secrecy curse is not really 100% secrecy. If this continues, someday problems will arise." Yifan shakes. After shaking, the two people's unrealistic thoughts were dispelled. George and Fred glanced at each other. The smiles on their faces faded a lot. and they nodded cautiously. Of course, we don't want to be caught. This money should be enough for us to develop in advance. Later, we can earn money by selling our joke toy products. We discussed it and decided to hire you as our special advisor. Speaking of the joke toy, Fred resumed his grinning appearance, and the original slightly serious atmosphere was suddenly wiped out. No problem, as long as I have time, Marks agreed without thinking too much. After all, there is still a magic item in the system bar that hasn't moved. Maybe he can be a little proficient with the Weasley brothers' degree or something. We also need to buy the corresponding supplies a little bit. Before that, we have prepared a gift for you. George magically drew a rectangle from his sleeve, folded parchment a bit like an envelope, and handed it to Marks. You can guess how this works. Fred smiled. Marks naturally recognized that this was a live map at a glance. With a hint of excitement, he took the parchment and spread it out flat. There was nothing on the yellowish parchment. Marks didn't feel surprised, and raised his hand against the tip of the magic wand, and said solemnly, "I solemnly swear that I did nothing good." The delicate incline suddenly spread from the top of Marks's wand, spreading like a spiderweb line, connecting and spreading to every corner of the parchment, and then green squiggles appeared on the top: Moonface, Wormtail, Bigfoot and Prongs, gentlemen who provide help for magical prank makers. Introducing Live the Map. The moment Marks got the live spot map, his eyes swept to the vivid names on the map. Harry, Ron, and Hermione's names are in Gryffindor's lounge. Marks guessed they were celebrating Quidditch's victory. Marks tried to find it again, and he saw Peter Pettigrew not far away. Name. Marks has always been very strange in his previous life. The Weasley brothers, who hold the map of the survival point in his hand, have not discovered why a guy named Peter Pettigrew is following their younger brother for several semesters. Now Marks realized that after getting the map of the live spot, this map is not omnipotent. Or maybe the parchment is too small, and HogWarts is too huge. It can only roughly distinguish the approximate area where everyone is located, plus thousands of names of students and professors are mixed together. Dormitories and lounges are even more names. Where there is a little dwarf, Peter is not conspicuous at all. Marks immediately found Chino's position, wanting to see if the words Tom Marvolo Riddle appeared next to him. Soon, Marks found Chino in the professor's office, but unfortunately there is only his name on it, and I don't know if it's because Voldemort is not a living person now. Marks was thinking, but the Weasley brothers were shocked by Marks's proficient operation techniques. When they first got the live spot map, it took a long time to successfully crack it. Marks, have you used something similar before? George asked. Marks shook his head and explained, "No, it just happens to have some understanding of the creators of the live spot map." By the way, how could you give me such a precious thing? Marks curiously asked. The importance of the map to the Weasley brothers who are keen on doing things in school is self-evident. It can be said that with this thing, the Weasley brothers do not have to worry about being caught in the school for anything. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. The smile on George's face narrowed slightly, looking at Gingy Along on the table. "Fred and I don't know what you want so much money for, but we guess you won't stay in school honestly after you get the money. We have written down all the contents of the Huodian map. It is in your hands and more useful than ours. Yes, we don't want any accidents with the special counselor we just found." Fred patted Marks on the shoulder. "Thank you." Marks was a little touched in his heart, but did not say any more words of thanks, but silently remembered it in his heart. If he is able in the future, he will try to rewrite the result of Fred's death. After all, the two brothers are still quite interesting. By the way, have you been to Hogsmeade Village? Marks put away the map of the spot and asked aloud. Of course, you were going to go there. Fred hesitated. He and George had actually hesitated before handing over the map to Marks. They were worried that he would slip out of Hogwarts and then go some dangerous places. I didn't expect that Marks just wanted to go to Hogsmeade Village. It was relatively safe there. The two did not conceal it, and they told all the information about Hogsmeade Village that they knew. Holding a live spot map, George and Fred naturally also sneaked out, but they didn't go out for a long time each time, and they knew very little about it. After talking about some interesting incidents that happened between the two of them in Hogsmeade Village, George hesitated for a moment and said to Marx solemnly, "Although you are the hero of our Gryffindor and killed the troll again, I still want to remind you, be careful, the wizards outside are not as stupid as the trolls." Chapter 38 Infiltrate Hogsmeade Village. Saying goodbye to the Weasley brothers, Marx returned to the Gryffindor lounge alone. On the way, Marx also found that there was an additional piece of information about the live spot map in the magic items in the system bar. Magic item, living point map. Magic, strong. Description: this is a map that records Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It can show all the living people in this School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Unless some special methods are used, no one can escape its detection. The powerful magic power made Marx very surprised, but after thinking that the map of the live spot could even monitor Dumbledore's whereabouts, Marx took it for granted. I don't know how James Potter, Sirius and Lupin made such powerful magic items more than 10 years ago. Peter, the dwarf star close at hand, may also know something. Marx, who has a live spot map, actually has the ability to report on Peter Pettigrew, but Marx is not prepared to do so. First, Sirius came because he saw the spots in the newspaper, but his suspicions had not been cleared before, and he didn't want to face Dumbledore again in a short time. After he had a live spot map in his hand, Marx became more sure of his plan to sneak out to buy the necessary potions. All he needed was a free time. In the Gryffindor lounge at this time, Harry, Ron, and Hermione gathered around the burning stove, but the expressions on everyone's faces were not as relaxed and happy as Marx thought. "Hey, Marx, where did you go?" Seeing Marx coming in from outside, Ron immediately pulled Marx over. "You have to ask your two brothers." Marx answered briefly, and then changed the subject. "Are you here to celebrate Harry's capture of the snitch?" "Come on, we were discussing why my broom suddenly lost control during the game." Harry shook his head. "Snape must have done it," Ron said angrily. "Yes, I saw Professor Snape doing bad things with my own eyes before, and that happened to be when Harry's broom had a problem." When Harry's broom returned to normal, Snape shut up. Hermione didn't have it this time, standing on Snape's side. After all, this was what she saw with her own eyes, and Harry was one of her best friends. Since Marx handled the problem in time this time, Harry was already safe before Hermione had started to act, so there was no fire in the stands. Marx listened to the three of them talking about the possibility of Snape murdering Harry, and after thinking about it, he retorted, "Harry, it was Professor Chino who caused your broom problem. I sat next to him before and interrupted his spelling." Marx briefly explained what he found Kino pretending to be sleeping and casting a spell, but Harry couldn't believe it. "Professor Chino, how is this possible?" Then Hermione ... "Why did you see Snape also chanting a spell?" Ron refused. "Obviously one of them will recite the anti-curse again to save you. If Chino is saving you, then he doesn't have to hide like this at all," Marx explained to them. "Perhaps Professor Chino is afraid of Snape's revenge," Harry said stumblingly. Actually, after Marx said this, Harry had already believed a little bit, but in his heart, Harry could not accept the possibility of Snape saving him. Ron and Hermione were also skeptical. Every time Snape was in class, Snape's eyes and behavior were clearly that he wanted Harry to die. Marx sighed and didn't make much excuses for Snape. After all, the entanglement in it was too complicated, and it would be better for the person involved to talk about it in person. "I can only say that Snape caused too much hatred in Gryffindor. Anyway, you should stay away from them this semester." Marx could only remind in the end, "But I'm far away from them." "But some of them are ready to kill me," Harry said angrily. Since entering Hogwarts, he has been targeted by Snape, and now Chino also has. He might be murdered, and Harry didn't understand why so many people wanted to deal with him. Everyone was relieved, and Harry gradually calmed down, and then several people told Marx the information they had obtained from Hagrid after the game. and Hermione finally concluded it. So, there must be someone between Snape and Chino who wants to sneak through the trapdoor guarded by the three-headed dog and find what Dumbledore is hiding inside. By the way, Marks, do you know Nicole May? Hermione suddenly thought of a question they hadn't understood this afternoon. Marks hesitated for a moment, not knowing that because they shouldn't be told about the Philosopher's Stone at this time. Marks finally shook his head. Firstly, during the time he was making potions.mentalnovel.com. The more stable the better. Secondly, rashly destroying Dumbledore's savior development plan may lead to very serious consequences. Marks doesn't want to was interviewed for the second time. Don't think his occlumency has been improved to the second level, but facing Dumbledore's contemplation is still far from enough. As for Kino, will he get the Sorcerer's Stone after this time difference? Marks is not worried, because Dumbledore, the old slicker, hasn't put the Eris Mirror in yet. It will not be put in until Dumbledore is sure that Harry can pass the test of the Eris Mirror. Now Kino finds the Sorcerer's Stone. Hell. Seeing Marks, I don't know who Nicole May is. Hermione, Harry and others are a little disappointed, but they soon began to discuss the speculation. Marks is not interested in the Philosopher's Stone he can't get. He now only matters if Hagrid's dragon egg is cooked. No. Whether it has hatched. But from the perspective of time, maybe I haven't got it yet. Marks decided to prepare the potion materials first during this period of time. 2 days later, Marks quickly found an opportunity. After a boring lesson on defense against the dark arts, the whole afternoon was a pleasant break. This time is enough for him to visit Hogsmeade. After repeatedly confirming that there was no one beside the secret road leading to Hogsmeade Village on the map of the live spot, Marks tapped the statue of the One-Eyed Witch with a magic wand, and whispered left and right separation. There was a slight sound, and the hunchback of the statue separated from the main body, revealing an irregular passageway. Marks waved his wand and used the light curse to sneak into the short and narrow secret passage. Chapter 39. Sorry, I don't sell ecstasy to the little wizard here. After a long walk, when Marks reached the end and opened the trapdoor, he found himself in a cellar full of cardboard boxes. Marks knew that this should be the Honeydew candy shop in Hogsmeade Village. Squeak! Marks carefully pushed open the door of the cellar. But he didn't see the overcrowded scene he imagined, and the spacious storefront was a bit empty. Is also right, it is not Christmas, nor the weekend. Those little wizards above the 3rd grade don't have much time to come here. Marks thinks so. Due to lack of cover, Marks was caught before the plan of slipping away quietly could be implemented. Hey! Boy over there, when did you come in? The boss of the Honeydew is a kind wizard, always wearing loose robes, but when he saw Marks wandering around his cellar, he immediately scolded. Just now, maybe you didn't see it. Marks didn't panic, but joked very casually. Marks's casual attitude made the boss of Honeydew dispel his idea of stealing candy. His tone became much better, and he ridiculed. You should have sneaked out of Hogwarts, right? The little ghosts in the 3rd grade are not as short as you. No wonder I didn't see you just now. Marks's mouth twitched, regretting that he hadn't learned a forbidden spell. He was already considered advanced in the 1st grade. Okay. Marks took out a silver crinkle from his pocket depressed and put it on the table. So, don't you plan to sell me candy? Of course. The boss of Honeydew collected Yinksik at a speed that Marks could not see clearly, and back-handed out a lot of snacks from the cabinet and introduced them one by one. What are you going to buy? BBB candy? Chocolate frog? Bibidoo beans? How about some cockroach pile? That is your principal's favorite. Bought some like Marks, and curiously plucked up the courage to try Dumbledore's favorites. I have to say that the cockroach pile looks really disgusting. And it looks like a large cockroach. Marks carefully broke off his legs, endured the nausea, and tasted it, only to realize that it was sweet, obviously made with syrup, but it was a bit crispy on the bite, as if he was really chewing on bugs. By the way, Do you know where there are potions in Hogsmeade Village? Marks took a few more bites of chocolate frogs and bibido beans before pretending to ask casually. There is only one potion shop in Hogsmeade. The boss of Honeyduke suddenly became serious, and looked around. Marks was playing drums in his heart, and when he was thinking about whether he had said something wrong, he saw the boss leaned down and lowered the volume. If you want to buy ecstasy, you'd better go to Diagon Alley. Recently, the investigation here is very strict. Old Rick doesn't sell those contraband. Fascination agent? Marks rolled his eyes. What did he do to buy that thing? He is only 11 years old this year. Can he be motivated and powerless? Ignoring the wretched smile on the boss of the Honeyduke when he left, Marks turned all the way into the alley, only to see a half-down sign on which the word potion could be seen faintly, and it was full of weird and unpleasant smells. The smell of potion. Marks covered his nose and entered it. He didn't see the boss here. He could only faintly see green smoke and gas floating out of the room at the end. Just as Marks was about to say something to attract the others' attention, he heard a voice coming out of the room. The basic potion materials are placed at the door, and the compound decoction and booster are in the cabinet next to it. In addition, the combination of ecstasy and vitality tonic is temporarily not sold to the little wizard who has not graduated. No amount of money. Marks is already too lazy to complain about ecstasy. How many little wizards have come here to ask before answering so skillfully? Marks consciously walked towards the place where the potion material was placed. Fortunately, his potions have been successfully upgraded to level 4 these days, and the materials needed to configure the blood fusion potions are quickly sorted out. It is inevitable that someone can guess the formula of the potion based on the materials he selected. Marks also selected some unnecessary herbs, and made some adjustments in the quantity. After Marks was selected, the old Rick wearing a patch coat opened the door, and there was a faint smell of potion on his body, which was what Marks had smelled at the entrance of the store before. What do you buy so many materials for? Old Rick thought that Marks was here to buy the enhancer, but he did not expect to pick a lot of materials. You have money. Practice your hands. Marks took out 9 ginger along and put them on the table. Old Rick stopped talking for an instant, and quietly collected the money, and then took out 12 silver zyke and handed it to Marks. Where are the fuga grass and hemolytic grass? Yifan took the remaining yink zyke and asked aloud. Old Rick's face changed. He leaned down, his bloodshot eyes fixedly looked at Marks, and it took a while to speak to Marks. I don't know what weird formulas you found in the HogWarts library, but I advise you not to try it at will. Both the boneweed and the hemolyzing weed are prohibited materials. Only a few high-level potions can be used. Will you use it? You are reading www.uukanzu.com. What if I double ginger along? Marks asked. 1 ounce of pseudomonas, 3 golden gallons. 1 ounce of hemolysin, 2 golden gallons. 7 silver zyke. Old Rick's eyes were full of sarcasm. After doubling, Marks frowned. No, before that. Old Rick smiled. Why don't you grab it? Marks almost blurted out, knowing that in Diagon Alley, 1 ounce of dragon liver cost 17 silver psychos, and the price of dragon blood is estimated to be similar. Even if there is dragon farming, the price has plummeted. But it is the top material after all. Why is a pseudomonas and hemolysin so expensive? I said, that is a contraband, and every time it is sold, there must be a corresponding record. Nowhere will it be sold to a little wizard like you. Old Rick could see that the little wizard in front of him did not have so many gold pluses. There was a lack of interest at once, but he still reminded him. And even if you pay, I can't give it to you now. It will take a while. Marks sighed, and dispelled the idea of obtaining pseudomonas and hemolysin by purchasing. I had made a lot of money from gambling games before, plus what I had originally in my hand. The total was only 11 gold gallons, and I wanted to buy all the materials. Marks also considered whether to use flu powder to send it to Diagon Alley to confirm the price, so as not to be pitted by Old Rick. But Diagon Alley is much more dangerous than Hogsmeade Village. At any rate, there are often third-grade little wizards wandering here alone, So both the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts College have strict supervision here, and the safety is self-evident. This is why Marx dares to come here alone. The reason. Chapter 40 Christmas in Diagon Alley or Knockdown Alley. Unless the compound decoction is brewed or the strength is improved, Marx is not going to go. Going there alone is too dangerous for a first-grade little wizard. Marx turned around and left. Before leaving, he bought a bottle of deodorant that eliminates the smell of his body. After throwing 12 silver sykes to the old Rick, Marx left here without nostalgia. He knew that there must be a place where there must be a boneweed and hemolysin, and that is in Snape's potion storage room. Although there is a big risk in doing this, Marx has no other way now. Returned along the same path. Fortunately, the boss of the Honeyduke was entertaining the guests, and Marx was able to pass through the cellar smoothly. Coming out of the secret tunnel, Marx went to the responsive house for the first time. "I want a place to refine potions," Marx said. In the next moment, Marx opened the door of the House of Requests, and he has come to an unfamiliar space, surrounded by many bottles and pots, and a lot of equipment for making potions. The only thing Marx felt sorry for was that the cabinets and bottles used to store potions were empty, not even the most basic herbs. There is a room for all requests, and sure enough, there are restrictions. Marx said disappointed. Originally he wanted to try if he could prostitute some potion materials for nothing. Marx found a cabinet and stored all the purchased materials in it, so that he can take it directly when making potions later, leaving only the deodorant that can eliminate his own odor. After doing all this, Marx turned and left without nostalgia. On the way, sharp-eyed Marx also happened to see the sneaky Chino wandering on the 4th floor. Marx's heart moved, and he took out the map to confirm the location of Snape and the other professors and principals. A plan suddenly appeared in Marx's mind. In the next few weeks, Marx watched Snape's movements on the live point map and occasionally looked at Chino's. Unknowingly, the time had come to Christmas. As December entered, the weather became more and more cold, and a few days before Christmas, there was a heavy snowfall of goose feathers. When Marx woke up in the morning, he found that the outside was covered with a thick layer of snow. Harry and Ron even shivered with cold, and had to add a few more sweaters to the large wizard robe. Marx took the two of them to the fireplace in the lounge to cook a fire, and used the Transfiguration curse to create transparent windshields to block the ventilation openings, so that the whole lounge could be warmer. But this has suffered the owls who delivered letters. Several of them directly hit the side windshield. A large number of envelopes were scattered all over the floor. Marx went to the window and removed the windshield. Outside the window, poor Chino was being hit by a bunch of magical snowballs. Marx even saw one of the snowballs that looked very solid and hit the back of Chino's head very accurately. Marx couldn't help but sweat for the Weasley brothers. It is estimated that these two guys dare to spoof Chino this way. I don't know if this is the pinnacle of their lives. In the afternoon, Marx and Harry and the others finished the last potions class. The whole Hogwarts was boiling, because tomorrow is their long-awaited holiday, and more importantly, they can finally go home. However, Marx is not happy at all, because he doesn't want to go back at all. At least it is safer to stay in school until he can figure out his memory. So when Professor McGonagall came to register the student list, Marx did not hesitate to sign it, and Harry did the same. "Marx, are you not going to go back?" Harry asked strangely. "Well, how can I feel at home in school at home?" Marx replied with a smile. Harry seemed to have found sympathy with Marx. He even wanted to stay at Hogwarts forever instead of returning to his so-called uncle's house. What makes Harry even more happy is that the Ron and Weasley brothers will also stay, because their parents are going to Romania to visit Charlie this year. The only pity that Harry felt was that Hermione had to go home. Otherwise this Christmas would be perfect. Marx, Harry, and Ron were blocked by Malfoy on the way back after signing the agreement to stay in school. "Huh? Look what I found!" "A few kids who no one wants to stay in school," Malfoy yelled at Harry exaggeratedly, then turned to Ron and Weasley. Your mother must think that she gave birth to too much, so she doesn't want you. Malfoy. Ron rushed up angrily with a punch. Malfoy drew out his wand and wanted to cast a counterattack. His two followers, Bank Crab and Gore, also surrounded him. Faster than them, Marks took Malfoy's wand directly with a disarming spell. The remaining two silly big men who only use fists, Marks's two leg-locking spells made them fall to the ground. Malfoy, who had lost the ability to resist, had to take Ron's right uppercut head. Ron still wanted to keep doing it, but an invisible barrier appeared in front of Malfoy to block Ron's fist. Until novel.com. Snape stepped down the stairs with a stern face. Randomly waving the magic wand dispelled the magic of Crab and Gore, and then looked at Marks and others. Assault classmates on campus, wanton abuse of magic. Gryffindor was deducted 10 points. Professor, it's Malfoy. Harry wanted to argue, but unexpectedly Snape spoke again. 15 points are deducted now. Marks stopped Harry and Ron, who were about to continue speaking. Judging from the fact that Snape waved his wand and dispelled his magic, it was not enough for the three of them to go together. Since he couldn't beat it, Snape was a professor again, and he would suffer no matter how much. Snape didn't embarrass Marks and the others anymore. After a slightly disappointed glance at Malfoy, he turned straight and left. Malfoy got up from the ground angrily, stared at Crab and Gore, who were easily resolved by Marks, followed behind Snape, and walked proudly from the side of the three, but their faces were a little swollen. Snape simply deliberately had trouble with us, asking me to say that Harry had a problem with your broom last time. Snape must have done it. Ron dissatisfied. At the end of this semester, Snape has deducted nearly 100% of our Gryffindor. Harry also nodded, agreeing with Ron's statement. Compared with Professor Chino, who is harmless to humans and animals, Nerp is more likely. Marks didn't help Snape to explain again this time, because Snape was too capable of pulling hatred. Even he was a little dissatisfied with Snape. But that's okay. Marks was still a little bit resistant to sneaking into Snape's potion storage room and stealing the bone weed. But now he doesn't think so much anymore. What is missing is just an opportunity. Chapter 41. Deathly Hallows and Gifts. A few days later, the time Marks was waiting for still did not appear, and Chino seemed to have become more cautious. And for several days there was no major movement. Marks had to focus on the coming Christmas first, preparing to prepare a Christmas gift for Harry and the others. Thanks to Marks, there was still a lot of gold left after purchasing the materials. As for the rest of the time, half of the time was spent in the library, and the other half was staying with the Weasley brothers. After they had relatively sufficient funds, they could not wait to start their own business. Taking advantage of this holiday opportunity, studied the production of magic items. Marks, of course, joined as a special advisor, and the production of magic items that hadn't grown since the beginning of the semester finally broke through to the first level. As a result of making magic items as an upgrade, Marks intends to give Ron his own work, a special set of wizard flags, as a Christmas gift, so that he can save some money. The reading notes he gave to Hermione were his own reading notes, which contained a lot of magic tricks he knew, which I believe the little witch would like. As for Harry's gift, Marks thought for a long time and didn't think of any special preferences he had. He simply gave him a small Christmas gift box. Just open the 4 little people inside and they will pop out and go around in circles. Sing a Merry Christmas song together. These 4 villains are Harry, Ron, Hermione and Marks himself. On the side of the Weasley brothers, Marks gave a few fat tongue toffees, which he developed in advance by imitating their works in the original book. I hope the 2 brothers will feel surprise after eating them. At the same time, Marks is also looking forward to what gifts I can get tomorrow. One night passed quickly. On Christmas Day, Marks, who had just gotten up, saw Harry and Ron who were unpacking the gift box. Marks also joined in. As soon as I opened the first gift, Marks heard Ron beside him exclaimed excitedly, "Gosh, this wizard banner is so cool." Marks, How did you do it? Ron would be playing around with the wizard flag he sent. These flags were all put on beautiful and gorgeous skins by Marx during the production process. The soldiers became various wizards in robes. The knights were replaced with unicorns and knight riders, as well as fire dragons. Of the advanced arms, the Red King was an old man with a white beard. Ron could tell that it was Dumbledore, but the Black King Ron could not. Although there are no changes in the various rules, but in terms of various configurations, this chess game is like a wizard's war. The battle scene is also blessed by Marx's magic, and various light special effects continue. Ron liked it so much, but he still asked who was the opponent of the Red Dumbledore. Mysterious man? Ron thought of this possibility, then shivered. No, it's Greenwood, Marx explained. Who is that? Harry also leaned over at this time, because he heard Ron said the three words mysterious man. Don't you remember? Professor Dumbledore's greatest achievement, in addition to discovering the 12 uses of fire dragon blood, was defeating the Dark Wizard Grindelwald in 1945. Marx reminded. Harry also remembered at this time that he had once received a Dumbledore card, and it was indeed written like this. Afterwards, Harry also succeeded in dismantling the things Marx gave him. This gift that can jump out of the villain to play Christmas songs almost made him think that this must be the best gift to receive at Christmas. Until, he took out a silver grey color from the last package, a bit like a strange fabric flowing liquid. What is this? Harry touched it and asked curiously. This is an invisibility cloak. Marx took a glance, walked over with interest, looked at this legendary Deathly Hallows, and asked, "Can I touch it?" Of course. Harry handed the invisibility cloak to it, and Marx reached out and took it. At the same time, Marx noticed that there was more information about the invisibility cloak in his system magic inventory. Magic item, invisibility cloak Death Hallows. Magic, very strong. Description: according to the legend, this is the Deathly Hallows made by the Death God's cloak as the material. It possesses unimaginable magical powers, allowing it to wear a concealed figure and escape detection. Isn't it just a permanent enhanced version of the Phantom spell? It is so exaggerated, Marx whispered. Judging from the performance in the original work, the three Hallows of Death is completely misplaced in Marx's mind. Under the protection of the invisibility cloak, Harry, as the holder, will not only be noticed by Dumbledore, Snape, etc., but also be seen through by Moody's magic eyes, and will not even be able to escape the Dementor's detection. If he dies, the sacred artifacts are only of this extent. You reading www.uukanzu.com is too watery. The function of the Resurrection Stone is only to summon the souls of the deceased for communication, which does not fit the name of the Resurrection Stone at all. The only thing with a bit of a card is the old magic wand, which can provide a blessing of combat power for wizards of the level of Dumbledore and Voldemort, but as long as the holder experiences a defeat in a battle, the owner of the old magic wand will be replaced. Up, Marx spit out while trying to put on his invisibility cloak. In Harry and Ron's eyes, Marx just disappeared in front of them. Harry tried to reach Marx's place and touched a thin film of water. At this time, Marx, who was in the invisibility cloak, was also experiencing this wonderful feeling. A thin layer of invisibility cloak seemed to completely separate him from the outside world. Marx looked at it from the inside, and there was always something in the outside world. Kind of hazy unreality. Marx tried to walk a few steps, and made a deliberate voice asking if Harry and the others could hear it, and finally came to the conclusion that the invisibility cloak can indeed play a role in isolation, but there is still a gap with the complete invisibility he imagined. I don't know how to get a strong evaluation from the system. Is this the upper limit of this world? Very useful props. After experimenting for a while, Marx took off the invisibility cloak on his body and returned it to Harry without any lingering feelings. Because he wants to achieve the same effect, he can go to the Forbidden Book area to learn the Phantom spell, which consumes more magic power and cannot last. Harry and Ron were also excited to experience the effect of the invisibility cloak, while Marx turned over his Christmas present. Is a bag of candies. 2 round irregular objects, a notebook, 10 gold gallons, and a meniscus pendant with his name engraved on it. Chapter 42 Raw Letter and Special Christmas Gift. 10 of the Jinjialongs were given by Harry. Marks was puzzled at first, and then after thinking about it, he realized that it should be because Harry always remembered his lack of money. Since it was a gift, Marks finally accepted it as insurance. Among the remaining gifts, the signature on the notebook is Hermione, and the content is all the notes that Hermione has recorded during class since the beginning of school. The thick one is about the same as a book. Marks smiled. This girl actually thought of going with him. Which 2 round, unidentified objects were sent by the Weasley brothers? There is no explanation. But how does Marks look like the big dung eggs used for pranks in the original book? Ron gave a bag of cheap candies. Marks tried to see how it was different from other bargains, but he didn't get anything. I didn't know you would give me such an interesting thing. I thought it was a bag of candies. Ron, who was playing the new wizard flag with Harry, noticed Marks's movements, and his freckled face suddenly rose. Flushing, some stammered, "It's nothing. The candy is also very good, enough for me to eat for a few days." Marks waved his hand quickly, saying that he didn't care. It was just other high-quality gifts, which made him think Ron's gifts were also available. "What is the difference?" "And the candies you gave Ron are delicious." Harry opened the same style candies from Ron on the table, took out one and threw it in his mouth, but his complexion changed slightly when he bit it down, but still smiled happily. Under the comfort of the 2, Ron recovered from the embarrassing situation. "No way, Mrs. Weasley only gave him 2 silver coins as pocket money before he went to school. No matter how he saved it, he already spent almost the same." After comforting Ron's fragile heart, Marks turned his attention to the last gift. "The most important thing is that this is a Christmas gift from his mother, Aya." It was a shimmering crescent-shaped pendant with an envelope attached to the bottom of the pendant. The style looked different from the others, and it would spontaneously move. Marks had already realized something was wrong. "This is a roaring letter." As expected, in the next second, the letter flew into the air and shouted loudly, "Marks McClown, who allowed you to sign an application for staying at school without permission? There was not even a letter of inquiry before Christmas. I waited for you at the station for 5 hours. 5 hours. If it weren't for me sending a letter to your principal, almost thought you were missing or died in Hogwarts." The sharp high notes kept reverberating in the small bedroom. Even if Marks lifted up and covered his ears, it wouldn't have much effect, because these voices seemed to have magical powers and couldn't be blocked at all. The screams lasted for half an hour, and the whole letter stopped after I was scolded by Marks. Finally, I did not forget to warn Marks that the crescent-shaped pendant on the table must be carried at all times without her. The consent must not be taken off privately. Harry and Ron were also frightened by this yelling letter, until the scream disappeared and Ron rubbed his ears and almost thought he was deaf. "Marks, who sent you this roaring letter?" "This voice is so loud, it's almost like my mother," Ron asked. "Of course it is my mother." Marks sighed helplessly. He said that he always felt that he had forgotten something before. It turned out that he had forgotten to send a letter to his never-foreseen mother Aya at Christmas. But he can't be blamed for this. After all, it's too late to hide in Marks's heart, so how can he actively contact him? "Is your mother not so kind to you?" "Just like my uncle's family," Harry said sympathetically. In his opinion, he will stay in school for Halloween. Except for the temporary absence of his family like Ron, he can only be like him. This is the case. It's just a little contradiction, not so exaggerated. Marks shook his head. He didn't even figure it out. In fact, after learning occlumency, Marks has been able to organize the memories remaining in his brain on his own. Although it is not complete, he has also extracted a lot of valuable information. For example, his home is in a dark magic shop in Knockdown Alley. The owner is his mother, AI McClown, who can survive the chaotic Knockdown Alley with a child and live well. AI There is no doubt about the ability of Westasia. In addition to the Not Sawiak black magic skills, Isaiah will also make all kinds of powerful or weird black magic props. Yes, it's a black magic item. Not a normal magic item, in the words of I Am a Clown, that is in Knockoff Alley. Normal things can't be sold. Only by engaging in the deadly and cursed things can we survive. Marx can also be regarded as knowing how to make the magic items that he brought with him in the beginning. MTLnovel.com. You can learn a lot of related knowledge just by touching your ears and eyes. As for his father, in Marx's memory, Isaiah hardly ever mentioned it even once. Even if he was annoyed by his question, he only said that the reckless guy made himself stupid. And Marx's memories of those friends of his mother Isaiah and others are not so clear in Marx's mind. The only thing Marx felt fortunate was that in his memory, Ashia's hands and wrists were as white as clouds, and there was no so-called black magic mark. That is to say, it was not from Voldemort's side. But even so, the identity of the Black Wizard is still unwashed. Marx looked at the crescent-shaped pendant on the table a little bit nervously, wondering if there was any black magic blessed in it, and giving him a super distance punishment or something. Somehow, it's also a relative. It shouldn't be so scary, right? Marx swallowed, and finally guessed that it should be tracking. Or there is a locator that can determine his location. Marx guessed so, then touched his hand and looked at the magic inventory of the system. Since knowing the usage, this inventory has long been used by Marx as an authenticator. Magic item, crescent moon pendant. Magic, strong. Description: this is a magical item made with a lot of precious metals. It can resist a deadly attack for the bearer, and it will automatically be destroyed when the magic power is exhausted. Note: only high-intensity lethal attacks can trigger its effects, and it contains more than magic power. Marx stood silently in place for a long time, and finally sighed and hung the Meniska-shaped pendant around his neck. I don't know why, but he hopes that there is a black magic in it. Chapter 43. Yes, Snape stole the potion himself. Acquiring a life-saving meniscus pendant did not relieve Marx's anxiety. On the contrary, he strengthened the idea of brewing the bleeding veins and fusing potions at the fastest speed to improve his own strength, and his actions became more radical. Stand up. It's a pity that Chino has been behaving all his holidays. Just as Marx was disappointed and ready to find another way, on the third day of school, Kino's name suddenly moved quickly on the map of the spot, and then disappeared into the Forbidden Forest. Maybe it's because what Chino is doing is unsightly, so his name basically doesn't overlap with anyone else on the live spot map, which means that only Marx in the school knows where Chino has gone. And Marx was even more pleased that Snape was not in his office at this time. The time had come. In a potions class a few days later, Snape's stern face seemed to be more gloomy. After the whole class, the little wizards in Gryffindor suffered one after another. Even Hermione and he, there are no exceptions. Is Snape crazy? He deducted our Gryffindor 45 points in one class today. After class, Ron just walked out of Snape's basement and couldn't help complaining. Harry also nodded with lingering fear, and he deducted 10 points. Hermione was also very angry. After all, Snape's reason for deducting points today was too outrageous. She kindly helped Simo to correct her error today, but she did not expect that Snape would deduct 5 points for disturbing others. Marx sighed. His situation was just the opposite. The reason for the deduction was to sit and watch the other students' wrong operations. Snape obviously used their Gryffindor students to vent his anger today. Ron said all the way cursingly. Hermione finally found an opportunity to tell the news that she had noticed. I heard that Snape's potion storage room was stolen, and a lot of precious materials were lost. Snape even threatened to search the entire Hogwarts in the 3rd grade class. I think Snape offends too many people on weekdays. Someone wants to retaliate against him. If Snape can be fair to Professor McGonagall in class, who would be fine to trouble him? Ron guessed Tau. Hermione and Harry also guessed together, but they didn't discuss any results. Marx, what do you think? Hermione asked, seeing that Marks had been silent, feeling a little strange. Maybe Snape did it himself, Marks said casually. Snape. Harry and the three were at a loss. Why did Snape steal his potion? Oh, no, Snape doesn't need to steal it at all. Okay, that was originally his potion storage room. Have you forgotten the trapdoor under the three-headed dog Norway? Someone has always wanted to pass it, and only Hagrid knows how to pass. Marks didn't say it clearly but just mentioned it slightly. The compound decoction. Snape must have wanted to use the compound decoction to pretend to be someone Hagrid knew. It's a good deal of what he said. Hermione understood Marks's meaning for the first time, and immediately guessed. Harry got excited too, because he saw Snape hurt on his thigh a few days ago. Snape must still consume a lot of materials to make potions to heal his injuries, but they could not be discovered by Dumbledore, so they pretended to be that these herbs were stolen. After all, although the potion storage room is located in Snape's office, it is strictly the property of Hogwarts. Most of the money spent on the purchase of potion materials is paid for by the school. Harry suddenly felt that he had seen the truth of the facts, and couldn't wait to share his thoughts with Marks, Hermione, and Ron. That must be the case, Harry. You are right. Let's go tell Professor Dumbledore now. Frustrate Snape's evil plan. Ron was instantly smashed, with a sense of responsibility and mission. Keep pouring in my heart. Marks was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that he just said casually, Harry and others would be able to make up for it. I never knew you had such a rich imagination. Snape's low voice came from behind the four. Ron, who was full of excitement, immediately shook his spirits, and the flame in his heart was instantly extinguished. Teach ... Professor. Harry turned his head hard and stammered. Hermione was also very scared. Only Marks pretended to be scared, because he had said those words to Snape on purpose. Snape walked up to the four of them and slowly leaned down, looking at them with hollow eyes, and the hook-like nose almost poked Harry in the head. Harry's brain has even begun to imagine what terrifying means Snape will use to punish them. Is it the Forgotten Curse, or are there evil curses, or death curses? After all, they discovered Snape's biggest secret. However, to Harry's expectation, Snape did not draw out his wand or throw them out of the window. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. Only left a sentence. Gryffindor is deducted 10 points. After that, he left in a hurry. He let us go? Harry felt a little unbelievable. Didn't they deduct points? Marks reminded. We know his biggest secret. If you tell Professor Dumbledore, he will be done. Harry didn't even take the deduction of college points into consideration. It was not the first time he was deducted anyway. He has long been used to it. Snape just walked the way to the principal's office. Marks shook his head, knowing that Snape had gone to report to Dumbledore. And when did we know Snape's secret? Wasn't it just our guess? Anyone who wants to pass the three-headed dog Norway has an incentive to do so. I think Chino is quite doubtful, Marks said with a deep guess, touching his chin. Harry and the others were speechless. So what did you say about Snape first? They all guessed here, and finally Snape caught him. Marks, you must be hiding something from us. Hermione's amber eyes stared at Marks, trying to see something in his expression. Yeah, I just remembered that I had an extra cake at noon, and I didn't have time to tell you. Marks joked and turned the subject off, but in his heart he quietly apologized to the three of them. Snape's lost potions were naturally he stole them, and in order not to be discovered, he also took some materials for making compound decoctions and healing injuries. As for the others, he also took a little bit more easily. Is to confuse the audience. After all, if you don't consider his variables, the most likely thing you need now is Chino. Chapter 44. Let's raise the dragon. However, Snape was obviously a smart and suspicious person. He told him straightforwardly that it might attract suspicion, so Marks had to make a roundabout, guided by him, let Harry and others guess it in another way, and finally pass it to Snape's ears to let him think about the correct way to deal with smart people. Actually, Marks didn't expect things to go so smoothly. At first he thought that Snape's potion storage room must be full of institutions, Who would have thought that there was nothing at all? Think about the second-year Hermione in the original book, who could steal the potion material for the compound decoction from Snape. Marks knew it in his mind, but Marks still used it afterwards to get rid of the odor. Snape's deodorant would not be sniffed out by Snape. Marks was thinking about it when Hermione suddenly grabbed Marks's wrist and walked out. "Hermione, where are you going?" Harry wondered. Hermione turned her head back and forth. "Of course I went to Hagrid. Whether someone stole Snape's potion, or Snape directed and acted himself, the easiest way to pass the three-headed dog Norway is to use the compound decoction to become Hagrid. People you know ask Hagrid directly. So we only need to ask Hagrid if anyone has asked him this way recently, and we can have clues for the next step," Harry said excitedly. "Smart." Hermione nodded. Marks didn't have any comments either. "It's okay to see Hagrid now. I don't know if he has got the dragon egg." The group of three quickly arrived in Hagrid's cabin. The difference was that smoke was billowing from the chimney above the fireplace. Hermione led the group and knocked on Hagrid's door as soon as they entered. "I felt a wave of heat rushing over my face." Harry and Ron frowned uncomfortably, because it was too hot inside. "Even if it is winter, it needs to be grilled, right?" Only a minute after they came in, fine beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Marks was overjoyed and his eyes turned to the burning stove that was leaning against the wall. To be precise, looking at the big dark egg in the middle of the fire. "Come on. Let's have something to eat." "Don't be polite." Hagrid enthusiastically brought a large bowl of rock cakes and some jerky on the table, but just sat down, and the position happened to be in front of the fireplace. The huge body directly blocked Marks's vision. Hermione and Harry also noticed something was wrong with Hagrid. Their expressions and movements were a bit cramped compared to normal times. They would rather wipe sweat in a hot room than open the window. "Hagrid, what did you do to make the room so hot?" Ron complained, dissatisfied. "Nothing. The weather recently is too cold." Hagrid explained with a smile, and then quickly pushed the rock cake and jerky on the table to the side of a few people. "Should you still have classes in the afternoon? Go home as soon as you're done." This made Hermione more and more suspicious. But now there are obviously more important things. Thinking of her purpose here, Hermione asked anxiously, "Hagrid, we are here to ask you something. Snape's potion storage room was stolen. We suspect that the thief probably made a compound decoction to approach you and pretended to be someone you know. The Norwegian method ... So has anyone I don't know recently wants you to inquire about Norway's intelligence?" Hearing this news, Hagrid was also a little surprised, but he quickly recovered and muttered in a low voice, "But who else but you? No one has asked like that." Hagrid said this with a stern expression, then glanced at a few people with suspicion. Hermione's words just reminded him. Now Hagrid doubts if they are fake, or why he is so interested in Norwegian affairs. Suddenly, Hagrid looked around, and realized that there seemed to be one missing person. "Huh? Where's Marks?" Hagrid asked strangely. Harry and the others were originally angry at Hagrid's suspicion of them, but at this time they also noticed that Marks, who was sitting behind him, was gone. "Was surprised when I heard Marks's voice coming from behind Hagrid. Is this the dragon egg? It doesn't look so pretty." Hagrid slammed suddenly, stood up abruptly, turned his head and looked behind him. Hermione and the others were able to see Marks standing next to the boiler through the gap in Hagrid's huge body, and the egg in the middle of the boiler, the size of their head. "That's the dragon egg. Hagrid, where did you get this stuff? It must have cost you a lot of money." Ron recognized it at a glance, and he squeezed to Marks's side with excitement, and Harry joined in too. "Go up and watch this rare dragon egg." Only Hermione noticed the various books on the table, such as Raising Fire Dragons for Recreation and Profit, 12 Precautions for Dragon Raising, From Zero to the Master of Dragon Raising, and so on. Novel.com. Hagrid covered his face with his thickly calloused hands, knowing he couldn't keep it from now. "Hagrid, privately keeping dragons in captivity is illegal. If someone finds out, you will have to be imprisoned in Azkaban." Although Hermione was also interested in dragon eggs, she had to remind her aloud. "Don't worry, you won't be discovered," Hagrid said, patting his chest. I've long wanted to raise a dragon, and I know how to take care of them, so there will be no mistakes. However, Hermione was worried about this. After all, a dragon was too big and grew too fast. It would not take a month for Hagrid's cabin to burst. Hermione turned around anxiously and planned to persuade Hagrid with Marks, but unexpectedly heard Marks say excitedly before she spoke, "After it is hatched, can I take care of it with you, Hagrid? I think this should be a Norwegian Ridgeback." Hagrid was also a little surprised that Marks was able to distinguish the type of dragon when he saw the dragon egg. You must know that even after consulting various books, he knew that this was a Norwegian Ridgeback. This means that Marks has a high knowledge of dragons. Of course, as long as the class is not delayed. But I have to remind you that this may be a little difficult. Hagrid nodded and agreed. Marks's eager attitude made Hagrid find a friend. Marks had already known Hagrid's plan to raise a dragon, so he also read a lot of related books in advance, and had a certain understanding of breeding knowledge. The two immediately started discussing it like no one, but instead brought Harry and Ron. Hermione and the three put them aside. Chapter 45. Add fire to this dragon egg and it will be cooked. After exchanging half-hearted dragon training and dragon raising skills, Marks changed his words and even boldly guessed that raising the temperature might speed up the hatching speed of the dragon eggs. As soon as Marks finished speaking, he wanted to fill the boiler with a few firewood, and then a blazing flame. But this bold idea was quickly stopped by Hagrid. "What a joke. The egg will be cooked no matter how hot it is." "Marks, we are not here to discuss how to raise a dragon," Harry interrupted as the two seemed to be talking more and more vigorously. "I'm here to raise a dragon," Marks silently murmured in his heart, but he still noticed Hermione's weird look at him, and then turned to Hagrid to change the subject. "Hagrid, can you tell me how you got this dragon egg?" "Of course I won. I got it the other day when I played cards with a stranger in the tavern. To be honest, that person is probably eager to get rid of it." Hagrid's big face was full. It is a proud look. How many people can win the dragon egg at the poker table? What does that person look like? Are you interested in your three-headed dog? Norway. Hermione also realized that something was wrong at this time. "It seems like this ... but anyone would be interested. A big dog with 3 heads is not common." Hagrid tried hard to think about it. "I drank some wine and told him that Norway loves listening to music. As long as I have this Norway, I can fall asleep," Hagrid said triumphantly. Just as soon as he finished speaking, Hagrid immediately realized that something was wrong. He seemed to expose something extraordinary. "Who is that person?" Harry asked hurriedly. Hagrid realized that the situation was urgent at this time, so he tried to recall. "I don't know. The man was wearing a black cloak and he couldn't see his face clearly. Besides, I drank some wine. I only remember that his voice was a little hoarse, not like a normal person." "That is definitely Snape. Maybe Chino. They must be doing something shameful." Ron is now more and more sure that their previous guess in the hallway is correct, and Snape has just poured in his heart. The extinct blood ignited again. "Is it related to the Nicolim you talked about last time?" Harry guessed, and finally asked, "Hagrid, can you tell us what is hidden under the trapdoor?" Hermione also stared at Hagrid curiously. She has searched the Hogwarts library these days, and has searched well-known people in the past 200 years, but she has not found anything about Nicolim. News. Hagrid is resolutely unwilling to reveal the slightest bit of relevant news this time, only saying that this is not something they should take care of, and he will tell Dumbledore about his mistake, even if he will be punished for it. It's the Philosopher's Stone. Marks, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, "How did you know it was the Sorcerer's Stone?" Hagrid said in shock. This time he obviously didn't say anything. However, Hagrid did know, but his words confirmed the authenticity of Marks's words. "The Sorcerer's Stone? What is it? What does it do?" "How did you know, Marks?" Harry asked hurriedly. "That was what I saw when I was making a wizard flag and looking at the professor's profile." Harry, Do you remember the last sentence on the card you got about Professor Dumbledore? He and his partner Nicolim are very effective in alchemy. The Philosopher's Stone was developed by the famous alchemist Nicolim. Marx explained one by one. Since Harry and the others have already gotten the news of passing the three-headed dog Norway from Hagrid, Marx felt that there was nothing to conceal about the Philosopher's Stone. Anyway, Harry could find it in a few days. As for its function, the Sorcerer's Stone can turn any metal into pure gold, and it can also make an elixir, so that people who drink this medicine can live forever. His maker Nicolim has more than 600 this years old. Saying here, Marx is also a little envious, but this is something that can achieve immortality after getting it, and I don't know what kind of mentality Nicolim will destroy such a thing. If Marx hadn't understood that the Philosopher's Stone was a fishing bait deliberately set by Dumbledore, and was under Dumbledore's supervision at all times, he could not help but want to break through and steal it. Marx is still like this, not to mention Harry and the others who first heard of the powerful abilities of the Sorcerer's Stone. Dian Shishingen represents endless wealth. The elixir can make you immortal. It can be said that getting the Philosopher's Stone means getting everything they want to have. No wonder Snape or Professor Chino are going to take the risk to hit its attention. A magic stone that can make gold. Who can resist his temptation? Ron couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, Harry, Ron, and Hermione are only 11 or 12 years old, and immortality is not yet attractive enough for them. Except that Ron has a little fantasy in his heart how he should use the magic stone to make money. Novel.com. Neither Harry nor Hermione had much thoughts about the Philosopher's Stone. Listen, the Philosopher's Stone has nothing to do with you. Dumbledore will take care of it. Hagrid had to interrupt their discussion and solemnly reminded. Marx also nodded. Even though the obstacles set up by the professors in the original book are just like playing house, it is fine to stop the students of Hogwarts, but not for those powerful adult wizards. The effect of the slightest blocking. But Dumbledore's magic on the Eris Mirror is still very powerful. Only those who do not want to get the Philosopher's Stone and can restrain the desires deep in their hearts can get the hidden treasures in the Eris Mirror. In other words, if it weren't for Harry to send them to the door, even if Kino and Voldemort stayed there for a few days and nights, and exploded the Eris Mirror, they wouldn't be able to get what they wanted. It's a pity that Marx knew in his heart that Harry and Ron didn't know the news. They only felt that the Philosopher's Stone hidden under the trapdoor might be taken away by the bad guys at any time. They had to do something. In the end, the sensible Hermione proposed to go to Professor Dumbledore, tell him the whole story, and let Dumbledore make the decision. Marx originally just wanted to be a melanating crowd and listen to their discussion. But the more I listened, the more I felt something was wrong. Go to the principal's office to find Dumbledore. No. He didn't want to go. I think there seems to be something wrong with the cake I ate at noon. Marx's complexion suddenly changed, and he covered his stomach with his right hand. It is a pity that before Marx can show off his acting skills, he was dragged away by the passionate Harry and Ron. This is about the Philosopher's Stone. It may affect the entire school. If you have a bad stomach, you can put it away first. Chapter 46. This is so touching. Before leaving, Hermione also asked Hagrid for a password to the principal's office. For this reason, Hagrid specifically begged them not to talk to Dumbledore about hatching the dragon egg. And Harry also agreed. Cockroach pile. In front of the extremely ugly guardian stone beast, Hermione said aloud the password of the principal's office, and the hidden secret tunnel slowly opened. Came to the principal's office again. Marx no longer had the thirst panic in his heart. Anyway, he now knows a Clumency. Even if his level is not high, he can barely make do with it. After all, they are 4 people, and Dumbledore's attention cannot be focused on him. Professor Dumbledore isn't there. A group of 4 people stepped into the principal's room. All items were neatly arranged, but there was no one inside. Harry was disappointed. Marx was also a little confused. According to his speculation, Dumbledore should have just listened to Snape's report. Did they go to Chino as soon as they got the news? After mourning for Chino in his heart for a second, Marks found that there was something different in the principal's room from when he came last time. There is also a huge mirror that can reach the ceiling, with gorgeous golden patterns on the surrounding frame, and a line of characters can be seen on the top, and the bottom is supported by two claw-shaped feet. Everything looks like that. Out of the ordinary was placed so conspicuously that it was obviously not only Marks who found it, but Harry stood in front of the mirror even more fascinated, looking at it in a dazed manner for a long time without regaining his senses. "Harry, what are you looking at?" Ron walked over and patted Harry on the shoulder. "Can't you see? There are two people in this mirror besides me. I think they may be my parents." Harry couldn't help but slowly stepped forward. In his eyes, the mother in the mirror. He extended his arm to him, and Harry did the same. But in the end all he touched was the smooth and cold mirror surface. "Is there? Why didn't I see your parents inside?" Ron leaned in curiously. He wanted to see what Harry's parents looked like, but he saw another scene. "What I saw was that I became the chairman of the student council, which is awesome." Ron described his handsome appearance in the mirror wearing the prefect badge, and happily told Harry that maybe this mirror could predict the future. The one in the mirror must be the future self. Hermione looked at the look of Harry and Ron drunk in front of the mirror, very worried, and cautiously did not look directly at the mirror, but warned, "Understand this thing, you better stay away from that mirror, maybe it is some dangerous black magic item." "Isn't it?" "This is in the principal's room," Ron said carelessly. But when he turned his head to see Harry staring at the camera and couldn't move his eyes, he felt a little guilty. "Eris mirror," Marks sighed softly while looking at the mirror. It seems that his previous guess is not wrong. Dumbledore, the old skater, didn't plan to put the mirror in the Philosopher's Stone where it should be before he was sure that Harry could pass the test of Eris mirror. "Eris mirror? Is this its name? Do you know it?" Harry asked anxiously at this time, ignoring the memory of his parents in the mirror. "I saw it in a book." Marks nodded, but didn't tell Harry that the book's name was Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. "What's the use of it? Why can I see my parents inside?" Harry asked eagerly. "Can I predict the future or something? I will definitely be the superior in the future, right?" Ron also looked at Marks expectantly. Harry didn't believe Ron's statement. After all, his parents were dead. If this mirror could predict the future, wouldn't they all be resurrected in the future? The function of the Mirror of Eris is to evoke the most sincere desire deep down in people's hearts, which means that you will see what you want most. Marks shook his head and rejected Ron's guess, explaining how Harry and Ron were a little disappointed, which meant that what they saw was fake, but they just figured it out in their hearts. However, the two soon cheered up again, urging Marks and Hermione to go to the Mirror of Eris to see what his wish was. Marks hesitated a little, but Hermione stepped forward first. After learning about the use of Eris' magic mirror, she also wanted to see what would appear in the mirror. "Hermione, what did you see?" Marks asked. "It seems this is just an ordinary mirror." Hermione looked at herself reflected in the mirror in confusion. It seemed that there was no difference, just like she usually looks in the mirror. When Harry and the others were wondering if the mirror was broken, they heard Hermione say suddenly, "No, there seems to be a change." Marks looked over curiously, and saw Hermione blushing cheeks happily. "My front teeth are a little shorter in the mirror. It should look better." "What's the most eager thing for this?" Harry and Ron were speechless for a while. They were even more receptive to seeing a few bags of snacks in the mirror. Hermione didn't think so. She was very satisfied when she looked at the mirror. Anyway, this is what she wants now, and she doesn't change it for the Philosopher's Stone. You reading www.uukanzu.com. "Actually, I think you look pretty now." Marks laughed blankly. He didn't expect that what Hermione wanted most now would be the restoration of the incisors, which was a bit longer and quite cute. "Really?" Hermione suddenly became happy. Her face that was already flushing red seemed to deepen. Harry and Ron faintly felt that the atmosphere on the scene was a bit wrong, as if the two of them were superfluous, and hurriedly urged, "Marks, go up and have a look." "Yeah. We are all curious. What will you see?" Marks nodded, raised a little interest, and walked to where Harry had let it out. and looked in the mirror. Marx thought he would be seeing Dumbledore punching Dumbledore and kicking Voldemort in the future, but unfortunately none of these. In the mirror is a small living room with an ordinary family of 3. Standing in the middle is a boy less than 20, who looks nothing like Marx now. The boy was ruddy and lively, and he was holding a dazzling college admission letter in his hand. The parents happily gathered around the boy and said something. Marx could not hear the sound, but he could see that they should be very happy. This is a picture Marx has never seen before. He always thought that before he crossed his life, there were only white wards, the sad faces of his parents and the smell of disinfectant. Marx, what do you see in the mirror? Harry noticed that Marx's eye sockets seemed a little wet, and patted him lightly. Marx then came back to his senses, wiped his eyes, and said briskly to the two of them, I just saw that after a long period of hard work, I finally became the Minister of Magic after graduation. This is really touching. Chapter 47 Professor, what is your morals? Facing Marx who can touch him, Ron doesn't know what to say. Harry also wanted to spit out what was so touching, but seeing Marx's sincere expression, he swallowed the words that came to his mouth abruptly. At this moment, an old and steady voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. It's not ashamed to face the pain. McClown. This is Dumbledore's voice. Marx heard it instantly. The occupational technique power was turned on in the next second. At the same time, he spent 100 academic points to activate the Xwibo experience card mode, which gave him a sense of security. Go with. At the door of the principal's room, Dumbledore, with white hair and beard, stood there quietly for unknown time. Professor. Harry was surprised, and then he became a little nervous because they had used the magic mirror without consent. Dumbledore was not looking at them. Instead, he looked at the mirror of Eris. Marx couldn't see any clues from the reflection of Dumbledore's eyes, only knowing that he had seen it for a while before regaining his senses. Dumbledore stepped forward and stroked Harry's head with his hand, then looked at Marx. What McClown just said is correct. This is the mirror of Eris, which allows us to see the most urgent and strongest desire deep in our hearts. In the past, many people were lost in front of these false illusions. Over time, they are even obsessed with it, because they don't know whether everything in the mirror is real or whether it is possible to achieve. I don't want you to be like them, Dumbledore added. McClown, do you mind telling me what you see in the mirror? Dumbledore asked suddenly. Marx hesitated for a while, thinking of some excuse to fool the past, but finally hesitated for a while and told the truth. Family. Yeah, I should have thought of it, Dumbledore whispered, seemingly moved. Professor, what do you see in the mirror of Eris? Marx asked quickly without daring to make Dumbledore think for too long. I saw myself holding a pair of thick woolen socks, Dumbledore said. There are never enough socks, Dumbledore continued. I thought I could receive a few pairs at Christmas, but unfortunately they didn't. They insisted on sending me books. Marx curled his lips. Although he understood that Dumbledore used wool socks as a metaphor for family affection, he couldn't help but spit out in his heart. Who just said to face the pain? Professor, what is your morals? After delaying the work of this meeting, Harry also woke up from the excitement and dissatisfaction of seeing his parents in the magic mirror, remembering what he had come for, and interrupted anxiously. Professor, we are here to report to you. A few days ago, a mysterious man in a black robe got away to pass through Norway from Hagrid. He probably wanted to go through the trapdoor and steal what you put underneath. Magic stone. Harry finished speaking in one breath, and felt that this was not enough to win the letter, so he controlled his broomstick during the Quidditch game, and told him about Snape's calf injury after Halloween. Ron and Hermione also added details on the side. It was just a momentary rush, and it was inevitable that they were a little confused. Don't worry, you can sit down and speak slowly. Dumbledore seemed to have known it, and was not surprised at this. He waved his wand and deformed 4 chairs, beckoning them to sit down. Harry and the others nodded, and after a few people sat down, Dumbledore asked, Can you tell me first, where did you learn about the Sorcerer's Stone? Isn't the clue you left behind? Marx murmured in his heart, but Harry and the others said something that shouldn't be said. And they said it first before they spoke. We learned from Hagrid that the thing hidden under the trapdoor was related to a man named Nicole LeMay, and then we found out that he was the maker of the Sorcerer's Stone. Then who do you think would do this kind of thing? Dumbledore nodded, agreeing with Mark's explanation. We suspected Snape, or Professor Chino might also, Harry said hurriedly. Dumbledore did not reply this time, but fell into a long period of contemplation. Professor, don't you believe us? Ron asked eagerly. No, of course I believe you. Dumbledore comforted Ron and the others, and then said in a deep voice, but I also trust the professors in the school. They won't do this kind of thing. Harry opened his mouth to refute, but Dumbledore waved his hand. It is not only the three-headed dog Norwegian used to guard the Philosopher's Stone. Every professor has arranged a protective measure under that, including Snape and Chino. So the Philosopher's Stone is safe underneath, Dumbledore added. Then if there are no enemies, why did you bring the Philosopher's Stone to the school and set up so many protections there? Marx easily found the loophole in Dumbledore's words and asked aloud. Now that he had found the opportunity to report Chino, Marx was of course crazily suggesting that Dumbledore quickly resolve this potential threat. Give a professor-level enemy who is still connected with the Dark Lord to their little wizards who have just entered the school.mentalnovel.com. Professor, won't your conscience hurt? Marx murmured in his heart, but he did not forget that he was running a Glumency at full speed, creating some reasonable false memories outside. Because just before the Q&A, Marx keenly noticed that Dumbledore had used 3 times of contemplation. They were when Harry told the story, mentioned the Philosopher's Stone and asked them who they suspected. Of course, the fluctuations in the memory of the 3 probes did not last long. It should only be confirmed whether they're lying or hiding something. Thanks to the extraordinary bonus to a Glumency in the experience card mode, and Dumbledore did not use his full strength, Marx successfully concealed his true thoughts. That's because I got news by chance that a very dangerous person is planning to hit the Philosopher's Stone. But it's not Snape or Chino as you said. Dumbledore gave Marx an appreciative look, and didn't explain more, but got up and looked at the Mirror of Eris. Anyway, thank you for your reminder. I will let other professors pay more attention. You should go back first. I am going to put this mirror somewhere else. If you find something wrong, you are welcome to tell me again. Okay, Professor. Let's go now. After confirming that Dumbledore did not intend to deal with Chino now, Marx just wanted to leave quickly. He didn't want to stay in front of Dumbledore for even a second. Harry opened his mouth. There are still many questions to ask and many things to say, but in the end he left the principal's office with others without saying anything. Just after the 4 left the headmaster's room, Dumbledore stood in front of the Mirror of Eris for a long time and meditated, then suddenly said, Severus, what do you think? Chapter 48 Blood Fusion Potion. I said, their imagination is not so rich. Snape's figure appeared from the side of the principal's room, his sullen face very ugly. I watched Snape through the whole process with the phantom spell, and of course he clearly heard the whole process of Harry accusing him of being black. Snape felt that there must be too few deductions and insufficient deterrence. Next time, he should continue to work hard. This is not just imagination, it is more likely to be reality, Dumbledore reminded him, and then gave Snape a little helplessly. If Snape hadn't targeted Harry frequently on weekdays, he wouldn't have been caught by Harry, listed as the first suspect. But Dumbledore knew Snape's special feelings for Harry, and he couldn't persuade Snape to change. So what? Snape stared at Dumbledore with that hollow gaze, and said lightly, the things about Chino are now clear. He and Voldemort must have a connection. What are you going to do with him? Dumbledore did not reply, but fell silent again. Would you not be able to stop Chino or the Dark Lord just because of those crappy traps under the trapdoor? Snape was puzzled, and then suddenly realized something. Or do you mean those tests are for Potter and the others? Snape looked at Dumbledore sarcastically. Let a few first-year little wizards go through numerous levels to face and defeat the Dark Lord. Ah! What a great adventure! Snape's tone became more and more angry. He wondered if Dumbledore had read too many biographical novels recently, or had Alzheimer's, or how could he have such an absurd idea? Severus, Dumbledore interrupted Snape's words. You should know that I can't protect Harry all the time. All proper growth is necessary. At least now I still have the ability to control the danger within a controllable range. Said that Dumbledore paused here, and his face was a little more vicissitudes of life. Emold, I can feel my strength is gradually declining, and Tom is different, although he is very weak now, but as long as he does not die, one day he will regain his strength and even become stronger. If we don't find a way for him to resist death, then we can't do anything. Within the controllable range? That's Voldemort. Snape asked word by word. Although it was clear that Dumbledore was telling the truth, he couldn't accept it in his heart. It is true that Harry's body has a protective magic set by Lily, so that Voldemort cannot touch or even directly harm Harry. But this kind of magic is not invincible. Voldemort can use other methods to bypass the restriction, and indirectly kill the rest. Apart from anything else, you can burn Harry with ashes without leaving. Nothing is absolutely safe. Severus, you should be clear about the content of the prediction. We must prepare for the worst, Dumbledore insisted. You don't think you will survive that day, so you pin your hopes on Septima Victor's fable of the mad woman, with the help of the Philosopher's Stone. You can definitely live forever. Snape looked at Dumbledore disappointedly, unable to understand why the so-called greatest white wizard of the century put his hopes on an 11-year-old child. It was obvious that the Philosopher's Stone was here now, and immortality was within reach. Dumbledore, Leto has enough time to deal with this matter. Sometimes it's not always a good thing to be alive. Dumbledore looked away from the Eris mirror and turned to Snape. And I also said that it was in the worst case. Maybe it would go well or maybe, Dumbledore said in a relaxed tone, but his frowned brows did not loosen. After all, the scene that happened 11 years ago was the best proof of the prophecy. He couldn't help but believe it, which was why he was anxious to train Harry. I just hope that you still remember the agreement between us. After Snape finished speaking, with a gloomy expression, he turned and walked out of the principal's room. Even if Dumbledore is unwilling to act, he has to do something within his power. For example, go to warn Chino. Marks, who came out of the principal's room, didn't know that there was another conversation going on inside. Marks, who was not going to waste his student status, took advantage of the time left and found a reason to distract Harry and the others to the potion storage room in the responsive room alone to make the blood fusion potion. Although there is still a lack of the most important drug guide, it takes a long time to make the potion itself, so Marks can only prepare first. Dried nettle, black veratrum petals, buckthorn, black bat horny. Marks took out the potion materials prepared in advance from the cabinet in the storage room, and then put the potion materials into the cauldron according to the steps, and then cooked them according to the method given by the system. Grinding ... proportioning ... stirring. Under the condition that the speed of the brain is increased by 100-fold. You reading www.uukansu.com. Marks's movement process is extremely standard. It is not like the first time to cook, and there is no omission from beginning to end. Marks also understands why only level 4 potions are needed in the state of the Xwibu experience card to brew high-level potions that originally required level 6 potions to make. The improvement of this state is indeed very powerful. A large number of precious herbs were added to the cauldron by Marks, and the things that were cooked were chaotic, a little grey, with a faint strong pungent smell. But this was also what Marks had expected. The next thing I need to do is to wait for a while until the potion in the cauldron slowly becomes transparent like water, which proves that it has been more than half successful. The last thing is to add dragon blood to it, even if it is done. Remaining time, 0, 11 and 9 seconds. It took about 30 minutes. Marks glanced at the remaining time of the experience card in the system bar. The speed of making potions was much faster than he estimated. He was already prepared to spend 100 grade points. In the remaining 11 minutes, Marks practiced unrestricted field magic such as the Transfiguration Curse and the Levitating Curse, and raised the transformation curse to a level close to level 4 before the end of the time. Only then did Marks leave the House of Requests with satisfaction. Walking in the corridors of Hogwarts, Marks was hesitating whether to go to the library or the dormitory, but unexpectedly saw two familiar figures, but their tongues were several times larger than usual. "You can't close your mouth, George." Fred, looking at the funny faces of the two, Marks wanted to laugh somehow, but then suddenly remembered that he had given them 2 fat tongue toffees at Christmas. So should it be your own pot, or else, run away first? Chapter 49. Your Snape's potion was stolen. What's up with Chino? However, it was obviously too late to leave, and George and Fred rushed up the moment they saw Marks. What went beyond Marks's expectation was that the Weasley brothers did not intend to fight him, but George was excited and gestured in front of him with his tongue out. "I'm sorry, the fat tongue toffee is just a joke. Do you want me to cure you?" Marks shrugged and said that he didn't understand what George said, but he still drew out his wand. "No need, this gift is great." Fred shook his head quickly. His condition was better than George's. Although what he said was vague, Marks could barely understand it. "We knew its usage when we received it." George couldn't speak. He could only use his magic wand to sort out a few words in the air. "Then you still eat?" Marks asked strangely. "Of course we have to try something so interesting, and we can also escape a magic history lesson by the way," Fred said with a grin. The enlarged tongue did not seem to cause any hindrance to the Weasley brothers, but they were still enjoying it, and found it very interesting. "Is it called Fat Tongue Toffee?" "Very good name. We intend to use it as one of the flagship products of the Joke Toy Store. It is really the best decision to let you be our special consultant. Use magic to write in the air." George has already played very slippery, and it doesn't feel difficult to continuously display this large paragraph. "By the way, Marks, did you receive the gift we gave you?" Fred asked. "Is it this?" Marks took out 2 circular irregular objects from the wizard's robe. In order to facilitate carrying, Marks had used the reduction spell to make these 2 objects only the size of a thumb. "I haven't figured out how to use it yet. What exactly did you put in it?" Marks said to the 2 of them. "That's a big dung egg. We have newly developed it. The usage is very simple. Just throw it at the person you hate. After being hit, it will explode and spray on the other person. The smell will last at least a whole day." Fred smiled slyly, but his tongue sounded a little strange. "Isn't it true that?" Marks suddenly felt that the big dung egg on his hand was very hot, and almost didn't throw it away because it was so disgusting. Marks even thought of the scene where the Weasley brothers were doing things in the toilet in order to get raw materials. How could that be possible? It's disgusting. Before Marks could continue to think about it, Fred hurriedly interrupted Marks's thoughts with a big tongue. "This smell is made by a mixture of several kinds of stinky grass, but it smells like..." After learning about the production process of the big dung egg, Marks finally breathed a sigh of relief, but then he saw George waving his wand and explaining. "Moreover, it's too troublesome to use genuine products. Fred and I planned to find some animal feces to fill in directly, but we kept it for several days, and the amount collected was too small. When we wait for mass production in the future, the raw materials are not enough. I had to replace it with smelly grass. After all, we can't squat in the captive place to collect that stuff every day." Fred was speechless, and gave George a fierce look. Could he not explode the dark history they studied? "In short, you are our first customer. We are still waiting for you to try the effect and come back and tell us what needs to be improved." Fred patted Marks on the shoulder. Marks nodded inconspicuously, but after thinking about it in his mind, he didn't seem to find any place where the big dung egg needs to be used. "You can only let it go and see who will provoke you next time, and then let it go." For the next few days, Marks would go to Hagrid's hut almost every day to take a look at the latest situation of the dragon egg, and spend the rest of the time in the library, and occasionally go to the requirement room to take a look at the devil. The progress of the medicine brewing, or it was temporarily pulled out by the Weasley brothers to develop a new joke toy. With the learning accelerator of Hermione, Marks's learning efficiency in normal conditions has improved a lot. which is why he can lavishly exchange experience card mode immediately after seeing Dumbledore. In these days, Marx has also roughly understood the classification of the system given by the system based on his own comparison and estimation. Level 1 is about a beginner who can release magic. Most of the magic spells of the first and second grade wizards at Hogwarts are basically of this level. As for the senior wizards, Marx has seen George and Fred cast spells, and most of the spell levels are about the second level. Although the Weasley brothers are thinking about making fun and making big news for their classmates all day, their ability to cast spells is still in the upper reaches of their peers. After all, they both sneaked into the forbidden book area to read books secretly. They had secretly learned the secret magic last time in the forbidden book area. And Marx's only metamorphosis curse that reached level 3 was used in a certain time when developing magic props. George and Fred were shocked to say that he could already take the NEWT transformation subject exam. Marx also roughly understands that www.metalnovel.com the third level curse is the level of a graduate. The fourth level spell is because there is no sample and comparison. Marx has not made a division for the time being. The only thing that disappointed Marx after a few days was that the plan to study in the restricted area every night was forced to terminate, because Harry often sneaked out in the night wearing an invisibility cloak. Marx just thought for a while and guessed that Harry was looking for the Mirror of Eris. Dumbledore once told them when he was in the principal's room that he would put the Mirror of Eris somewhere else, and Harry, who was desperate to see his parents again, would certainly not give up looking for it. As a result, Marx could only lie in bed at night and couldn't go anywhere. He could only expect Dumbledore to quickly do psychological counseling for the child. This kind of life lasted for 3 days, and there was a letter from Hagrid, saying that Xialong was about to come out of his shell. So after the get out of class, Marx couldn't wait to bypass the crowd, along with Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who was drawn. After all, this is a closer look at the little fire dragon coming out of its shell. Who can't be interested? However, in the corner of a remote corridor, Marx unexpectedly saw the poor and trembling Chino being forced by Snape to question him in the corner. "You better be honest. What do you want to sneak into my potion storage room? Who instigated you to do this?" Baixian, Aconitum. "Are you injured, or is he injured?" Exclamation mark. "Or you want to make a compound decoction and figure out how to pass the test from other professors?" "I am not. I didn't do it." Kino's eyes widened, and his head shook like a rattle. He also heard about the theft of Snape's potion storage room. "But your Snape's potion was stolen. What is it to Chino?" Chapter 50. You can't hide this little trick from me. Happy National Day. He is really wronged. Chino was speechless. With his acting skills and strength, he didn't need to rely on this extremely dangerous method to find a way to crack those organs. But looking at Snape's angry appearance, Kino knew that the other party must have solid evidence to find him. But he really didn't do this. Which wanted to murder him. Kino's mind flashed through the wizards who had a bad relationship with him. But these people were not at Hogwarts at all, and it was unlikely that they would go all the way here to frame him. Chino could only think that he was too unlucky. He happened to encounter a dead little wizard stealing the potion, and then he was suspected by Snape because of his abnormal behavior before him so hard. Kino wanted to cry without tears. Even though he was very frustrated in his heart, he did not dare to break out. He could only put on a weak expression as best as he could, and said tremblingly, "Severus, the theft of the potion really has nothing to do with me, I can swear." "Really? Where did you go in the afternoon of the third day of school?" I asked. "No one has seen you." Snape squinted his eyes, staring hollowly into Kino's eyes. Kino was speechless for a while. He couldn't say that he sneaked into the Forbidden Forest that afternoon in an attempt to hunt the unicorn to restore the power of the Dark Lord, right? "I always stayed in the office that day." Kino could only kill himself in desperation and never went out for a whole day. "A student went to your office that day, and you weren't there at all?" Snape asked. "Maybe I went to the bathroom temporarily." Kino stammered, looking for a reason, but before he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that the Snape was deliberately blowing himself up. Judging from his reputation for falling to the bottom at Hogwarts, no student would come to him. "Your little tricks can't hide from me." A smile cracked from the corner of Snape's mouth, and it was even more certain that Kino was the one who stole the potion library. Chino's face flushed and he almost couldn't help yelling. "The trick of God TM, he has never stolen a potion. He hasn't even touched it. All he did was to help the Dark Lord resurrect. Who has time to steal that potion? It's not that he has no money, and he lacks materials, so he can't buy it himself." However, the thousands of sufferings of Chino can only be held in his heart. Because he can't explain his whereabouts, he can only try to pretend to be weak. Innocent and trembling to win sympathy. Although this is for Snape generally speaking, it doesn't make any difference. Just as Snape was about to continue to torture, he keenly noticed that someone was eavesdropping on the conversation. So he had to hurriedly warn him to make Chino figure out who he was working for, and then decisively turned and left. Marks, hiding in the dark, almost laughed out loud. He didn't expect that he was just a whim of throwing the pot, and he actually pitied Chino so badly. Harry and others waited until Snape and Kino left before they walked out of the corner. "Kino really stole Snape's potion. How is this possible?" Harry couldn't believe it. Although Marks had mentioned this possibility to him a long time ago, Harry has always been reluctant to believe it. After all, Professor Chino is timid. He is a well-known good guy in the school, and occasionally a little wizard teaches him tricks. Nodo can't get angry, or Chino doesn't have the ability to manage. How could someone like this steal Snape's potion? But Harry heard the conversation between Snape and Kino very clearly. On the day Snape lost the potion, Kino's whereabouts were unknown, and he had been lying in the office forever. How he looked suspicious. "Follow them. Professor Dumbledore will take care of it. Let's go to Hagrid to see if the dragon comes out of the shell." Marks no longer has the idea of staying here. For him, the dragon that is about to hatch is the most important thing. Marks, "I didn't know you actually like dragons so much." Hermione vomited. She felt that Marks's enthusiasm for dragons was about to surpass Hagrid. "That's a dragon. The top magical creature in the magic world," Marks explained. But the latter part of the words did not say it. "As long as he obtains the dragon blood, he can complete the blood fusion potion and improve his talents. He initially has the ability to protect himself in the magical world, and he can be a little emboldened when he returns home at the end of the term." Before leaving, Marks also solemnly reminded Ron that it is best not to discuss anything about dragons along the way, so as not to be heard by others. He didn't want to see Malfoy and Hagrid like the original. The four of them came all the way to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid welcomed them with far more enthusiasm than before. It can be seen that he is very happy today. The doors and windows in the hut were all sealed. UUUCanZoo.com only left a few small openings for ventilation, and the hot stove next to the bed radiated heat continuously. After Marks came in, he kept his eyes on the table, and the dragon egg was placed there. There was already a deep crack on it, and it swayed occasionally. When Marks got close to his body, he saw the cracks in the eggshell suddenly expand a lot. With a harsh sound, a bald, skinny triangular head protruded from the crack in the eggshell, and then it was thin and black. His body also came out of the broken eggshell. His limbs were thin, and his legs were a little shaky. "So ugly," Marks couldn't help but spit out. But Hagrid was very excited. He thought it was so beautiful, and he couldn't wait to give it a loud name. "Norbo." "What do we call Norbo?" Hagrid stretched out a finger to tease Norbert, but unexpectedly, Norbert bit his mouth full of fangs. But because of Hagrid's half the giant's skin is too thick to bite. "Look at it. How much he likes me." Hagrid also didn't care about Norbert's behavior at all. Instead, he thought it was a sign of closeness, and he felt that Norbert must have regarded him as a mother. This makes Harry and the others very helpless, but given the excitement of Hagrid, everyone is hard to persuade. However, Norbert had his own ideas. After enduring Hagrid's teasing for a while, he violently opened his mouth and expelled a ball of flame, sprayed it directly on Hagrid's face, and lit his beard. "Hey, you little naughty ghost!" Hagrid slapped the lighted beard hard. a little frantic for a while. Clear water is like a spring. Marks waved his magic wand to summon a ball of clear water, poured it directly down, covering Hagrid's head and face.